Lu Mingyuan didn't hesitate. He sat down where Qin Jingming indicated and handed him a nylon bag, saying, "During our investigation, we found 2 enemy spy groups. We suspect one is from Eagle Country and the other from Bald Island. From the captured personnel, we discovered they are working together. They have been secretly operating around Xiaoxi village for years, including at the Dajiang port machinery factory, with fishermen from Xiaoxi village and farmers from neighboring villages. They use their skills as factory workers and fishermen to gather intelligence and make radio communication tools. They collect our information as villagers and fishermen. The items in the bag are the materials they try to send out. They include detailed maps of the waters and villages around our country, as well as military drill defense plans." With each word Lu Mingyuan spoke, Qin Jingming's heart sank. When he heard about the defense plans, he was so shocked that his hand trembled as he opened the bag. If this is true, it's a serious matter. Qin Jingming quickly opened the bag. Inside was a thick stack of various maps, dazzling to look at. But Qin Jingming easily found several maps of their South Island military zone, which clearly marked the patrol patterns of each area. This shocked Qin Jingming and made him fear what might happen if this information fell into the wrong hands. If the enemy used this data to plan their attacks and took advantage of the situation, our country could suffer great losses or even have their sea defenses broken through. Qin Jingming's face was dark with worry, but he quickly calmed himself and took out a few defense maps of South Island. He asked Lu Mingyuan, "What's your opinion on this?" Lu Mingyuan already had an answer. He replied confidently, "Although we intercepted these documents, we can't be sure that some parts of the information haven't already been sent out by telegram. We also don't know if there are other spies hiding in villages like Xiaoxi village. I think our top priority is to immediately change our defense plans. We should prepare 2 or 3 different strategies and practice switching between them." Qin Jingming agreed. 1 or 2 plans might still be figured out by the enemy, but if we have multiple options, each with 2 different strategies, it will be harder for them to find our pattern and exploit it. However, having many plans means soldiers might make mistakes during drills. But mistakes are part of practice. If the enemy discovers our patrol routines and finds a way to attack, the damage will be much worse. In the end, their weapons and equipment are not strong enough, so they have to rely on manpower for patrols. If they had powerful warships and better surveillance tools, covering larger sea areas, soldiers wouldn't need to patrol so tirelessly and frequently. While thinking this, Lu Mingyuan continued, "Secondly, I believe it's very important to speed up the development of warships and strengthen our Navy's defense capabilities." Qin Jingming glanced at Lu Mingyuan. He thought, does he not want that too? Every day, he sees the Eagle Nation and their so-called allies showing off their warships near our waters. Doesn't he also crave and resent that? Who doesn't want their military weapons to be stronger? Then Qin Jingming couldn't help but ask, "How is Ming Che doing now? Has he recovered?" Lin Mingyuan smiled and said, "That's good. Old, who said we can start rehabilitation in 3 months, and he might even be able to stand up again." Qin Jingming's eyes brightened, and he said happily, "Your grandfather's efforts weren't in vain. It shows that your family came to me at the right time." Hearing this, Lin Mingyuan rarely showed a shy smile. "It's not my grandfather, but my wife who came up with the idea." Minglei's mental state improved before he went to the countryside. "Oh? What method did your wife use?" "I heard your grandfather say that Minglei was very depressed and no one could help him, which worried him a lot. She didn't do much, just had Minglei teach her, share knowledge, and kept giving him things to do." Qin Jingming understood now and quickly followed the topic, smiling. "It seems I also need to find something for Minglei to do, keep him busy, maybe he can get out of his gloom. Developing the battleship definitely needs his help. As for his status and treatment after joining the team, I will find a way to solve it." Lin Mingyuan's smile grew even brighter. Talking with straightforward people is always enjoyable. Since his brother's problem was solved, Lin Mingyuan immediately found the map with their bamboo shed marked on the table. He pointed to the location of their research base on the map and slowly explained the plan they had discussed with their family. Qin Jingming clapped his thigh and said with a smile, "Good idea. This opportunity is just right. Without the enemy spy issue, sending troops to build a lookout in Xiaoxi village would seem a bit irregular and might cause trouble. Now, because of the enemy spy's presence, though not from the same group, setting up a lookout near Xiaoxi village is very important. With the lookout in place, enemies and villagers wouldn't dare approach the mountain where the base is, reducing the chance of discovery. What's more, they could openly send soldiers to protect the experts, making it easier to transport supplies without sneaking around. Thinking this through, Qin Jingming immediately approved. I agree. We will carefully select the troops to station at the lookout. Lu Mingyuan was surprised. Qin Jingming's plan was a bit unexpected. He quickly bowed and said, Commander, I believe I can do well in guarding this sentry post. Qin Jingming glared at him and internally thought, I didn't expect Lu Mingyuan, who looks calm and reserved, to be as clever as Lu Zhenghua. After a moment of thought, Qin Jingming decided that this guard duty was a good choice. It allowed him to complete his task and protect his family at the same time, 2 birds with 1 stone. But with Lu Mingyuan's abilities, he wouldn't let him just be part of the sentry team. Without much hesitation, Qin Jingming immediately refused. Do you think I spent so much time and effort to transfer you to our South Island just so you can be a sentry? Lu Mingyuan sighed quietly. Old Qin was indeed hard to persuade. The country needed him now, and his own family plans were out of the question. He quickly bowed and said, I will follow the commander's instructions and obey the organization. Meanwhile, Lu's father and mother had finished work and returned home. When they arrived, Lin Xueqing had already prepared the meal and was about to serve it. Lin Xueqing looked at the people coming in and noticed Lu Mingyuan hadn't returned yet, feeling a little worried. Lu Zhaoning, on the other hand, casually picked up the water jug on the table and drank 2 cups of water quickly before relaxing, muttering, This cleaning job is more tiring than military drills. Lu's mother touched her forehead and smiled, saying, Don't you have any girliness left? Now you realize that being a farmer isn't easy. Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside. Lu Zhaoning, lying on a chair, didn't want to move at all. Lu Minglang, quick-witted, ran to open the door. Seeing the annoying Li Wan and a somewhat familiar-looking uncle, he warned, Who are you looking for? What's the matter? Li Wan remembered how the little kid had punched and kicked her today and wanted to slap him. But since she was here to negotiate with the Lu family, she held back her anger and coldly said, Looking for your dad. Hurry up and let your dad and Lin Xueqing come out. Lu Minglang pursed his lips, not wanting to listen to her, and replied coldly, My dad and sister-in-law are busy right now and don't have time. Li Jianzhong immediately shot her a warning look, signaling her to watch her attitude. Li Wan finally calmed down, put on a fake smile, and said, We have important matters to discuss with them. Please take us to see your father and your sister-in-law. Seeing Li Wan's attitude improve, Lu Minglang finally agreed. Wait a moment. He then closed the bamboo door again and ran inside. Soon, Mr. Lu came out and led the 2 into the dining room. Li Jianzhong looked at the simple environment of the Lu family and raised an eyebrow. He secretly admired Lu Zhangwo more but felt less confident about today's negotiations. From the makeshift bamboo shelter setup, it was clear that in just a few days, everything was arranged neatly, showing no signs of despair or giving up. The Lu family suddenly moved from a wealthy city like Beijing to this remote place, with language barriers and unfriendly villagers, could still respond calmly. This showed they were strong-willed people. It seemed that using Lu Zhengua's family to drag the Lu family into trouble was a difficult task. Contrary to Li Jianzhong's observation, Li Wan looked at the simple bamboo shelter, which was even less comfortable than the villagers' homes. She secretly felt confident about today's negotiations. She even thought that if the Lu family didn't seize the chance to cling to her uncle's support, their life in Xiaoxi village would only become harder. After all, her uncle was Lu Zhengua's superior. Anyone who offended their leader might risk losing their position. Even the smallest official role, like team leader, was still an official position. If the Lu family lost Lu Zhengua's leadership role, they might not even have a proper place to stay in the bamboo shelter. Thinking this way, Li Wan couldn't help but become more arrogant and directly told Mr. Lu and Lin Xueqing, Hurry up and explain last night's incident in the medical shelter to Zhou Fuxing. It's because of your reckless behavior last night that Director Zhou misunderstood me and caused many problems for my work. Li Jianzhong didn't expect Li Wan to be so impulsive. Before he could speak, she openly revealed her intentions. It was unlikely the Liu family would pay attention to her. As expected, Mr. Liu snorted coldly and replied, "If Director Li and Comrade Li came here to talk about this. Sorry, I can't handle this matter. This was arranged by Director Zhou. As a team leader, I have no authority over military district affairs." Li Wan saw that Liu's father was not giving her face and immediately became angry. "If it weren't for your meddling, the villagers would have gone to me directly to treat the patient. Would there be any false accusations against me today? Your reckless actions have seriously damaged my work and personal reputation. Shouldn't you apologize?" Hearing this, Lin Xueqing was instantly amused and thought Li Wan's skill in sophistry was even better than hers. For some reason, the system didn't assign her the skill, or she wouldn't have needed to upgrade so hard. Just as she was thinking this, Lin Xueqing noticed the words above Li Wan's head changed. Medical skills, surgery, level 3, cooking level 1, nursing level 1, nonsense level 3. Having an extra nonsense level 3 suddenly made Lin Xueqing pause. She realized the system's judgment could change too. While she was lost in thought, Li Wan continued her accusations. "You're causing such a big impact on others, and you don't feel any guilt. Even though I, as the victim, had to come forward to find a solution, shouldn't you take some responsibility?" This unreasonable accusation pulled Lin Xueqing back to reality. She said helplessly, "Whether you're a victim or not, the organization has its own judgment, and I can't change that. As a medical worker, when facing patients needing urgent help, every second counts. That's why it's called emergency rescue, because it's urgent. Delaying even a second could put the patient's life at risk." When Zhou Fuxing and Li Wan argued about this today, Li Jianzhong already understood and quickly added, "Comrade Lin, please understand. Li Wan didn't mean to do this. From what I know, the medical tent nearby was originally set up for patients needing care, not for emergency rescue. According to normal procedures, if villagers have issues, it's fine to send someone to Li Wan for treatment." Lin Xueqing almost rolled her eyes at Li Jianzhong. No wonder Li Wan was so confident someone was backing her up. She pursed her lips and refused to fall into their trap of shifting blame, replying directly, "I'm not familiar with your medical system's procedures. But I only know that if I hadn't helped with the emergency rescue for Comrade Chen Tuoqiang last night, he would have died. I couldn't just stand by and watch a villager seriously injured without helping. This was my personal act of humanitarian aid." Father Liu immediately joined in and said, "Xueqing is right. Last night, I think the organization should give her an award. This was an act of bravery, saving a life." Since both Father Liu and Lin Xueqing refused to be tricked and took advantage of the situation, Li Wan and Li Jianzhong's faces turned pale and then red. Li Wan angrily shouted, "You, who have never received medical training, how can you treat patients casually? Also, since the patient was in danger, why didn't you send them directly to the medical station? Why did you take it upon yourself to give emergency treatment? Basically, you just wanted to take credit, but there's no need to undermine me to do so. Anyway, you must explain this clearly to Director Zhou, withdraw your slander against me, and apologize." But I already explained everything to Director Zhou last night. Many villagers witnessed it, and I didn't lie, Lin Xueqing replied calmly. Seeing that Lin Xueqing didn't fall into Li Wan's trap twice, Li Jianzhong realized reasoning was useless and decided to use force. His smile faded as he slowly said to Father Liu, "Today, 2 young workers came to complain to our committee, saying Captain Liu is protecting those troublemakers in Xiaoxi village. They accuse Captain Liu of ignoring discipline, having corrupt thoughts, and being willing to associate with troublemakers. I wonder if Captain Liu can really bear this charge." Father Liu sneered, and Li Jianzhong finally revealed his true nature. "I certainly cannot bear this charge." Li Wan's eyes lit up. She knew threats worked, so she didn't waste words and directly threatened, "If you don't want to take this blame, immediately have Zhou Fuxing revoke my punishment and apologize to me. By the way, I don't accept ordinary apologies. I want Lin Xueqing and your family's brat to kowtow and apologize, or I won't let you off easily. Father Lu was amused and angry at Li Wan's aggressive attitude. Making his daughter-in-law kowtow to her? That unkind, unprincipled doctor doesn't deserve it. Mother Lu couldn't stand it anymore and snorted coldly. Regarding complaints, we also need to complain about the 2 young workers who escaped today. They showed no discipline and left the organization without permission. They must be punished strictly. Father Lu's eyes shifted, and he immediately understood. He suggested, since we can't agree, let's ask the villagers and the educated youths to clarify the situation. We act honestly and openly, so we're not afraid of any reports. Without giving Li Jianzhong and Li Wan a chance to reply, he quickly turned to Lu Zhaoning and Lu Minglang and said, Zhaoning, go to the camp and find Director Zhou, Dr. Deng and comrades Hao Xiaomin and Tion Shing. Minglang, go to the village and find Comrade Chen Feifan. Explain the whole story to him and ask him to bring the villagers who were here last night. Li Jianzhong hurriedly tried to stop them, saying, there's no need to involve the military district or the villagers in this. But Lu Zhaoning and Lu Minglang ignored him and quickly headed for the door. At the same time, Mother Lu pointed outside and said, come on, the educated youth station is right next to us. Let's go together and find comrades Guo Jixing and Su Yao to ask about their complaints. If their complaints are reasonable, we will accept the organization's punishment. If we are not at fault, we can't let such slander spread in the village. I believe Comrade Shaoli thinks so too. Being slandered and misunderstood is uncomfortable for everyone. Li Jianzhong suddenly felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected the Lu family to be so difficult. They came to talk privately because they knew this matter could get out of hand. Li Wan might suffer, and the situation could worsen with more negative effects. Thinking this, Li Jianzhong quickly waved his hand and smiled. There's no need to make this so big. If it gets out of hand, it's not good for anyone. After the rescue by the military district, they'll return to their unit. But we're all from the same commune. If things get too big, it will be hard to get along. His words carried a strong hint of intimidation, almost implying, your village is now under my control. Father Lu was always a tough guy. He had fought in wars and was never afraid. He scoffed and said, it's fine. If Comrade Shaoli feels wronged, that's not good. Then he turned to Li Wan and smiled. Shaoli, don't you agree? Li Wan immediately looked uncomfortable, unsure whether to respond or stay silent. Yes, that means I agree with Father Lu's words and will confront the villagers together. If I don't agree, my earlier statement about being a victim wouldn't make sense and would be hypocritical. However, there is no time to react to Li Jianzhong and Li Wan. Tion Shing, who was patrolling nearby in the medical tent, and Deng Qiubai, who was about to finish work and return to the camp, heard Lu Zhaoning's words and quickly came over. Deng Qiubai was worried that Lin Xueqing might get into trouble, so he arrived first and spoke. This matter has nothing to do with Comrade Lin. The punishment of Comrade Li Wan is an internal issue within our medical system. Li Jianzhong knew this was an internal matter, so he had to come here. He looked coldly at Father Lu and couldn't hold back anymore. He snorted and said, Comrade Lu Zhengwo, you're doing a good job setting an example of fairness. In the future, our county's work should learn from your selfless attitude. Lin Xueqing frowned, thinking that Li Jianzhong was planning to make things difficult for their Xiaoxi village as the county party secretary. Father and Mother Lu, however, were unaffected. Maybe they didn't understand or pretended not to. Father Lu clapped his thigh and smiled. Yes, we must handle things fairly. Only then can we gain people's trust and loyalty. Even we public officials are true to the words, serve the people. Mother Lu quickly chimed in. That's right. Director Li's sense of duty is high. We should learn from you. Li Jianzhong was immediately annoyed by their sarcastic remarks. He didn't know if they were genuinely foolish or pretending, but he couldn't find words to argue back. Soon, Chen Feifan arrived with villagers and gathered outside their bamboo shed. Father Lu led everyone out, and Lu Minglang, who had just returned, immediately went to call the young workers nearby. Hearing the noise outside, Yiming's family of 3 put down their bowls and came out to watch. At this moment, Zhou Fuxing and Hao Xiaomin, who were the farthest away, also arrived one after another. Seeing everyone was there, Father Lu straightforwardly said, "Today, I want to share two things with everyone as witnesses. First, the young workers Gu Jixing and Su Yao reported to our county party secretary, Comrade Li Jianzhong, that I was protecting some evil elements sent to our village. They accused me of colluding with these troublemakers and disobeying organizational discipline. I am here to ask everyone to supervise and to be checked by the people." Chen Feifan and others were immediately stunned. Why did Father Lu call them here so urgently? Had they been reported? Was it by the educated youths from their village? Chen Feifan was anxious right away. He didn't know who Gu Jixing and Su Yao were, so he angrily addressed the people at the educated youth station. "Do you have no conscience, you educated youths? Since Comrade Lu and his family came to our village, how many real things have they done for us? I don't know what you, ungrateful people, are thinking, but the efforts of Comrade Lu's family are clear for all the villagers to see." Among the educated youths, Qiu Shaoling immediately stepped forward and said, "Yes, we are also very grateful for Comrade Lu's help. If it weren't for them, we would still have to go up the mountain to fetch water ourselves, and life would probably be very difficult now." Wu Li's eyes flickered, and she immediately understood that the person who reported Captain Lu was probably Gu Jixing and Su Yao, who had lazily left the team this morning. This was a good chance to bring them down. She quickly stepped forward. "That's right. The educated youths all appreciate Comrade Lu's family's help. Some people are just lazy and disobedient to organizational rules, trying to abuse their power. After being stopped by the team leader, they hold grudges and slander Comrade Lu. They are the ones who should be punished and subjected to public scrutiny and criticism." When Su Yao heard Wu Li say this, she couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, "We didn't say anything wrong. He's just protecting those troublemakers." Gu Jixing, afraid that the educated youths would shift the blame onto them, quickly said, "Su Yao is right. We're discussing whether Comrade Lu is protecting those troublemakers, not how much he has contributed to the village. Have you seen those troublemakers working in our village? According to organizational rules, the dirtiest and heaviest work should be done by these troublemakers, but in the few days I've been here, I haven't even seen their shadows. I'm the person in charge of the educated youth station. If I find something wrong, shouldn't I report it actively?" Lin Xueqing looked suspiciously at Gu Jixing. His skills were average, level 2 in eloquence, level 1 in mechanical repair, level 3 in writing. He didn't speak eagle language, didn't understand electronic communication skills, and had no fighting ability. But she felt that Gu Jixing and Su Yao kept causing trouble for their family as if they had bad intentions. A fleeting thought of suspicion crossed her mind. She replied calmly, "Just because you haven't seen those strange people working doesn't mean they haven't been working. Besides, how do you know who those strange people are? Do you know them?" This made Gu Jixing choke and quickly try to clear his name. "I don't know them, but cleaning out the mud is dirty and tiring. The ones doing this are either villagers or us educated youths. Isn't that enough to prove you're protecting them?" Father Lu saw the situation had escalated enough to punish Gu Jixing and Su Yao publicly for causing trouble. He first turned to Wu Li and said, "Comrade Wu, I accept your report, but let's handle things one by one. First, let's clarify the false accusations Gu Jixing made about me." Then he turned to Gu Jixing and Su Yao and said, "You think cleaning out the mud is dirty and tiring, but you might not know, there are even dirtier and more tiring jobs. These strange people are doing organized labor reform, taking on these dirty and exhausting tasks for us." Gu Jixing looked unconvinced and sneered. "I don't believe there's anything more tiring or dirtier than this. It's obvious you're just taking revenge as the team leader and siding with those strange people." Father Lu didn't argue but told Tion Shing, "Go get old Su and the others." Tion Shing nodded and went out. Li Jianzhong naturally saw that Father Lu had prepared for those strange people long ago. He glanced at Gu Jixing and Su Yao, feeling that today's words in the office were a waste of breath. He didn't want to fall into Father Lu's control and try to steer the conversation back. "I'm here mainly to understand how my niece is doing in the village. I won't interfere much with your village affairs." Seeing that the situation was turning unfavorable, he wanted to retreat. Father Lu would not let Li Jianzhong distance himself from the matter. Since Li Jianzhong came to visit, He naturally wanted to deal with the troublemakers at the youth station. He immediately interrupted and said, "No, how could it have nothing to do with Director Li? Comrades Gua and Su left without notice and filed complaints against you. We must clarify the situation publicly. I know Director Li cares about my work, but this shouldn't make things difficult for you. It's not difficult. I trust Comrade Lu can handle the village conflicts well." Father Lu burst into a big laugh, without any modesty, saying, "Of course. These are small matters. I can definitely handle them. Rest assured, Director Li, since you can handle it, then I." Hearing Li Jianzhong's words, Xia Yao immediately got anxious and stomped her foot, saying, "Director Li, you can't ignore us. You promised my father. Comrade Su, you shouldn't speak carelessly. I know your father, but when it comes to work, everything must be done openly and fairly, without favoritism." Li Jianzhong was so frightened by Xia Yao's words that he broke out in a cold sweat. This girl was being foolish and reckless, almost revealing his relationship with the Su family. Now, not only was his niece's issue unresolved, but Xia Yao's foolishness was dragging him into trouble. Oh, if only he hadn't let these two into his office today and acknowledged his connection to the Su family. Fortunately, he didn't give them any advice today, just tried to smooth things over. Father Lu's eyes flicked, and a bright smile appeared on his face. "Of course. I knew Director Li would handle things fairly. Since you're here, let's have you witness this. Since you're here, you must help resolve the issue. I need to give you a result to take back." Just as he finished speaking, Tion Shing arrived with two ragged old men. As they appeared, a disgusting smell immediately filled the area around the bamboo shed. Xia Yao, Qiu Shaoling, and others instinctively covered their noses and mouths. Father Lu didn't seem surprised and said to the two old men, "Comrades Su and Wu, please tell everyone what kind of labor reform you've undergone these past few days." Li Jianzhong also found the smell unpleasant, but as the director, he couldn't just cover his nose and mouth like the young people. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Zhengua. That Lu family member is really ruthless to protect himself. Looking at these strange creatures, it's clear they've suffered a lot in recent days just from their appearances. Old Su stepped out, his thin body trembling slightly, as if afraid of punishment. His voice shook, and he looked anxious, saying, "These past few days, our job has been to recover floating bodies and pick up the severed limbs of the dead." Floating bodies? Severed limbs? Su Yao and the others immediately turned pale. The more timid Qiu Shaoling covered her mouth and vomited nearby. And those partially eaten by fish. Before old Su could finish, Wu Lao quietly touched him, signaling him to stop his exaggerated acting. He indicated that it was too much, mentioning half-eaten bodies and severed limbs. So disgusting. Wu Lao quickly said, "We've been working very hard, without rest." Li Wan's face also turned ghostly white instantly. She trembled and asked, "Is the smell on you the smell of decay?" At this point, everyone except the Lu family and Tion Shing instinctively moved away from the two elders. Li Wan looked terrified and said, "The smell of decayed bodies can spread disease. Hurry and have them take a bath and disinfect." Li Jianzhong nodded quickly. "Yes, we should listen to the doctor." Lin Xueqing couldn't help but silently complain. Whose medical skills did Li Wan learn from? The smell of decay from food and the smell of dead bodies are completely different. Although Lin Xueqing hadn't seen a corpse before, she had learned First Aid Level 1 and Cooking Level 4. She clearly distinguished that the old man's smell was from spoiled food, not the smell of decay from a corpse, which is entirely different. She glanced at the words on Su Lao's head: Biological Diversity Cultivation Level 10, Acting Level 3, Farming Level 8. She couldn't help but wonder how this old man managed to turn food into such a foul smell and still tolerate it. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Lu Fu quickly patted his head and smiled at the two of them. Sorry. I've been busy with disaster relief and reconstruction these days, so I forgot to arrange your rest." As Dr. Li said, "Why don't you go wash up and clean yourselves?" Everyone present wished for the two to leave immediately. Su Yao, feeling nauseous, anxiously said, "Hurry up and get them out of here. This is making us sick." Tion Shing wisely took the two elders away. Lin Xueqing's eyes flashed with a clever look as she said to Su Yao, "You didn't see it, but my dad is doing this for your own good. If you see them every day and watch them handle the bodies." Thinking about what Lin Xueqing said, Su Yao couldn't hold back any longer and immediately squatted down to Comrade Gua and Comrade Su. "Now that you've seen these strange figures, I wonder if your misunderstanding of me has been cleared up." With a mysterious smile in his eyes, Father Lu continued, "If you think my work is dirtier and more tiring than theirs, I don't mind swapping with them." Father Lu's words made Guijisheng's already pale face look even worse. He quickly waved his hand and said, No, I was mistaken." Father Lu nodded and then asked Su Yao, "What about you, Comrade Su? Is it also a misunderstanding?" Li Jianzhong understood Father Lu's plan and chimed in, "They're young, so it's natural for them to be a bit impulsive." Comrade Lu doesn't need to, but Father Lu shook his head and continued speaking to Su Yao. "Young people are often hot-headed, so they need to work harder and be tempered." If Comrade Su agrees, Su Yao quickly suppressed her urge to and shouted, "No, I don't want to go retrieve the bodies. I was mistaken about Captain Lu." Li Jianzhong covered his face, feeling hopeless. Yi Ming, having just learned some big news, looked at the clueless Guijisheng and Su Yao with a secret smile, thinking to himself, the floating corpses must have been cleaned up long ago. If they weren't, how could those strange figures come back? This Lu Zhenhua is really impressive, using just a few words to control these two troublemakers. Seeing his plan succeed, Father Lu's face turned serious and said to Guijisheng and Su Yao, "Since the public has tested you, and my protection of these strange figures is now being accused, it's your turn to face everyone's judgment. Do you admit to neglecting your duties, leaving the organization without permission, and disobeying organizational arrangements?" Guijisheng and Su Yao immediately trembled. Guijisheng quickly forced a smile and said, "We know we were wrong. We will obey the organization's arrangements in the future." Before Lu's father could speak, Wu Lei hurriedly said, "Besides these accusations, I also want to report that Guijisheng neglects his duties and Su Yao behaves in a petty, pretentious way. Guijisheng, as the leader of the youth station, never cares about the internal affairs and favors certain people, constantly supporting Su Yao to suppress other youths. Also, Su Yao acts in a pretentious manner, never taking responsibility for team tasks. Neither of them lives at the youth station. They spend money to stay at villagers' homes." Su Yao couldn't argue with Lu's father. Seeing Wu Li take advantage of the situation, she crossed her arms and retorted, "You just envy me. The villagers are willing to lend us a place to stay. What does it matter where we live?" Since Guijisheng and Su Yao both admitted their mistakes, Lu's father didn't want to waste more time arguing with them. He immediately interrupted, "Since you both admit your mistakes, I'm sorry, but our small village temple cannot accommodate both of you. Tomorrow, I will write a report to the organization, and you will be transferred to other villages." Guijisheng and Su Yao's faces fell. They finally realized this was a trap set by Lu's father. If they leave Xiaoxi village, not only will their records show this mistake, but they might also be sent to more remote, poorer areas or even be assigned to labor reform. And they might miss the chance to complete their tasks and catch Lu Zhenhua's evidence. Guijisheng quickly looked at Li Jianzhong and begged, "Uncle Li, we acted on impulse and didn't mean to make mistakes. Please forgive us this time." Wu Li, eager to get rid of these troublemakers from their youth station, naturally didn't want them to be forgiven and immediately retorted, "No forgiveness. If we forgive them, who will forgive us? People like them, with pretentious attitudes, shouldn't stay at our youth station." Others also thought it was better to send Guijisheng and Su Yao away quickly rather than let them continue to cause trouble, and they agreed. Yes, they should be punished for their mistakes. Li Jianzhong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. How badly did these two offend people in their daily lives? These two people are quite capable of making everyone at the youth camp dislike them. If the other person weren't the daughter of Officer Su, I wouldn't want to help them clean up the mess. He sighed helplessly and said, "Everyone stay calm. We are all young, and no one is perfect. Comrade Gua and Comrade Su are new to rural life and haven't gotten used to it yet. Their previous habits were a bit delicate, which is why they act this way. In daily life, we should be more tolerant and understanding of each other. Father Lu quickly nodded and changed the subject, saying, "That's true, but without any punishment, people might start feeling unhappy with the organization. Since Comrade Gua can't earn the trust of the youth at the camp, he shouldn't continue as the leader. I suggest Wang Tao, who has the highest work points, take over this role. Also, Comrade Su's pretentious attitude is really unacceptable. His recent actions have hurt the feelings of the youth. Let's record a serious warning for him. From now on, he should be under supervision. If there's a next time, I will have to request that both of you be transferred away." Although Wu Li felt disappointed that she couldn't drive Gu Jixing and Su Yao away, she thought about how their status would be the same as hers in the future. She would have to accept supervision from the crowd and worry every day about making mistakes and being reported. She found this somewhat satisfying. So she immediately stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "I agree with Captain Lu's decision." Seeing someone take the lead, Wang Tao, who could become the youth camp leader, immediately stepped forward. "I obey the organization's arrangement. I will learn from Comrade Gua's mistakes and do my best to run the camp well." Wang Tao is already a team leader. As soon as he spoke, other team members cheered, and those who disliked Gu Jixing and Su Yao also said, "Captain Lu's decision is good. We will follow the organization." Father Lu raised his hand to quiet the excited youth and then turned to Li Jianzhong, asking, "Director Li, I know you are the fairest in handling matters. Do you think this arrangement is reasonable?" Gu Jixing and Su Yao immediately looked at Li Jianzhong with hope. Su Yao even begged, "Uncle Li, you must help me." Li Jianzhong could clearly hear the pressure in Father Lu's words. He dared not say anything unreasonable, or he would not only embarrass himself, but also cause the uncooperative educated youths to continue causing trouble. In the end, Li Jianzhong reluctantly replied, "Let's handle this according to Captain Lu's instructions." Gu Jixing and Su Yao were both stunned. How could this be? Clearly, Li Jianzhong was on their side. Why did he not defend them and instead agree with Lu Zhengguo's punishment? Li Jianzhong felt that enough chaos had already happened today. He quickly turned to Lu's father and said, "Since you finished your part, can you also help with my niece's matter?" Lu's father looked confused and, after watching the scene for a while, said to Zhou Fuxing, who had been watching the show, "Director Zhou, this is an internal matter within your medical system. Can't you arrange it quickly?" Zhou Fuxing could hear the sly tone in Lu's father's words and chuckled. "I've already reported to the organization. The decision should come soon. Director Li, Dr. Li, there's no need to rush." Li Jianzhong's face immediately darkened. This was a complete slap in the face, leaving no room for negotiation. He angrily shouted at Lu's father, "Lu Zhenggua, how dare you do things like this?" Lu's father looked confused again and said vaguely, "Didn't you always say you wanted to solve your niece's problem?" "I went to see Director Zhou." "What's wrong with that?" Li Jianzhong now understood clearly. He had come to Xiaoxi village today only because Lu Zhenggua was using him as a. Now, Lu Zhenggua had used him to deal with some troublemakers in the youth group, gained respect among villagers and youths, and after using him, he was ready to abandon him. However, Zhou Fuxing paid no attention to Li Jianzhong's plans. He pulled Tion Shing and Chen Feifan and asked them to repeat what happened last night. Finally, he turned to Li Jianzhong and said coldly, "The whole story is like this. I will report the facts to the organization. As for Comrade Li Wan, our medical rescue team can no longer assign her work. Since Director Li is here, you might as well take Comrade Li Wan back with you. I am from Nanqing Hospital." "You have no right." Li Jianzhong could no longer bear to watch and shouted, "Li Wan, enough. Come back with me." In the end, Li Wan reluctantly followed Li Jianzhong away. After they left, Zhou Fuxing looked at them and quietly said to Father Lu, "This Li Jianzhong might want to take revenge later. Be careful." Father Lu snorted and replied, "I dare to report to the organization, so I'm not afraid of their revenge. These people are truly dangerous. It's better to deal with them quickly." Meanwhile, inside the Southern Army District, Lu Mingyuan, after receiving the task arranged by Qin Jingming, used his office to call Zhong Xiangdong. Zhong Xiangdong didn't expect Lu Mingyuan to come looking for him before he could send a telegram. He quickly explained the ambush on the train and the issue with Zhao's family. Lu Mingyuan looked puzzled and asked, Why didn't my mother-in-law drag Zhou Xueyin into this? Zhou Xiangdong hesitated and said, I didn't ask about the relationship between Qin Xiufang and Zhou Xueyin during the interrogation. I only considered the money and property found as Lin Changshi's corruption. Lin's family will definitely face serious charges. Those people probably haven't realized that the property deeds in the stolen goods are connected to Zhao's family, or that Zhao's family is related to your wife's family, which could involve Lu's family. Even if they did realize, Zhao's family might already be in Xiaoxi village. Lu Mingyuan pressed his lips and asked, will this cause you trouble? Zhou Xiangdong was surprised that Lu Mingyuan was being so considerate and quickly smiled. No trouble at all. I'm a police officer. As soon as I find the stolen goods, the case is closed. As for the people behind the theft, that's none of my business. Lu Mingyuan relaxed and said, thanks for your help. No problem. We're just helping each other. My brother is counting on you. Lu Mingyuan's eyes flickered as he remembered the task he just received and asked, it's a bit tricky. I have two plans to settle your brother. One is safe, the other is more risky. You choose one. Zhou Xiangdong was surprised and asked, what do you mean? If you choose the risky plan, your brother will get promoted with me. If you choose the safe one, he'll be safe and sound, and you'll have your brother whole. The implication is that if they choose a risky plan, Zhou Xiangnan might be in danger. The risk is high, but the potential reward is quick. Talk with your father and give me an answer within a week. When Lu Mingyuan returned to Xiaoxi village on the military boat, it was around 10 p.m. At this time, the Lu family had just finished dinner and was sitting together chatting. Lu Xiaoning remembered the earlier fuss and couldn't help asking, Dad, why didn't you just kick out Gui Jixing and Su Yao? I think those two are just troublemakers. Lu's father asked back, what do you think of their intelligence? Quite foolish. Even if we want to help old Su and the others, we wouldn't do it openly and risk being caught. Lu's mother smiled and said, exactly. Putting such people in front of us means we have to accept public supervision. Isn't it better than finding someone else and having to worry and deal with it? Lu Xiaoning remembered how mean those people were and slammed the table in anger. Why are they so annoying, always making small moves? Lin Xueqing was also thinking about this and worried. What if Director Li makes things difficult for us during the grain collection at the end of the year? What should we do? Lu Mingche sighed. We should be able to get through this year smoothly. After all, Xiaoxi village went through such a big flood. Just surviving this hardship is good enough. Lu's father nodded and said, I think so too. If Li Jianzhong really tries to make things difficult for me, it will probably be next year at the end of the year. Who knows what will happen then? Lu's mother was not too worried and smiled. We need to strengthen ourselves. As long as our grain production increases during this period, Li won't be able to trouble us much. Lin Xueqing remembered the library system with its vast resources and thought that finding ways to increase their village's output might not be impossible. Moreover, with Yiming living nearby and that grumpy old Su today, who both seemed to be experts in this area. Suddenly, she also thought about how side businesses could increase collective income and quickly asked, besides increasing grain production, could we also do more side businesses to boost collective output? Lu's father nodded. Since his last talk with Yiming, he had lost hope that they could significantly increase grain yield. Of course, we can use the extra income from side jobs to buy food. As he spoke, Lu Mingyuan walked in from outside. Seeing the family gathered and chatting at this hour, he was a bit surprised and smiled. What are you all talking about? Hearing Lu Mingyuan's voice, Lin Xueqing quickly stood up and asked worriedly, did anything happen to you today? Lu Mingyuan, always optimistic, turned around and said, nothing serious. But Lin Xueqing noticed that Lu Mingyuan had changed into a different outfit. Although military uniforms looked similar, the buttons were noticeably newer or older. She asked, are you also on that military ship? Lu Mingyuan saw he couldn't hide it and rubbed his nose, nodding, yes. Then he pretended everything was fine, with a rare playful smile. I'm doing well. Your husband is strong, fighting off those enemies easily. Lin Xueqing felt a mix of emotions, and her eyes started to water unconsciously. She knew that as a soldier, fighting was Lu Mingyuan's duty, but she was really worried about the injured fisherman today. She wasn't sure if she was afraid that after the baby was born, he might not be there, or if she was afraid she might never see him again. Seeing Lin Xueqing like this, Lu Mingyuan also felt sad. If he told her about his mission starting next week, she would probably cry even more. Lu's mother frowned slightly. She understood Lin Xueqing's feelings well. When Lu Zhenghua went to fight in the neighboring country, she also prepared for the worst, worried he might die abroad, leaving her to raise their 3 children alone. Fortunately, Lu Zhenghua returned safely, and their family was able to sit together again. Then she thought about how, in Beijing, the children had finally come back to live with them after wandering around. For her, being able to sit peacefully with her family was the greatest happiness. Lin Xueqing sighed, recalling the complaints and grumbles of the fishermen, feeling helpless. But then she gathered her strength, thinking that instead of crying, worrying, and feeling scared here, she should use her system to work hard and change her situation. Try to find ways to improve the Navy's weapons and equipment, reducing the injuries to their soldiers so that the enemy country dares not easily invade or provoke them. Just like Lu Mingche secretly hides military ship information so that one day, the rabbit country can have its own navy. Although this goal is far from her reach, she believes that the skill learning system provides her with the greatest convenience. As long as she learns quickly enough, she will have a chance to achieve it someday. Like Lu Mu's unwavering decision to follow Lu Fu to the countryside, she must also try to do something and face difficulties with her family. Suddenly, she remembered a previous prophetic dream. After arriving at the southern military district, Lu Mingyuan's career has been smooth, or he wouldn't be targeted by the heroine. So, Lu Mingyuan will stay safe, and her worries are just influenced by the concerns of the fishermen. Lin Xueqing quickly calmed herself and said to Lu Mingyuan, "From now on, when you go on missions, don't hide things from us." Lu Mingyuan scratched his head. "I didn't want to hide it either. I just thought of sending the information back to the southern island, but I didn't expect those enemies to be so rampant." Hearing this, Lu Fu also looked puzzled. "What's going on?" Lu Mingyuan briefly explained the danger he faced when confronted by enemies today, and also mentioned that the Zhou family was about to be relocated. Hearing this, Lin Xueqing remembered the book she found in the library before. Since her biological parents are about to be relocated to Xiaoxi village, she feels it's necessary to look at it carefully again. She knows very little about her biological parents, only that they are prominent red capitalists, and more about the Zhou family's wealth that the heroine has been concerned with in her dreams. Lu Mingyuan suspiciously looked at Lin Xueqing, surprised that she reacted so calmly to the news about the Zhou family's relocation. Meanwhile, Lu Mu's face showed a hint of worry, and she asked Lin Xueqing, "Xueqing, you don't know if your biological parents were switched at birth, so don't overthink it." Lin Xueqing nodded and remembered her previous report in Beijing, then asked, "Is the Zhou family's daughter being sent to the countryside or relocated?" Hearing this, Lu Mingyuan couldn't help but laugh. Xiang Dong subtly hinted at the truth about your biological parents. Although she didn't get involved with the Lin family to avoid unnecessary trouble, she managed to hint at it, but Zhao's family didn't protect her either. "She was sent down with your parents." Lin Xueqing's eyes widened. It seems her biological parents are capable of telling right from wrong, not just blindly spoiling her. This made her previously calm heart feel a faint spark of hope. Maybe her real parents will like her. Feeling Lin Xueqing's worry, Mother Lu comforted her. "No matter what your family is like, Xueqing, you will always be our dear daughter." Lu Zhaoning finally understood the whole story. She pouted and clenched her fist. "If they dare to bully my sister-in-law, I'll go fight them." Hearing this, Lin Xueqing chuckled softly. "With you here, who could bully me?" Father Lu nodded proudly. "That's right. Just look at whose territory this is." Mother Lu kicked Father Lu and scolded. "Stop bragging. What are you saying? If someone sees us outside, it could cause trouble again." Father Lu quickly raised his hands in surrender. "I was just talking at home." At this moment, Lu Mingche asked about another topic. "What about the research base?" Commander Qin agreed, and the outpost will be built. Also, they will try to arrange for you to join as a research staff member in Nandao. Lu Mingyuan's words made both Father and Mother Lu look surprised. Mother Lu was even more excited. "That's great." Mingche finally sees the light at the end of the tunnel. Lu Mingche tightly gripped the armrest of his wheelchair and asked, "What did the commander say about my previous situation?" "He said he will find a way to solve it. You just focus on recovering and researching the warship," they replied. Being able to do the research he loved made Lu Mingche very happy. Fortunately, he didn't give up during the darkest times. This is like a bright dawn after storm. Suddenly, tears welled up in Lu Mingche's eyes. He nodded. "I will work hard. We will definitely develop a warship of our own country." Seeing everyone in a good mood, Lu Mingyuan took the chance to say, "In a week, I will officially join the team and start new tasks. The schedule is uncertain." As he spoke, he turned to look at Lin Xueqing and sincerely said, "I will definitely protect myself and return safely." At this moment, Lin Xueqing's mood had calmed down quite a bit. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of the family." Seeing that Lin Xueqing understood the difficulties of his work, Lu Mingyuan felt nervous for a moment. He wasn't sure if she was just pretending to be happy or truly relieved. Then, he was conflicted, wanting Lin Xueqing to worry about him but also not wanting her to be too concerned. Lu Mingyuan had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and continue chatting happily with his family. The Lu family enjoyed a warm, cheerful conversation for a while before gradually going to wash up and rest. When Lu Mingyuan finished washing up, Lin Xueqing was already lying in bed resting. Actually, Lin Xueqing wasn't asleep yet. She was looking through the system's data library and found the novel titled Traveling to the 70s and Being the Favorite of the Leader's Family, which she started reading again. As she read the part describing the female lead's sad life in the orphanage, Lu Mingyuan came in. After the last time the couple was caught by Lu Zhaoning during their casual chat, Lu Mingyuan wanted to talk more with Lin Xueqing. But in the end, he could only hold her and softly whisper in her ear, "I'm going on a mission, don't worry. I'm very capable. The enemies can't defeat me." Hearing Lu Mingyuan's shameless words, Lin Xueqing couldn't help but chuckle and comforted him. "Yes, you're amazing." Lu Mingyuan sensed her dismissive tone and tightened his hold on her, speaking seriously. "I'm telling the truth." Lin Xueqing nodded and whispered, "For me and the baby, you must protect yourself well." Meanwhile, in the neighboring barn, Su Zhengyu and Wu Kuan washed themselves 3 times before they finally got rid of the sour smell on their bodies. Wu Kuan couldn't help but complain. "Old Su, what are you researching? This is way too stinky." Su Zhengyu shrugged. "It's not stinky. How else can I fool those annoying people?" Talking about this, Su Zhengyu muttered, "I don't know when our base will be finished. Without my care, my little ones probably won't last more than a few days." Already lying in the barn resting, Kainan Jie seemed to sense something inside. "Yes, I hope the base can be built quickly, or I feel like my brain is going to rust." Next to him, Liao Qi suddenly worried again. Even if the base is built, it's useless. There's no electricity in the village. What can we research? Hearing this, Su Jingyu looked at Wu Kuan and asked, "Aren't you into dynamics? Can you find a way to get electricity?" Wu Kuan glanced at the mountain outside, listening to the stream, and thought for a moment. Getting electricity is possible. We don't need to run wires from outside. The village can be self-sufficient. But we need Lu Jinghua to help find materials and build a water power generator. Liao Qixian's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Old Wu, that's easy. No trouble at all. It's not hard. Just make a simple modification of a water well pump, connecting the power output to a generator. The technical difficulty is a bit higher than wind power, but once built, the power supply will be more stable." Su Jingyu was happy and said, "Haha, then my precious greenhouse can have power too." Suddenly, someone's stomach growled loudly. Kainan Jie pouted. I want to eat that meat pie from the train. It was so tasty." As soon as he finished, more stomach growls sounded. Wu Kuan glared at Kainan Jie. "Why bring this up suddenly?" "Now, everyone's stomachs are singing the empty city plan. I'm just craving it. It's like looking at a peach to quench thirst," Kainan Jie replied. "There are no peaches here. This is a disaster zone, no meat, let alone food." The next morning, Lin Xueqing got up early. When she woke, Lu Mingyuan hadn't gotten up yet, probably exhausted from yesterday. She habitually checked the system prompt. Yesterday, she completed learning. Bamboo weaving levels 4 to 5, Su calligraphy level 1, ancient architecture level 1, garden art level 1, traditional Chinese medicine levels 2 to 3, planting level 2, breeding level 2. While the system was resting, she spent 5,000 skill points to search the library for a full set of high school knowledge. She found that with only middle school basic knowledge, many skills couldn't be learned. Most skills she can learn now are hands-on or inherited skills. She wants to learn more professional knowledge, such as level 1 surgery and level 1 dynamics, which all require a high school knowledge base. The system didn't provide her with a complete set of high school skills, so she decided to look for them herself in the library. To her surprise, she actually found what she was looking for. She discovered that the library's resources are very extensive, even including information about Navy ships. These are highly confidential materials that many countries keep secret, but she was surprised to find them easily in the system's library. She also found some general knowledge about the Navy and information on possible side jobs suitable for the geographic location of Xiaoxi village. Lin Xueqing didn't care whether these materials were useful or not. She simply stored all of them in her mind. Although she couldn't understand many of these materials, she decided to study them while doing bamboo weaving today. After washing up, Lin Xueqing checked the ingredients in the kitchen and decided to take advantage of Lu Mingyuan's day off at home to ask him to go to the county for shopping. She needed to use this shopping trip as an excuse to take out supplies from her space. She also wanted Lu Mingyuan to help clear the farmland outside the yard. Originally, she only planned to grow some vegetables for self-sufficiency. But based on the information she found in the library this morning, she came across a method called greenhouse planting and thought it might be worth trying. Besides that, she also discovered many advanced topics in the library that exceeded her current knowledge, such as aquaculture techniques, salt field farming, and hybrid rice cultivation. According to her current skills in planting level 2 and breeding level 2, she couldn't understand these topics. Lin Xueqing believed that her skill levels were not high enough to access the knowledge in these materials. After cooking the porridge for breakfast, she started practicing the prenatal exercises she found in the library in her yard. Her physical strength needed to improve quickly. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to learn fighting skills and would have to rely on the Lu family for protection in emergencies. When Lu Mingyuan woke up, he instinctively wanted to hold Lin Xueqing in his arms, but he found the space beside him empty. He heard some movement outside, so he put on his clothes and grabbed a basin to wash up. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Xueqing clumsily practicing her exercises in the yard. Watching her twist her body, Lu Mingyuan walked over and asked, "Do you need help?" Lin Xueqing shook her head and awkwardly explained, "This is a prenatal exercise. A woman from our big courtyard taught it to others. She said it helps pregnant women adjust their bodies and prepare for childbirth. I watched it for a while back then and now I remember, so I tried practicing it myself." Lu Mingyuan looked a bit doubtful. "Are you sure it really helps pregnant women? The movements are so big. Won't it hurt you? Maybe you should wait and not practice now. When old Who comes for the checkup this afternoon, you can ask him." Ding, the host has broken through self-limits. Physical Strength 1. Reward. 30,000 skill points. Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up immediately. It seemed this prenatal exercise was quite useful, even effective right away. She quickly replied, "Pregnant women also need to exercise properly every day. That can help with natural delivery. If you're worried, you can ask Old Hu and Dr. Deng today." Lu Mingyuan didn't argue further. He knew Lin Xueqing was learning traditional Chinese medicine from Old Hu now, so she probably had some medical knowledge. Maybe these strange movements really work? After convincing himself, the others in the Lu family gradually got up. After breakfast, the Lu family started a busy day again. Lu Mingyuan arranged for a jeep from the army and took Lin Xueqing to the county. The disaster relief work was almost finished, and sea route transportation had resumed. Even if Lin Xueqing didn't ask to go to the county, Lu Mingyuan planned to go there anyway. Their supplies were running very low. Although they traded some with villagers yesterday, it was still far from enough. Every day, they needed meat and vegetables, but the villagers didn't have enough to share. There was no surplus to exchange with their family. Besides, they needed to buy furniture, kitchenware, and other items. Counting everything, they had quite a few things to buy in the county. The drive to the county was smooth. On the way, they saw a few trucks transporting bricks and cement to Xiaoxi village. Lin Xueqing looked at them and couldn't help asking, once these supplies arrive in the village today, will they be able to start building houses for the villagers right away? Lu Mingyuan shook his head. Those are military trucks. They're heading to the camp, probably to build guard posts. Lin Xueqing has lived in Jing City since she was young. She doesn't know much about the building process, but she is curious. When will the villagers' houses start to be rebuilt? Lu Mingyuan sighed and explained. It will take time. It will probably be at least a year before all the collapsed houses in the village are rebuilt. Lin Xueqing was surprised. Didn't they agree it would take a month? Then we will have to live in a bamboo shed for a year? Lu Mingyuan remembered how last night he and his wife wanted to get closer but couldn't, so he wouldn't really let them stay in a bamboo shed for a whole year. He quickly smiled and said, in the next few days, I will ask the brothers in the team to help. I think we can finish within a month. Building a new yard, from digging the foundation to finishing, should take about a month. Lin Xueqing pressed her lips and immediately adjusted her plan. If that's the case, we won't buy furniture today. Furniture isn't urgent. We can make our own. Let's buy more food first. Your brothers can come help us build the house. We can handle 3 meals a day at our place. Lu Mingyuan pressed his lips and asked, will that be too hard for you? Not at all. After all, Ming Che and Ming Lang can help. All right, I'll go with your plan. When talking about building the house, Lin Xueqing remembered another question. What about the bricks and materials if the villagers want to build houses? In the countryside, bricks are usually made by kiln firing in the village. It takes nearly a month for 1 kiln of bricks. Our house won't use bricks from the village. I have a plan. We will go directly to the county brick factory to buy and deliver them. Originally, their house construction wasn't urgent, but plans changed unexpectedly. What was supposed to be a month-long holiday was now compressed into just 7 days. He had to prioritize the most difficult tasks first. Meanwhile, after several days of dredging work, the farmland in Xiaoxi village was finally repaired, saving just over a third of the crops. The villagers couldn't help but feel worried, fearing they wouldn't have enough grain to pay taxes this year. They thought the end of the year would be even harder. Lu's father, before going to work, arranged for each household to send someone to gather at the village school for a meeting. He first praised everyone's recent work and then explained the military grain supply, reassuring the villagers worried about food. Finally, he publicly spoke about the enemy agents again and praised brothers Chen Feifan and Shen Tuoqiang, urging villagers to stay alert against enemy spies. The story of the enemy agents had already spread among the villagers. After a day of fermentation and the incident where fishermen were injured yesterday, everyone was still scared and uneasy. At this moment, Father Lu brought up the matter again, and someone immediately raised their hand to ask, we are just ordinary villagers, unarmed. How can we fight against enemy spies? Yes, Captain Lu, what should we do about this? Father Lu quickly raised his hand to quiet the restless villagers. Because of our village's special location and the repeated harassment by enemy spies, I have already applied to the military district to set up a lookout near our village to protect us and stop the enemy's plans. Hearing this, the villagers felt relieved. Some led the applause and cheered. Captain Lu's plan is good. Yes, with the help of the army, our safety is assured. A few villagers' eyes showed surprise, and their brows furrowed. But faced with the excited villagers nearby, they had to go along and cheer too. After reassuring the villagers, Father Lu took back half of the grain borrowed from the military district and distributed the other half based on work points. Lu Xiaofang held her share of coarse grain and looked worried again. Yi Ming was weak physically and did a poor job of clearing silt, often distracted by rescuing fallen rice seedlings. But the people calculating work points didn't care about Yi Ming's reasons for slow progress in his area. They only judged based on the final results. Lu Xiaofang wanted to argue, but was stopped by Yi Ming. Thinking about their family of 3 with so little rice, Lu Xiaofang felt worried and wronged. Fortunately, she won a fight yesterday and kept her position as leader of the bamboo weaving group. Otherwise, with Yi Ming's few work points, their family of 3 would starve. The Liu family was treated the same as Ye's. Father Liu did not favor his own people just because he was the team leader. Liu Xiaoning and her mother are capable, but since they are women and not good at farming, and her mother is getting older, they naturally lack strength. The work points they earn are only slightly more than Yiming's. Villagers praise Liu's father for distributing work fairly, saying he is just and honest. Lin Xueqing looks at Liu's mother with a hint of sympathy, understanding her struggles. These men care about face and status, but don't use their power well, which makes people feel anxious. After distributing the grain, Liu's father encourages everyone to stay strong and work together to get through the tough times. He then explains the system of exchanging technical contributions for work points, urging everyone to come up with good ideas to help the village recover. This idea, like the enemy's secret activities, has already spread among the villagers. Many are eager to earn work points using this method. After handling the village's recovery plans, Liu's father talks about the rebuilding project and the upcoming withdrawal of the relief station. Many villagers feel a bit sad about the relief station leaving, but Chen Feifan quickly worries. What about the villagers who are seriously injured and still receiving treatment? They will be moved to the medical shelter next to my house. Old who will stay in the village for 3 months to help the seriously injured recover. Chen Feifan is relieved to hear that Old who will stay. That's great. Old who is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, very skilled. Meanwhile, the personnel office of Jing University in Beijing receives a medical report from the Southern Island Military Hospital. The doctor there says that researcher Liu Mingche, who was treated at their hospital, has suffered both physical and mental trauma and can no longer continue normal research work. Along with the report, Liu's father personally submits a resignation application on behalf of his grandson, requesting to retrieve Liu Mingche's files due to illness. The head of the personnel office at Jing University quickly reports the situation to Wang Dui, the director of the Revolutionary Committee. Wang Dui snorts coldly. He knows Liu's family's plans. Trying to cut Liu Mingche off from the school is impossible. He wants to completely block Liu Mingche's research path and prevent the Liu family from making a comeback. If he can't cut off the connection to the southern island, Liu Mingche can't continue his research projects. In the countryside, continuing scientific research is even more impossible. However, Liu Mingche indeed broke his leg. Several hospitals in Beijing gave the same diagnosis, which was also the reason he previously applied for sick leave and went to the countryside with Liu Xinghua. This reason is reasonable and fair, and he cannot be forced to do otherwise. Wang Dui thought for a moment and then arranged, agree to his long-term sick leave, refuse retirement due to illness. After the personnel department at Beijing University left, Wang Dui picked up the phone and arranged for someone on the other end, send someone to watch Liu Mingche in Xiaoxi village. If he leaves the village, report to me immediately. Soon, the personnel department at Beijing University responded to Grandpa Liu. When Grandpa Liu received the message, his face darkened immediately, and he called Qin Jingming. You guessed right. Those people don't want to let him go. Qin Jingming sighed and said, then let's go with the second plan. Be more patient. Darkness will pass, and light will surely come. The changing situation in Beijing City was still unknown to the Liu family in Xiaoxi village for now. Liu Mingche had nothing to do in the morning, so he was busy writing and copying research materials about the naval propulsion system in his study. When he got tired of copying, he picked up the lesson plans for Lin Xueqing and Lu Minglang and started working on those. He kept switching between tasks, which greatly improved his work efficiency. Meanwhile, Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingyuan also arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative in Dajiang County. Lin Xueqing had many food coupons saved up. Thinking that many people would need to eat in the coming month, she used all her food coupons. Most of the food was for coarse grains, with some seasonings added. She also bought some dried goods and cured meats, and ordered some fresh meat as well. Seeing Lin Xueqing buying so much meat, Lu Mingyuan quickly reminded her, this meat doesn't keep well in the south. But Lin Xueqing shook her head and said, I know. I just want to buy some to make dried meat for you to carry and eat. Lu Mingyuan's heart warmed instantly. I have experience with this. I'll help when I go back. Lin Xueqing nodded and smiled. Of course, I can't do it without you. The clerk at the supply store saw how much Lin Xueqing was buying and thought she was purchasing for a collective unit. He handed her a box of beautifully packaged fruit candies and dried fruit, saying, "Comrade, with the Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon, your organization is buying these gift boxes. Guests will definitely like them." Lin Xueqing looked at the two beautifully packaged gift boxes. She wasn't interested in the candies or dried fruits inside, but was more curious about the plastic film wrapping the outside. She tentatively asked, "This packaging is really nice. Which company made it?" "Of course, it's our Dajiang Sugar Factory's new product. They're very popular." Lin Xueqing's eyes shifted as she politely declined the sales clerk's recommendation. Instead, she asked, "We are from Xiaoxi village. We just went through a flood. The villagers have made some bamboo crafts, including household items and decorations. The quality is very good. Would it be possible to cooperate with your supply and marketing cooperative?" The sales clerk was surprised. He didn't expect her to be from Xiaoxi village. No wonder they came to buy food in bulk. But how could one village need so much? Probably just because they are poor. The clerk quickly smiled and said, "We are all from the same county. Helping each other is natural. Coincidentally, our director is inspecting stores now. I'll ask him." Lu Jipeng, the county supply and marketing director, raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Xueqing with curiosity. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Lin Xueqing smiled. "Since we're here, I thought I'd ask. If we can get a good price, the villagers will be happy, but we didn't bring any woven products from the villagers. How should we discuss this later? We'll just talk normally. I just want to see if it's possible. If yes, we can produce more. If not, we'll think of other ways." Just as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing glasses came out and smiled at Lin Xueqing and Lu Jipeng. "Hello, comrades from Xiaoxi village. I am Lu Jipeng, director of the county supply and marketing cooperative. I've heard about the flood in Xiaoxi village. Helping the villagers recover and produce is our duty. We must support them strongly. I promise that this year, as long as your products meet quality standards, our county supply and marketing cooperative will buy them at first-class prices." Lin Xueqing didn't expect him to be so straightforward and responsible. She replied, "Director Lu, we will definitely report your help to our team leader and recommend you for recognition." Lu Jipeng's smile grew even brighter. He was worried about not getting a promotion, but Xiaoxi village just brought him a great opportunity to earn merit. Although he felt very happy inside, he still modestly said, "Not at all, not at all. When one village faces trouble, others help out. It's our tradition. I just did what I could." Lu Mingyuan then understood and quickly agreed. "We will honestly report the help provided to Xiaoxi village." Lu Jipeng looked at Lu Mingyuan in his military uniform and felt more confident about the situation. The three of them exchanged a few more words, agreed on the next delivery of finished products, and set a date to sign the purchase agreement. Then, Lin Xueqing and her husband prepared to leave. Before leaving, Lin Xueqing asked Lu Jipeng about the location of the county sugar factory. Sugarcane is a crop near their Dajiang county. Lu Jipeng thought they were just eager to find a way out for the village, so he honestly pointed out the exact location. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Mingyuan asked, "Why do you want to go to the sugar factory?" "We don't have much sugarcane on the back hill." "No, I want to ask if they have some plastic film for packaging." Lu Mingyuan was surprised. "What do you need that for?" "To package vegetables." Now Lu Mingyuan was even more confused. How are vegetables and packaging bags related? Although he didn't understand, he trusted Lin Xueqing unconditionally. Without hesitation, he went to the sugar factory based on the address Lu Jipeng gave. When they arrived at the sugar factory, Lin Xueqing, acting as the buyer for Xiaoxi village, easily arranged a meeting with the factory director. She skillfully convinced the director, secured a promise to buy their sugarcane, and also got the factory to agree to provide 10 meters of thin film for packaging the village's products. With time still available, they quickly went to the brick factory to order some bricks. Lu Mingyuan used his connections from the military logistics department to ask them to help arrange bricks from the county factory. The factory director, seeing the military connection and that Lu Mingyuan was a company commander, quickly made things easy and promised to deliver the bricks to Xiaoxi village the next day. Lu Mingyuan hurried to thank him, giving a few packs of cigarettes bought from the supply and marketing cooperative as a token of appreciation. The factory director was very pleased. When they returned to Xiaoxi village, it was already mealtime. Lin Xueqing was not there. Lu Minglang washed rice, and after Lu's mother finished work, she cooked the meal. When Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing entered the house carrying bags, the dinner table was already set with food. Mother Lu quickly waved to them. "Come, wash your hands and eat." She then looked at Lin Xueqing and asked, "You've been out all morning. You must be tired." Lin Xueqing quickly waved her hand and smiled. "We drove there and back, not tired at all." Lu Mingyuan put down the rice and said to Lu Minglang and Lu Zhaoning, "There's still a lot in the car. Hurry up and help us carry it." Mother Lu looked at all the grain and asked, "Why did you buy so much?" Mingyuan explained. He said, "Since his brothers are on vacation, they can help us build the house. Tomorrow, the bricks will be delivered here." Father Lu suddenly remembered and said, "I forgot about this in the morning. These young workers live next to us and it's easy for trouble to happen. We need to quickly tell them to move somewhere else. Then ask Yi Ming and his family whether they want to move to the village or stay here." Lu Mingche asked casually, "Dad, where do you plan to let these young workers move?" "To the village, of course." "Where else?" Lu Mingyuan frowned slightly and said, "Don't arrange anything yet. The camp is about to be shut down. Brother Wang Tao from my unit has some free time during his leave and will come help us build the house. The camp was originally meant to be handed over to the logistics staff who are building the outpost. Maybe we should just let them switch." The camp was built outside a few connected earthen houses, with some bamboo sheds. It was enough to accommodate so many young workers. Even if there were twice as many, the place could still hold them. Father Lu thought for a moment and understood Mingyuan's idea. The young workers' camp was the easiest place for enemies to plant spies or agents, and also the easiest place to accept outsiders. If it was close to the villagers, enemies could easily stir trouble or spread rumors. Since they lived farther away, it would be harder for conflicts to escalate. But the camp was a good distance from them, not near the village or the back mountain. Only open farmland in sight. If any young workers wanted to cause trouble or do secret surveillance, that place would be the worst for them to operate. The camp location is much better than being in the village, but Father Lu still felt uneasy and asked, "Will this affect your standing in the army? What if the logistics team complains?" Lu Mingyuan waved his hand and said, "They won't complain. Right now, they can only stay in bamboo sheds outside the camp. Half of the soldiers in the camp are under Wang Tao, and the other half were already planning to leave Xiaoxi village for leave. This move is just right." As he spoke, Lu Mingyuan immediately put down his work and turned to leave. "I'll handle it now. I'll be back soon." Father Lu knew Lu Mingyuan was reliable, so he also stood up. "I'll go inform the neighboring educated youth." After the father and son finished their work, Lin Xueqing and the others had already organized the items for today's big purchase, just in time for a meal. However, after all the fuss, the food had cooled down a bit. Lin Xueqing picked up some dishes to reheat, but Mother Lu quickly stopped her. "It's still hot in the south at the end of August, and the food is warm enough. No need to bother." Hearing Mother Lu, Father Lu hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and said, "Yes, let's eat quickly. We have to go back to work soon." Lin Xueqing sat down again, eating while recounting her promises to the director of the supply and marketing cooperative and the factory director of the sugar factory to Xiaoxi village. Father Lu immediately smiled happily and said, "Xueqing, you're amazing. Just a trip to the county, and you brought back the village's income increasing projects. In the afternoon, I will tell the villagers this good news during work." Lin Xueqing quickly waved her hand and smiled. "It's not just my achievement. They wanted to use this opportunity to earn credit. After all, this year's floods caused a lot of trouble. Even before we left Beijing, it was already a big topic." Mother Lu disagreed, saying, "If you hadn't thought about increasing the village's income and considered your father's difficulties and spoken up about Xiaoxi village's problems, they wouldn't have taken the initiative." Her words received unanimous agreement from the family, who praised Lin Xueqing for her capability. Lin Xueqing felt a little shy from the praise and thought she must work hard to improve the family's grain storage so as not to hold everyone back. After lunch, Father Lu and Mother Lu, along with Lu Zhaoning, hurriedly went back to work. Lu Mingche did not return to his room as he usually did. Instead, he looked at Lin Xueqing with confusion. Today, his leg didn't hurt when he ate. He was almost sure that if it wasn't Lin Xueqing who cooked the meal, his leg wouldn't have hurt. So, it wasn't a mistake by the city doctor. Clearly, his sister-in-law had added some special ingredients that could improve a person's health. Not only him, but according to the village's work routine, Lu Xiaoning, although healthier than the young workers, still couldn't jump around like he was doing now, full of energy every day. Lin Xueqing was washing dishes, her back turned to Lu Mingche. She didn't realize that her daily act of adding nutritional fluid had already been noticed. She was thinking about the greenhouse planting project and also found that plastic film could be used to build fish ponds. Since their family couldn't go out fishing, it would be better if Lu Mingyuan dug a fish pond for her, so they could raise fish instead. But if she did that, the amount of plastic film she had today wouldn't be enough. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xueqing asked Lu Mingyuan, who was helping chop firewood nearby, should we also prepare to move the medical station? Lu Mingyuan nodded and asked why. Are they going to take away the waterproof tarps outside the medical shed? Do you want them? I can ask. Lu Mingche listened with some confusion and asked, what are those waterproof tarps for, sister-in-law? Lin Xueqing giggled. I want to use them to raise fish. Hearing this, the brothers from the Lu family were all confused. Lu Mingling, who was organizing firewood, looked curious and asked, does that mean we won't need to go out to sea to fish after we raise fish? Lin Xueqing nodded. Yes, and our family also needs more fish to get enough protein. Lu Mingling asked suspiciously, what is protein? Only fish have it? Meat, eggs, and milk all contain high-quality protein that our bodies need. Protein helps us stay healthy. You'll grow taller, and the baby will be smarter. No wonder Grandpa often told us to eat more meat. Lu Mingche couldn't help but smile when he heard this. His grandpa probably just told them to eat more meat because it tastes better. With this distraction, Lu Mingche stopped worrying about what Lin Xueqing had given him to eat. Anyway, after eating it, his leg got better, and his family was healthier. Lu Mingyuan immediately understood and asked, so pregnant women also need to eat more fish? Lu Mingche continued, yes, according to nutrition experts, fish has higher quality protein than meat. Eating more fish is good for health. At this moment, Lu Mingyuan remembered the trouble he had when buying meat today. If the family could raise fish, they wouldn't have to go to the county often to buy meat, and they wouldn't worry about the meat being fresh. Thinking this way, he quickly put down the axe he was using to chop firewood and said to Lin Xueqing, I'll go ask Director Zhou for some. Anyway, their tent is going to be abandoned. In the afternoon, I'll also ask House Xiaoman to come and help us dig a fish pond. Lin Xueqing nodded and said, okay, after I finish weaving bamboo in the afternoon, I'll come join you. Lu Mingyuan smiled and gently tapped her forehead, saying, no need. After you finish your work this afternoon, you can be the main coordinator. Do whatever you think is best. Just as he finished speaking, there was noise outside, showing that villagers from the bamboo weaving group had already arrived one after another. The work of clearing the silt was almost done. Now, fewer bamboo rakes were needed. Lin Xueqing decided to teach the villagers to make some new items today. They also needed to make some furniture for their home. Thinking this, she slowly walked outside the bamboo shed. Lu Xiaofeng was still very active today, mainly because she was discouraged after the grain distribution this morning. She felt that her family still needed her to support them. Her husband was just a person who only did random research and was a burden. Li Dajian and Wang Shunzi learned that they would actually earn work points and regretted not coming on the first day. They felt they had missed a big opportunity. Today's village meeting in Xiaoxi village was not in vain. The villagers who came to do bamboo weaving were full of energy and much more enthusiastic about Lin Xueqing. They started greeting her actively. Someone took the opportunity to ask, our village's silk clearing work should be finished in a day or two, right? After that, will our bamboo weaving group also be disbanded? Lin Xueqing quickly shook her head and said, no, we'll still make other products like bamboo baskets, dustpans, fish traps, and so on. In addition to bamboo weaving, we can also make bamboo furniture such as tables, chairs, tea tables, cabinets, and more. Lu Xiaofeng was suddenly surprised and her pupils shrank in confusion, asking, you can do these too. Are you willing to teach us? Lin Xueqing nodded confidently. Yes, I can teach everyone these skills. Aunt Li pouted, wanting to say something sarcastic, but in the end, she held back. In her opinion, Lin Xueqing was overestimating herself. She only knew a few bamboo weaving techniques and thought she was very talented. She was worried she might end up wasting her effort. In this area, every family within 10 miles knew how to make a few bamboo baskets or basins. Unless the bamboo rake was specially designed for cleaning mud, with her skills, she wouldn't be the leader of this bamboo weaving group. Compared to Lin Xueqing's excitement, other villagers felt a bit disappointed. Someone said openly, "Comrade Lin, we already know how to make bamboo tables and chairs.
You don't need to teach us that.
Just teach us how to do some bamboo weaving." Lin Xueqing guessed that these villagers could also make simple bamboo items. Even though they had just moved to Xiaoxi village, they had already made some tables and chairs on their own. She quickly smiled and explained, "What we're making isn't just for everyday use. It has to meet certain standards: strong, good-looking, and durable." She paused for a moment and continued, "Our finished products, besides being used in the village, are mainly for sale to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The county Supply and Marketing Cooperative has promised us that as long as our bamboo products meet quality standards, they will buy them." Hearing this, the villagers immediately became excited. One sister-in-law asked in surprise, "You mean our products can actually be sold? Not just secretly sold at the market, but the Supply and Marketing Cooperative will buy them?" Lin Xueqing nodded firmly and emphasized again, "The key is that our finished products must be of good quality. We can't ruin the reputation of Xiaoxi village." Now the villagers understood clearly and nodded in agreement. Of course. If we're selling to others, the quality must be good. Comrade Lin, don't worry. We'll follow your lead and work hard. While the villagers were enthusiastic, Lin Xueqing planned to start with simple finished products. After everyone completed the bamboo rake today, they would begin making fish baskets. Most importantly, she needed to set a standard for the fish baskets. Since they were going to sell to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the fish baskets couldn't be of uneven shapes or sizes. They had to be uniform and consistent. Many families in the village make fish traps when they go fishing, but some families mainly focus on farming and do not. Lin Xueqing demonstrated how to make a standard fish trap so villagers could teach each other. When they learned that the finished products could be sold to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, everyone paid close attention. Many villagers, who are generous and willing to help, actively taught those who struggled. Li Guizhi cast a somewhat resentful glance at Lin Xueqing. She felt that as long as Lin Xueqing was around, her bamboo weaving skills might become useless in the village. In the past, many fishermen who went out to sea for fishing asked her to weave fish traps. Now that everyone has learned, those fishermen no longer need her. Aunt Jiang, whose house was destroyed by the flood, was very grateful. At least, weaving more fish traps could help support her family and also teach her a new skill. Most villagers shared Aunt Jiang's view. They felt grateful that Lin Xueqing was teaching for free and helping them earn work points. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan smoothly asked Zhou Fuxing about the progress of waterproof cloth. As he expected, the waterproof cloth from the medical shed, once taken back to the military area, was also planned to be discarded. Seeing that Lu Mingyuan needed it, Zhou Fuxing gave it to him without hesitation, saving space in their vehicle. The logistics staff, who moved to live at the Educated Youth site, had no complaints. For them, living in earthen houses or bamboo sheds was not much different, and it was only for a month or two. Once the outpost was built, they would return to the military camp. Additionally, the bamboo sheds at the Educated Youth site were closer to the planned outpost, and the Lu family had already built a water channel, making daily life more convenient. Although the camp had a water source, downstream creek water, it was naturally less clean than the water drawn from mountain streams by the Lu family. The Educated Youth responsible for clearing silt in the fields were also happy. The camp had tiled roofs, and the space was much wider than the small bamboo huts separated by bamboo boards. If no new arrivals came, 2 or 3 people could share a room. Wu Li was the happiest. She finally didn't have to face the annoying Su Yao or share a room with her anymore. Wang Tao was also very excited. After receiving news from Lu's father, he subtly made a comment. He said that he had actively fought for the camp's housing for everyone, and the educated youth expressed their gratitude. He seemed much more capable than Guijishing, at least working to improve the benefits for their youth commune. Wang Tao's little plan was noticed by Lu Fu, who was patrolling the fields, but he didn't mind Wang Tao's clever trick. He took it as a small favor and thought it might help him control Wang Tao later. Guijishing was naturally very unhappy. He moved to a spot in the camp that was neither near the Lu family nor the village, with open space around. He wanted to leave the youth commune alone to send a message, but it was easy for the other young people inside to see him, not to mention the nearby patrol guards. He tried to object, saying, "But if we ask to build a youth camp here, we might get new houses in the future." Guijishing's suggestion was quickly rejected. His usual follower, Zhang Jiamin, was the first to speak up against him. Who still cares about new houses? We have better living conditions now. Why are some people still picky? Others quickly agreed, saying, "That's right. I never want to stay in that bamboo shed again." Hearing the young people's reactions, Lu Fu was very pleased and went to check the nearby fields. Time passed quickly, and by around 5 p.m., the bamboo weaving group was finishing up. Lu Mingyuan had already prepared the farmland in the backyard and went up the mountain to cut more bamboo, also digging some bamboo shoots. Inside the medical tent next door, some patients who had recovered were sent home, only needing regular visits for dressing changes and checkups. Meanwhile, some patients left and new ones arrived, mostly those staying at the camp's medical station for observation. Among these patients was Chen Tuoqiang. When Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingyuan brought Lu Mingche for a checkup, they saw Chen Tuoqiang lying on a bed, chatting with an uncle beside him. Chen Tuoqiang saw Lin Xueqing and her group and quickly greeted them. Lin Xueqing looked at Chen Tuoqiang's condition and saw he was recovering well. Chen Tuoqiang scratched his head shyly and smiled at Lin Xueqing, saying, "Comrade Lin, I heard you saved me. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. From now on, you are my lifesaver." Lin Xueqing was startled by his exaggerated words and quickly waved her hands, saying, "Oh, it was just a little help. You should thank Director Zhou and Dr. Deng. No, Director Zhou said it was thanks to your first aid that I was able to save a life. From now on, if there's anything I can do to help, I will do my best without hesitation." Lin Xueqing wanted to keep talking, but Lu Mingyuan patted her shoulder and smiled at Chen Tuoqiang. "Comrade Chen, you're being too modest. Xueqing just did what a doctor should do. You also helped me and our village a lot. No need to thank each other." Other patients listened and nodded in agreement. The uncle who had been chatting with Chen Tuoqiang earlier also smiled at Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingyuan. "You saved Tuoqiang and helped our village fight the disaster and save grain. The Chen family recognizes your kindness." Lu Mingyuan and his wife exchanged polite greetings. After the greetings, Lin Xueqing learned more about the uncle who treated the broken leg. His name is Chen Xiai. He is the uncle of Chen Feifan, and he is also the head of the Chen family in Xiaoxi village. Xiaoxi village is mainly inhabited by the Chen and Li families, with some other smaller families from nearby villages. But the Chen and Li families have been in Xiaoxi village since their ancestors moved south long ago. Their family records go back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up. She thought she must visit the ancestral halls of these two families someday. Maybe she could gain some valuable skills. Just as they were chatting happily, Old, whose voice suddenly sounded behind them. "What are you talking about? Everyone is having such a good time." Lin Xueqing quickly turned around and saw Old, who slowly walking into the medical tent. Seeing that Old, who was alone, Lin Xueqing felt a bit puzzled and asked. Dingman also went back with Director Zhou and the others. Old, who waved his hand dismissively and replied casually, "That girl looks like she can't handle hardship. She's probably reached her limit after half a month here." Lin Xueqing understood. The hardships in this village are indeed tough for most people. Earlier, Li Wen also couldn't handle the night shifts and left her post, which led to a complaint from Zhou Fuxing. Ding Min didn't want to take on this mess either, which is understandable. But if that's the case, the medical tent is a bit short-staffed. After Director Zhou and the others left, Only Old, Hu, and 2 nurses remained in the tent to change bandages and distribute medicine. It seems Director Zhou also included her in the plan, which made Lin Xueqing feel a bit amused. Old, Hu seemed to notice Lin Xueqing's worry and quickly tested the waters. Xueqing, since you are now learning traditional Chinese medicine with me every day and know some first aid skills, why not take the exam to become a Barefoot doctor? In the future, if you have the chance, you could transfer into the medical system. Seeing Lin Xueqing was already being pushed into this, she could only nod and agree. All right, I'll take the exam. Seeing that Lin Xueqing didn't refuse, Old, Hu relaxed and immediately started today's follow-up treatment. He asked Lu Mingche to lie on the bed and began the daily massage and muscle release. Maybe it was Lu Mingche's illusion, but he felt that today's massage was more painful than usual. Old, Hu also felt puzzled. During the massage, he noticed Lu Mingche's blocked meridians were harder than usual, making the massage more difficult. After the massage, Old, Hu advised Lin Xueqing to continue acupuncture treatment at night, at least for a month, and then review the results before adjusting the treatment plan. After finishing Lu Mingche's treatment, Lu Mingyuan, feeling uneasy, asked about precautions for pregnant women and also reminded Lin Xueqing about her morning exercises. Old, Hu immediately gave Lin Xueqing a thumbs up and reassured Lu Mingyuan. Xueqing is right. Pregnant women need proper exercise during pregnancy, so childbirth is less likely to be difficult. Also, from both traditional Chinese and Western medicine perspectives, eating more fish is very good for both the mother and the baby. Lu Mingyuan felt reassured after Old, Hu's reassurance. Some patients overheard Old, Hu's words and couldn't help asking, "Then why does my wife feel like vomiting whenever she smells fishy during pregnancy?" Yes, I've only heard that pregnant women should eat more eggs, but fish is even easier to find. Just catch it from the sea. Hearing the lively discussion, Old, Hu waved his hand and shared some nutritional knowledge with everyone. Lin Xueqing thought it was reasonable that Old, Hu is so respected. Not every doctor is willing to share medical knowledge with patients. Some prefer to hide their skills to show off their expertise. After listening to Old, Hu's advice on nutrition for pregnant women, Lu Mingyuan pushed Lu Mingche home to rest, planning to act immediately and help Lin Xueqing dig a fish pond. After the Lu brothers left, Old, Hu continued to bring Lin Xueqing to check on patients. Today, she also had to write follow-up notes for each patient. Perhaps because she had learned first-level calligraphy from the Su family, Lin Xueqing's notes were quick, accurate, and neat. This made Old, Hu even more pleased. Originally, he had heard that Lin Xueqing only had elementary school education, so he was worried she might not remember everything. But she handled it easily. Old, Hu remembered Lin Xueqing's recent performance and thought she didn't seem like someone with only elementary school knowledge. He couldn't help asking, "Did you study further after elementary school?" Lin Xueqing nodded calmly and replied, "Yes, I taught myself middle school lessons. Mingzhi also helps me at home." Old, Hu suddenly understood. With Lu Mingzhi as her teacher, no wonder she learned quickly and wrote well. Looking closer, her handwriting showed a good foundation in Su family calligraphy. She probably practiced a lot at home. After finishing her follow-up work, Lin Xueqing was about to go home and cook dinner. As she left the medical tent, she saw Lu Mingyuan and a few soldiers in uniform digging a hole in the yard. She recognized 2 of them, Hao Xiaomin and Tion Shing. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried over, asking Mingyuan, "Are you digging a fish pond for our family?" "Yes, hurry up and finish it so we can raise fish," he replied. His wife would be happy to have fish to eat. Lu Mingyuan looked at his brothers, but didn't dare say the last words aloud. The other soldiers saw Lin Xueqing and immediately stopped what they were doing, greeting her. "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin Xueqing nodded shyly and smiled. "Hello, everyone. Thanks for your hard work. Would you like to have a simple meal at our place tonight?" Tion Shing grinned widely and said without hesitation, "That would be great, sister-in-law." Hao Xiaomin glared at him, but said nothing. No wonder he was just a little soldier. He quickly smiled and said, "No need to trouble, sister-in-law. The kitchen team hasn't left yet. We'll go back to the camp first. If we need anything later, we'll ask for your help." Tion Shing pouted but followed Hao Xiaomin's words, replying, "Yes, We'll just eat at the camp tonight and won't trouble sister-in-law anymore. Lin Xueqing didn't expect Tion Shing to be such a food lover and immediately advised, "Listen, sister-in-law, let's have dinner at our place today. I and Mingyuan went to the county to buy meat just now, and we can use it to entertain everyone." Lu Mingyuan scratched his head and quickly smiled, saying, "Then everyone shouldn't bother anymore. Let's finish up this fish pond quickly and have a good meal tonight." The commander spoke, and Tion Shing's eyes lit up. "Then we won't be polite." Hao Xiaoman also couldn't say anything more and smiled, saying, "That would be a big help, sister-in-law." Lu Mingyuan climbed out of the pit and asked Lin Xueqing, "Xueqing, do you think we need to dig this hole bigger?" Lin Xueqing quickly shook her head. "No need to make it too big. Let's first test if this fish-raising plan works. The pond should be big enough to cover a waterproof cloth around the edges. Also, the bottom of the pond should be deep on one side and shallow on the other." Lu Mingche's leg had recovered from the pain, and hearing the noise outside, he pushed his wheelchair over. When he arrived outside the bamboo shed, he just heard Lin Xueqing's words and was surprised on his face. In the village, very few people build fish ponds. One reason is that this place is near the harbor, so there's no need to raise fish themselves. Fishing outside is enough. Another reason is that raising fish is very troublesome. The water in the pond isn't fresh water. It needs regular addition of new water to replace the old, or the fish will die easily. The same piece of land, unless hit by a natural disaster, can be used to grow rice and usually yield a harvest. But for raising fish, if you're not careful, all the fish could die, and the risk is high. Chen Feifan, who came to deliver food to Qin Tuxiang, also heard Lin Xueqing's words. He looked surprised and came over to advise, "Oh, you're planning to dig a fish pond on this land? Raising fish isn't worth it. It's easy for them to die. You might as well use it for farming. Raising fish is a waste." He then whispered to Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingyuan, "Aren't you trying to set up a feng shui formation, facing the mountain and water? But your orientation is wrong. The water should be toward the east. Facing west isn't good." Before Chen Feifan finished speaking, Lu Mingyuan quickly interrupted him. "Comrade Chen, superstitions are not good. Our family just doesn't have anyone who can go to sea, so we want to make a fish pond, just to raise some fish." Chen Feifan also thought so. Although wind and water are not popular in the north, he believed there was some truth in what the ancestors said. He advised, "It's more comfortable to face east. Also, your fish pond is right by the door. If there are dead fish, it's not lucky. It's better to change the fish regularly." Lin Xueqing couldn't help but laugh and quickly changed the subject. "Comrade Chen, could you help ask some familiar fishermen to bring back some fish fry when they go fishing tomorrow?" Chen Feifan quickly waved his hand and said, "Of course, my second uncle goes out to sea every day. I'll ask him tonight." Then he turned to Tion Shing and the others, who were measuring the pond with waterproof cloth, and asked, "Isn't this the cloth from the medical tent? Why are you putting it in the fish pond? Won't it bring germs to the fish?" Lin Xueqing smiled and explained, "No, Director Zhou disinfected it before giving it to us." Chen Feifan still looked confused. "Then what's the point of putting this cloth in the pond? It's waterproof, making it easier to clean the pond later." Chen Feifan shook his head vigorously. It seemed like they were making trouble for no reason. If they wanted to clean the pond, they could just drain the water directly. He guessed that people from the north, lacking experience in fish farming, were just messing around. But never mind. Sister Lin was so enthusiastic about digging this pit, so he decided not to spoil her fun. After nodding, he picked up his lunchbox and went into the medical tent. At this moment, Lu Mingche asked another question. Why build the bottom of the fish pond with one high and one low area? Lin Xueqing's eyes flickered. She was a bit afraid of her second uncle's sharp mind. He was too perceptive. She couldn't say she learned it from library materials. And from Chen Feifan's words earlier, it seemed the local people didn't usually raise fish this way. She was anxious inside but pretended to be calm. After thinking for a moment, she finally came up with a relatively reasonable explanation. It's to let the fish bask in the sun. I remember from chemistry class that fish need to breathe in water too. This way, fish that prefer shallow water and those that like deep water both have space to move. That's what I thought. Anyway, it's just an experiment. Maybe it will work. Lu Mingche's eyes lit up even more. This method would indeed increase oxygen in the shallow areas, making him happy. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Applying what you know. This is a good idea. Lu Mingyuan listened nearby and thought his wife was very impressive. He proudly said, "Of course, she's your sister-in-law, so she must be amazing." Lu Mingche couldn't stand his brother showing off. Suddenly, he asked slowly, "If fishermen send us sea fish, can we raise them in our pond?" This made Lu Mingyuan a bit stuck. From what he knew about his younger brother, his tone and way of speaking definitely had a trap. When they were kids, the brothers argued and played rough. Their grandfather noticed that although Lu Mingche couldn't beat him in fights, he always won arguments. This made him realize that his brother might not be mentally normal, because Lu Mingche always ranked first in their grade every year. Not that he was super smart, but he was definitely above his peers. Even though Lu Mingche was 2 years younger, he could still argue logically and convincingly. That's when the family started to notice something was off. As a child, whenever Lu Mingche set a trap with his words, it was like the tone he used now. Lu Mingyuan also knew that fish from the sea were different from river fish, with different salt levels in the water. But whether he answered yes or no, Lu Mingche would catch him out. If he said yes, he could raise them, he'd be laughed at for not knowing such a simple thing. If he said no, he'd be asked how to raise them, but how would he know? If he said he didn't know, his brother would still mock him. He'd lose face in front of his brother, and also embarrass himself in front of his wife. Maybe his wife would even think he wasn't smart enough. Thinking of this, Lu Mingyuan felt frustrated. He itched to hit his brother. Lin Xueqing was also thinking about this problem. After a moment of reflection, she replied, "It's actually possible to raise them. Just add salt to the water to simulate seawater so the sea fish can adapt. But doing that costs a lot and is risky, so it's not very practical." Lu Mingche was stunned. He just wanted to tease his brother about his careless bragging, but he didn't expect his wife to seriously consider the problem. He dug a hole for himself and had to seriously think about the answer. He hadn't had time to think carefully when Lin Xueqing started talking to herself. "Actually, we just want to raise fish so we can eat fresh fish. If pond farming isn't practical, is there another way to keep sea fish fresh?" Lu Mingche followed her train of thought and replied slowly, "If we want to keep fish fresh, using ice can work, but since we're in the south, ice preservation is quite expensive." Then, Lu Mingche's idea took a different turn and he murmured, "Salt lowers the freezing point of water. Mixing salt with crushed ice and making an insulated box could help, although it can't guarantee all fish stay fresh, bringing back a small amount to taste as possible." Lu Mingyuan understood that his wife wanted fresh fish. Besides fish from the pond, she also wanted to try seafood. Seafood needs ice to stay fresh. Salt helps cool the ice, and for longer storage, a saltwater and insulated box are needed. He remembered this plan clearly. Since his current task was to go to sea, he could take the chance to gather some seafood to satisfy his wife's wish. Lin Xueqing nodded silently, making a mental note to look up seafood preservation methods at the library tonight. Improving fishing income mainly involves better quality or higher yield. Besides seafood preservation, she also needed to find out how to increase the catch from the sea. After all, each fishing trip is risky. If they can get a bigger return each time, the fishermen in their village could become wealthier. With this plan in mind, Lin Xueqing thought about the work ahead and smiled at the two Lu brothers. "The fish pond is now your responsibility. I'll go back to cook dinner. We're having meat tonight." Tion Shing had just dug mud out of the hole when he heard her words. His eyes lit up immediately, and he saluted her. "Sister-in-law, as long as there's meat, I promise to complete the task." Lu Mingyuan immediately rubbed his forehead. How could his subordinate be so silly? He couldn't help but kick him and said with a laugh, "Hurry up then." Lin Xueqing burst into laughter at their antics and called out to Tion Shing and the others, "Make sure there's meat to eat." She truly wanted to thank Tion Shing. He had helped their family a lot recently. When he first arrived, it was he who helped chop the bamboo. Later, while patrolling nearby, he also helped with various small chores around their home. There is also House Xiaoman, who doesn't talk much but is quick-witted. He is Lu Mingyuan's advisor. As Lu Mingyuan advances further in the military, he will need the help of these brothers. Fortunately, she bought plenty of meat when she was in Beijing and stored it in her space. Today, she doesn't have to worry about running out of meat for the guests. She also needs to make more dried meat. When Lu Mingyuan goes on missions and leads a team, he will need to share some with his team members. She doesn't know if he will often go on missions in the future, but she plans to prepare more dry food at home so that it's ready whenever he needs to leave. However, this means there might not be enough meat. Today, Old Hu is right. Fish is also very nutritious. It's easier to prepare fish than pork or beef here, so she needs to think of ways to turn fish into dried food. While planning, Lin Xueqing was cooking rice in the kitchen. Their family has 7 members, plus 5 of Lu Mingyuan's brothers, making a total of 12 people. They need to cook more rice, and for meat, they can make sweet and sour pork and some northern hometown dishes. She noticed that Tion Shing and the others all spoke with a Beijing accent, probably because they moved there with Lu Mingyuan. They would likely enjoy making Beijing-style dishes, such as shredded pork in Beijing sauce, stir-fried tenderloin, and crispy meatballs. That makes 4 main dishes. They can also fry bok choy and rapeseed in pork lard, and prepare a simple dish like stewed potatoes and a refreshing cucumber salad. Finally, they can cook a summer squash soup to cool down. 8 dishes and 1 soup, enough for everyone. After planning everything, Lin Xueqing started preparing the side dishes. When Lu's father, Lu's mother, and Lu Zhaoning returned, the fish pond outside had just been dug and covered with waterproof cloth. They were setting up bamboo pipes to bring water from the backyard to the front yard. Seeing the big changes in the front and backyards, they were very curious. Learning that the front yard would have a fish pond and the backyard would be turned into farmland, Lu's father felt a strange sense of returning to a peaceful rural life. He imagined a future of leisure, like the poem, "Dogs bark in the deep alley, chickens crow on the mulberry trees." The courtyard is free of dust and chaos, and the empty room has plenty of leisure. He sighed softly to Lu's mother. "Dear wife, life in the countryside is pretty good now. We can enjoy a life like Tao Yuanming's." Mother Lu was not interested in his idle talk. She quickly glared at him and pulled him back to reality. "Why don't you go lend a hand? Can't you see everyone is busy? Your daughter-in-law is probably busy in the backyard. I need to go help with cooking." Father Lu had to walk quickly toward Lu Mingyuan, muttering, "Living like a saint isn't easy either." When Mother Lu and Zhaoning arrived in the backyard, they indeed saw Lin Xueqing busy at work. Just as they entered, before they could even have a sip of water, Lu Minglang's excited voice came from the foot of the mountain. Sister-in-law, I caught it. I caught it." Lin Xueqing hurried out of the backyard and saw from afar that Lu Minglang was holding a wild chicken. "Minglang, you're amazing. Looks like we can add some dishes tonight." Originally, Lin Xueqing thought the family only had pork dishes, which were a bit plain. Now that Minglang had caught a wild chicken, she decisively changed the dinner from sweet and sour pork to mushroom braised chicken. Lu Minglang, happy to be praised, smiled even more brightly. Although working in the countryside was much more tiring than in Beijing, Minglang felt that life in Xiaoxi village was more interesting right now. In Beijing, he was just a nobody in the family. Everyone was busy every day, and he hardly talked to his family. But here, even though his family was busy, he felt more useful. He could chop firewood, go hunting, and contribute to the family. His family needed him. He was no longer just a kid living with the Lu family in Beijing. Lin Xueqing didn't realize that Minglang was feeling a sense of life achievement after successfully catching a wild chicken. She instinctively used her optimistic skill and patted Minglang's little head, smiling. "It seems Minglang's shooting skills have improved again. After your sister-in-law has the baby, I'll let you take her hunting." Hearing the praise, Minglang's smile grew even brighter. He looked up, pounded his chest, and said, "Sister-in-law doesn't need to go hunting. I can catch many animals to take care of you and the baby." Mother Lu also came out after hearing the noise. She happened to overhear Minglang's words and immediately gave him a thumbs up, praising, "Minglang, you're amazing." Lin Xueqing was also touched by his innocent words. She gently rubbed his head and smiled. "Safety must come first. We can't rush into things." Our family still has some food, so we can hunt as we go. If Jingming catches something, we'll have extra to eat. If not, it's okay. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I understand. Soon, everyone entered the kitchen through the back door. Lu Xiaoning was drinking water eagerly from a cup. Seeing Lu Mingling holding a wild chicken, he exclaimed, Mingling, did you catch this? Lu Mingling looked a little shy and nodded hesitantly. Today, I was just lucky. Lu Xiaoning immediately reached out and hugged him, smiling. You're impressive, huh? Want to try to catch up with your sister? Maybe tonight. We can have a contest. Lu Mingling was happy to see Lu Xiaoning not angry and willing to play with him. He grinned. Okay. The loser will wash the dishes. You're going to wash the dishes tonight. Seeing the two joking around, Lin Xueqing and Mother Lu also burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Yiming and his family were at home, eating and talking about their housing plans. This afternoon, when they went to work, Father Lu took a moment to suggest that their family move with the youth team to the old military barracks, where they used to stay. But he felt they were comfortable where they were and didn't want to move. Yiming shared his thoughts and explained the situation. Lu Xiaofang was furious and shouted, Such a good opportunity. Why didn't you agree right away? But this place is close to the Lu family, the medical shed, and the back mountain. It's very convenient. You said you wanted to learn bamboo weaving from Comrade Lin. Being close helps build a relationship. If we move far away, it'll be harder. Lu Xiaofang thought about it and agreed, but she was also worried. But the bamboo shed is too simple. We can't stay there forever. Yiming pressed his lips and replied, The village should arrange for the men to help rebuild the house in turns. My household registration and connections have already been transferred to Xiaoxi village. According to the rules, the village should give us a plot of land to build a house. Lu Xiaofang felt her head hurt even more. We are outsiders, and there are so many dangerous houses in the village that need rebuilding. When it's our turn, who knows when that will be? She paused, then turned her eyes and asked, Do you think Lu's family asked those soldiers to help build their house? Maybe they could also help us rebuild ours at the same time. Yiming looked at her silently. That's impossible. They are helping as friends and brothers, not the army. We are just neighbors of the Lu family. They wouldn't help us. Thinking about this, Yiming secretly blamed himself. If Lu Xiaofang hadn't defended the Lu family on the train, maybe their relationship would be better now. Lu Xiaofang sighed and thought about it. She agreed with him and said helplessly, What do you suggest? Anyway, Xiao Bao, and I don't want to live in a bamboo shed forever. Maybe we should live with the educated youths. At least it's better than a bamboo shed, with a roof over our heads. Yiming was firm. They can't leave near the Lu family. They must stay close to the Lu family. Lu Xiaofang thought about how she had earned work points by relying on Lin Xueqing and then looked at Yiming's very few points. She sighed. Living a little worse is fine. At least with work points, we can eat. Yiming didn't like Lu Xiaofang's tone and seemed helpless. But he knew her temper, so he said nothing and just ate quietly. Meanwhile, after Lu Mingyuan and his team worked efficiently, the fish pond in front of the yard was finished. They used bricks to level the bottom and laid waterproof cloth inside, covering the entire pond. After fixing the waterproof cloth, Lu Mingyuan set up some supports and used bamboo pipes to divert water from the mountain stream directly into the pond. Once everything was ready, Lu Mingyuan called everyone to come inside for dinner. Tion Shing heard this and happily put down his shovel, quickly heading toward the house. Seeing Tion Shing so eager to eat, Lu Mingyuan patted his shoulder and joked, Come on, try my wife's cooking. It'll give you a good comparison when you find a wife later. Zhang Xing didn't understand Lu Mingyuan's modest bragging at all. Instead, he looked serious and asked, That won't do. I can't follow my sister-in-law's example. I want to marry someone who suits my taste and can handle spicy food. Southern girls are pretty, but our tastes don't match. It's so hard. Captain, maybe you can ask your sister-in-law to help me keep an eye out. Lu Mingyuan was speechless. Was he telling him this to find him a wife? Or to show off that his wife was a great cook? Hao Xiaomin overheard their conversation and couldn't help but shake his shoulders, trying not to laugh. These two were talking completely past each other, like chickens talking to ducks. Lu Mingyuan glanced at Hao Xiaomin and snorted coldly. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Don't worry about bursting your stomach. Hao Xiaoman quickly shook his head. Not daring, not daring. What if you get angry later? He then asked carefully, is your sister-in-law really that good at cooking? Finally, Lu Mingyuan felt happy and proud. Of course. My sister-in-law's skills are really good. You guys are in for a treat tonight. Lu's father, who was forced to help, couldn't help but kick his son. Is it appropriate to brag about his wife in front of outsiders? He also wanted to brag about his wife, but recently, she had to learn some cooking from his daughter-in-law, so there was nothing to boast about. Thinking of this, Lu's father sighed quietly. He felt he was somewhat unfair to his wife. Since marrying him, his wife had been spoiled by him. In the past, she didn't even have to do housework. He comforted himself, thinking that as a father, he knew better how to pamper his wife. His children should learn from him. Lu Mingyuan saw his father's resentful expression and felt even happier. Dad, do you think I married a good wife? But even if you're jealous, it doesn't matter. My wife is mine. Lu's father couldn't hold back anymore. He slapped the back of Lu Mingyuan's head and snorted. Do you dare let your mom hear what you just said? Lu Mingyuan immediately stepped forward with a smile, dodging his father's next move, and quickly said, not daring, not daring. Several members of the Tion family were momentarily stunned. They didn't expect their family commander to be so playful and warm when alone with his family, which was very different from his cold and strict appearance during training days. Lu's mother heard the noise of Lu Mingyuan and others playing from afar and quickly smiled, asking, what are you talking about? You seem so happy. Lu Mingyuan's smile immediately faded. He waved his hand and said, we're just playing around, nothing special. Lu's mother looked a bit suspicious but didn't say anything. Instead, she ordered, go to the villager's house and borrow some chairs. We don't have enough here. Lu Mingyuan nodded. What about the table? No need for a new table. We'll just put together the kitchen counter. It will be enough. Lu Mingyuan understood and took Tion Shing with him to borrow the chairs. Lu's father, along with Hao Xiaoman and others, went inside the house. Suddenly, Lu's father thought that since the educated youth had all moved away, he should set up a small living room in the bamboo shed for conversations. Otherwise, every time he wanted to talk about something, he would have to bring people into the kitchen. Fortunately, Hao Xiaoman and the others were familiar with the family. Seeing that Lu Mingyuan hadn't returned yet, they helped chop bamboo in the backyard without hesitation. They had already been there this afternoon helping to till the vegetable garden. Lin Xueqing was also busy. She needed to work late into the night making bamboo crafts and simple furniture for Lu's father to use as samples for the upcoming contract with the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Mingyuan and Tion Shing quickly returned with 2 or 3 chairs each. Lin Xueqing found a long piece of cloth from her space and spread it over the assembled table, turning it into a large table. Lu Mingyuan was a bit confused. When did the family have such a big piece of cloth? He soon realized that Lin Xueqing probably bought it before going to the countryside, intending to make clothes for the children. When he had free time, he planned to buy her a new piece from the county. Although using this cloth made the table look a bit wasteful, it instantly looked much better. The rest of the Lu family shared the same idea. They quickly stopped worrying about where the cloth came from and helped serve dishes and set the table for the guests. Soon, the table was filled with 8 dishes and 1 soup. Tion Shing and the others were amazed. They had never had such a rich meal during the New Year. Tion Shing was so surprised that he was stunned. Worried that his greed might cause the Lu family to spend too much, he stammered and asked, Sister-in-law, you didn't cook so much because I said I wanted to eat meat this afternoon, did you? Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, no, it's just my way of thanking you all for helping us these days and for supporting Mingyuan at work. I made some small dishes. Worried they might feel embarrassed, she added, don't be shy, eat more later. Mother Lu felt a strange sense of relief. She noticed that since they planned to move to the countryside, her daughter-in-law had really improved a lot. Her words sounded more confident now, showing some of the manners of a host. She no longer acted as timid and obedient as before. Father Lu also hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and said to everyone, don't be polite, try my daughter-in-law's cooking. Mingyuan glanced at his father, wondering why he was stealing his line, so he picked up a cup and said to Tion Shing and the others, Let's toast with tea to thank you all for your help these days. Later, when we build our house, we'll need everyone's help. How Xiaomin and the others quickly raised their cups and clinked them with Mingyuan's. How Xiaomin even smiled and said, "We're brothers who have been through thick and thin together. We don't need to say these polite words. Just say the word, and as long as it's not illegal, we'll follow Brother Yuan and do it." Tion Shing and the others also quickly raised their cups in agreement. Comrade Hao is right. Wherever the commander points, we go. After some polite talk, Father Lu led everyone to start eating, and they all began to enjoy the meal. Tion Shing took a piece of meatball and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up immediately, and he exclaimed, "Wow, I haven't had such delicious and authentic Beijing dishes in a long time. It's so good." Lin Xueqing burst out laughing and said, "Glad you like it." Tion Shing, eat more. Mingyuan reached out and picked a big chicken leg for Lin Xueqing, saying, "Sweetheart, you've worked hard." Lu Zhaoning quickly aimed at the remaining chicken leg. Just as he reached out, his chopsticks clashed with Tion Shing's nearby. Lu Zhaoning glared at him, trying to reach past his chopsticks to grab the chicken leg, but Tion Shing didn't notice his intention at all. He retracted his chopsticks and continued to reach forward. During this break, Mother Lu picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Lu Mingling's bowl, smiling and saying, "Today, Mingling caught this chicken from the mountain. It's your turn to enjoy a big chicken leg." Lu Mingling happily replied, "Thank you, Mom." Lu Zhaoning looked at Tion Shing with a sad expression. Tion Shing was confused and looked at the chicken wing in his hand, asking, "Zhaoning, do you want to eat this?" "No." Lu Zhaoning pouted and stomped Tion Shing's foot under the table, then reached out to grab another chicken wing on the table. Tion Shing looked innocent. He clearly wanted to eat the chicken wing, but when it was offered to him, he refused and got upset. It really is hard to take care of women and little people. Lin Xueqing saw their actions and looked a bit puzzled. She turned to Lu Mingyuan and asked, "Are Tion Shing and Zhaoning good friends?" Tion Shing and Lu Zhaoning both froze. Their relationship was definitely not good. Lu Mingyuan nodded in agreement. "Tion Shing grew up in the same yard as us. He played with Zhaoning since they were little." "Really? They have such a connection?" "But since Tion Shing also grew up in the military compound, why is he only a regular soldier under Lu Mingyuan?" Lin Xueqing felt there must be some story she didn't know. After a hearty dinner, everyone enjoyed themselves. After the meal, Tion Shing and the others didn't leave immediately. Instead, they voluntarily picked up bamboo from the backyard and kept busy. Tion Shing and the others worked quickly, making Lin Xueqing feel a little embarrassed. But Tion Shing sincerely said, "Since we're on vacation and bored at home, helping out now can also help digest the food." Lu Zhaoning, hearing that Tion Shing was on vacation, brightened his eyes and suggested, "Why don't you come over early tomorrow morning? We can go hunting in the mountains together. You're free anyway, so why not?" Tion Shing didn't mind. He looked at Lin Xueqing with anticipation and asked, "Sister-in-law, can you help cook the game we catch? Just share a little with me after it's prepared." After tonight's dinner, Tion Shing realized that his battalion commander was completely genuine and his sister-in-law's cooking was truly delicious. He thought it would be even harder to find a wife in the future. It's not easy to find someone as beautiful and talented as his sister-in-law, who is also a skilled cook. Yes, after a delicious dinner, Lin Xueqing's status in Tion Shing's mind had risen from that of an elder sister-in-law to a fairy who must be worshipped. He still needed to bring her ingredients every day, hoping the fairy would be kind enough to share some tasty food. Lin Xueqing felt a little uncomfortable under his sincere gaze and quickly nodded, saying, "Of course, I can do that." Next to them, Lu Mingling's eyes twitched. He couldn't lose his new family status, so he quickly said to Tion Shing, "Brother Tion Shing, I want to go too." Lu Zhaoning immediately pulled Lu Mingling over, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a mischievous smile, "I didn't say you couldn't come. Why don't you ask your sister?" Lu Mingling nodded obediently. "Sister, can I go?" Lu Zhaoning pinched Lu Mingling's little face and said with a smile, "If you beat me in a game later, I'll take you." "Brother Tion Shing, please help me." Lu Mingling immediately struggled, trying to pull Tion Shing into the game. "Oh, come on, Mingling, you little traitor. It's a 2-on-1, not fair. Soon, everyone was joking and playing around. Lin Xueqing smiled helplessly, picked up the bamboo rope on the ground, and went inside to prepare for bamboo weaving. It was already dark outside, so she could only work by the oil lamp. While weaving a bamboo basket, she was also making plans in her mind. To prepare samples for the supply and marketing cooperative, she needed to make as many as possible tonight. When her father went to sign the contract at the cooperative tomorrow, they would have products ready for pricing, saving multiple trips later. Besides the bamboo rakes, fish traps, baskets, and fans she made earlier today, she could also make small storage boxes, jewelry racks, and other household items. Having more varieties would help the cooperative sell better, and their village's income would increase. She also wanted to make some high-end furniture like foldable small chairs and collapsible tables. She borrowed this idea from the mortise and tenon joints used in ancient architecture. If it worked, these convenient small furniture pieces could be sold at higher prices. The key was to give different parts to different villagers to make, then assemble them like building blocks into finished products. This is a method she found in a book called Assembling Furniture Like Building Blocks from the library. She couldn't make all of it in one night, so she chose simple and elegant designs to try. Compared to small chairs, making a table is actually easier. The foldable table only needs 4 legs, 3 bamboo boards, for small bamboo sticks to support the boards, and some small parts to keep it stable and for storage. She could easily ask Lu Mingyuan to make these parts, while she spends time weaving other bamboo items. Thinking this, she quickly went back to her room, took out paper and a pen, and drew the measurements and steps for making the foldable table. When Lu Mingyuan received Lin Xueqing's drawing, he saw that all the parts were drawn very carefully, with precise measurements. Looking at the detailed diagram, he suddenly felt like he was reading instructions for assembling mechanical parts in the army, and he was surprised and confused, asking, "Xueqing, what exactly is this supposed to be?" Lin Xueqing had already thought of a reason and calmly replied, "This is an idea I just had. Making a foldable table as a sample to bring to Dad tomorrow at the supply store for Director Lu." Lu Mingyuan was surprised and muttered in disbelief. "Just because we had a small dining table during dinner, you came up with this foldable table idea?" Lin Xueqing nodded but remained modest. "It's just an idea. Help me make these parts and see if we can turn it into reality." Hearing this, Lu Mingyuan finally relaxed, realizing his wife just wanted to try it out. But he thought that being able to come up with such ideas from everyday life was already very impressive. He quickly encouraged her. "All right, I'll handle this. Maybe we'll succeed on the first try." Lu Mingyuan was just agreeing to keep his wife motivated and didn't think it would turn out exactly as she imagined. He believed that after making the parts and adjusting them a few times, they might achieve the effect Lin Xueqing wanted. A foldable, storable table was just what their family needed right now. If they really made it as Lin Xueqing envisioned, not only could they sell it to the supply store, but it would also be very convenient for their own daily use. Thinking this, Lu Mingyuan took Lin Xueqing's drawings and ruler and went to the backyard to carve bamboo. After Lu Mingyuan left, Lin Xueqing refocused on her bamboo weaving. Thanks to today's daytime learning, Lin Xueqing now has level 6 bamboo weaving skills, and her work efficiency has visibly improved. In just over an hour, she had finished a jewelry stand, a storage box, and 3 bamboo baskets of different sizes. Meanwhile, outside in the yard, Lu Mingyuan had already made all the parts shown in Lin Xueqing's diagram. He was trying to assemble them according to her instructions. He had already planned that if any step went wrong, he would fix it for Lin Xueqing. But unexpectedly, the assembly went very smoothly, with the joints fitting perfectly. It was strange. How did Lin Xueqing know how to make mortise and tenon joints? That's usually something only carpenters do. Lu Mingling, being innocent and straightforward, held a small part and asked, "Hey, isn't this the thing on our roof? Big brother, are you building a house?" Lu Mingyuan looked at the assembled parts and thought they resembled the mortise and tenon joints on their old house. He suddenly understood. Lin Xueqing was so careful that she directly used the structure of their old home. No wonder the joints fit so precisely. She didn't need to calculate. She just scaled down the original design. It was probably because she had measured the house before. But Lu Mingyuan was curious. Most of these wooden pillars are on the beams. How did she measure them? And before, when she was in Beijing, was she so bored that she measured the wood in her house? Lin Xueqing didn't know about Lu Mingyuan's wild thoughts. She just saw that it was almost 10 p.m., and she guessed Tion Shing and the others were about to leave. She put down her work and went outside. As she reached the backyard, she heard Tion Shing and a few others gathered together, and someone exclaimed, "Wow, our ancestors' things are amazing. They fixed this table without a single nail," Hao Xiaoman said. "Isn't it our sister-in-law who's really impressive?" In just one meal, she learned to use the old techniques. Follow her design drawings, and you can make a table. Tion Shing reached out to play with the newly made table, trying to open and fold it back inside, his face full of curiosity. Wow, sister-in-law's idea is so clever. How is she so smart? And she cooks such delicious food. Next to him, Lu Zhaoning patted Tion Shing's head. Why are you still thinking about eating? Lin Xueqing didn't expect Lu Mingyuan to assemble the table so quickly. She walked over and asked, "Mingyuan, was it difficult to put together just now? Could an ordinary person do it?" Lu Mingyuan shook his head. "Not hard. It's easy to assemble. I think even kids can do it." Hearing this, Lu's father raised an eyebrow, seeming to understand Lin Xueqing's plan. He quickly asked, "Can it be taken apart?" "Let me try." Lu Mingyuan nodded. In a few moments, he disassembled the table again and handed the drawings to Lu's father. Lu's father looked at the drawings and praised, "Xueqing, your drawings are very clear and well done." He then picked up the bamboo boards and parts on the ground and started assembling them according to the drawings. Within a few minutes, the table was put back together. Lu's father pressed the stretched bamboo boards on both sides. To his surprise, the support strength was quite good. He was even more excited and asked Lin Xueqing, "Xueqing, how did you think of using mortise and tenon joints for this table?" Lin Xueqing didn't know how to answer at first. She could only say vaguely, "I used to study this when I was bored at the old house." She paused, then cleverly changed the subject. "During dinner just now, I thought a long table for our family was enough. But if guests come, it wouldn't be enough. So I thought if this table could fold, it would be much easier." Lu's father quickly clapped his thigh and laughed. "Our Xueqing is so smart. She thought of this and made it right away." Hearing the noise inside, Lu Mingche also came out. He couldn't help rubbing his forehead, feeling that he needed to revise his tutoring materials for Lin Xueqing and add more mechanics knowledge. He pushed the wheelchair over and looked at the perfectly fitting slots inside. He couldn't help but want to test Lin Xueqing's knowledge and asked, "If the supply and marketing people ask Dad tomorrow how much weight this table can hold, what should we say?" Lin Xueqing was suddenly surprised. How could she know? She had only based her answer on the diagram in the library book, which did mention the maximum weight it could support. But the book used a material called composite board, which is very different from bamboo. Father Lu also looked at his son with confusion. He hadn't expected the supply and marketing people might ask about this. Hao Xiaoman and the others were also surprised. When they heard Lu Mingche's question, they realized that this table wasn't just a piece of furniture made on a whim. It was meant to be sold to the supply and marketing department. Hao Xiaoman, being quick-witted, immediately understood the purpose of the Lu family's connection with the department. He stroked his chin and asked, "If all furniture could be as easy to assemble as this table, I think the military district would need it too." This made everyone pause again, thinking it might really be true. Lu Mingyuan also excitedly said, "That's a good idea. If we can take apart these 3 bamboo boards and use other things to stand them up and connect, wouldn't that be a bamboo bed? Or if we make these 3 bamboo boards longer, when opened, it could be a large conference table." However, Hao Xiaoman also thought of some problems. But will bamboo rot easily? It's too light and thin. I'm worried it might break if pressed during transport. Lin Xueqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hao Xiaoman successfully shifted the topic. She had learned about bamboo preservation techniques in her bamboo weaving skills. She slowly replied, "Sprinkling some ground Sichuan pepper or chili powder inside the bamboo tube can prevent insects. Coating the outside with a layer of oil can help prevent decay. As for breaking, it depends on the type of bamboo used. Old bamboo is harder. If the table isn't made from bamboo slices but assembled from small round bamboo sticks, it would be much harder. But the small round bamboo sticks have narrow gaps in the middle, which might make cleaning the dining table inconvenient. It all depends on the main purpose of your table. Hao Xiaoman paused thoughtfully, then turned to Lu Mingyuan and suggested, I think we can report this matter upward. After all, the army needs to buy supplies too. It's better if the benefits stay within our circle. Lu Mingyuan agreed and turned to Lin Xueqing, saying, Send me another copy of your design drawings. I'll talk to Commander Qin about it later. Lu's father's eyes flicked around but said nothing. In the end, he decided to let Lu Mingyuan handle it and didn't interfere. Lu Mingche bit his lip, still eager to discuss the previous topic, and asked, Whether it's for the military or the supply office, we need to tell the buyers the maximum weight the table can hold. Otherwise, if they put heavy things on it and it breaks, they'll come to us for trouble. Lin Xueqing's face suddenly looked worse than crying, and she helplessly said, I don't know. Lu Mingyuan felt sorry for his wife and glared sharply at his younger brother, thinking Lu Mingche was being unfair to his wife. Your sister-in-law just used the same kind of wood parts from the old house, without knowing how much weight they can bear. Xueqing has already done a great job making the table. You're good at math. Why don't you help your sister-in-law figure it out? His brother misunderstood his meaning, and Lu Mingche explained helplessly. If sister-in-law understood the principles of weight-bearing and mechanics, she might be able to make more useful tools in the future. Lu Mingyuan rubbed his forehead, annoyed that his brother was in a wheelchair now and really wanted to hit him. He said with a laugh, Why did you bully your brother as a kid, and now you want to bully your sister-in-law? Lin Xueqing, feeling her scalp tingle, half accepting her fate, replied, Then Mingche, help me with the calculations this time, and teach me later. Lu Mingche's eyes lit up immediately. He knew his sister-in-law was eager to learn. Sure enough, she was his best student and his confidant, someone who understood the joy and beauty of learning. He was determined to teach her everything he knew. Lin Xueqing looked at Lu Mingche with shining eyes, a strange feeling of unease rising in her heart. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Mingche said, After you finish acupuncture for me, sister-in-law, find some time to learn with me. Lin Xueqing was on the verge of tears but could only nod stubbornly in agreement. Lu Mingyuan looked confused and asked, Those things like mechanics and physics are hard. If you don't like them, you don't have to study them. Lu's father also nodded in agreement. His second son's research was mostly brainless work, and he often had to accept being outsmarted by his second son. He quickly advised, Xueqing, there's no need to study this. In the future, Mingche can help with calculations. He should also contribute to the family. Lu Mingche was speechless. He finally understood why Lin Xueqing's amazing talent for learning had never been fully discovered. It was because of the overindulgent favoritism from his father and brother, which held her back. They didn't realize Lin Xueqing's talent and only spoiled her, causing her abilities to be hidden. Sister-in-law, once you learn these things, you won't need to rely on others. The applications of mechanics are very broad. Whether you're making tools or handling daily chores, it can be useful. Physics is even more important, and electricity too. I want to learn more. It will be good for me. Lin Xueqing quickly interrupted Lu Mingche's advice to study. She was afraid he would keep talking, and she would end up overwhelmed with endless studying. But without Lu Mingche's teaching as an excuse, she wouldn't have a reason to suddenly understand high school knowledge or learn some difficult skills later. Seeing that Lin Xueqing was genuinely eager to learn, both Lu's father and Lu Mingyuan didn't say anything more. Hao Xiaoman and the others saw it was getting late and gradually took their leave. After a busy day, the Lu family members also washed up and went to rest. The next morning, Lin Xueqing woke up early, as usual. When she woke, Lu Mingyuan was also awake but not fully alert. He reached out and pulled Lin Xueqing into his arms, mumbling softly, Just hold me for a while. Lin Xueqing was a bit surprised and lay quietly in Lu Mingyuan's arms, afraid to move. She looked up at his closed eyes and his handsome face, feeling strangely that his lazy, bed-loving attitude carried a hint of innocence and childlike charm. She couldn't help but secretly kiss his cheek, then shyly tried to loosen his hold on her waist and get up. Lu Mingyuan, who was comfortably holding her, didn't want to wake up. But when Lin Xueqing teased him, he couldn't hold back anymore. He turned over and gently held Lin Xueqing beneath him, his sleepy eyes looking straight at her. His deep, charming eyes made her heart skip a beat. Suddenly, his husky voice whispered in her ear, "Do you think your husband looks good?" Lin Xueqing instinctively nodded. In the next moment, Lu Mingyuan couldn't hold back and leaned down to kiss her lips. He deepened the kiss until she was about to run out of breath, then released her and softly said, "Good morning, wife." Lin Xueqing looked a bit dazed, still recovering from her racing heart, and simply replied, "Good morning." Her voice was sweet and soft, with a touch of innocent confusion, which made Lu Mingyuan feel warm inside. His desire grew stronger. He took a deep breath, hugged her again, and after a while, calmed his restless feelings, saying, "Time to get up." Her rapidly beating heart gradually calmed, and she obediently got up to wash up. After they finished, Lu Mingyuan went up the mountain to practice calligraphy, while Lin Xueqing stayed in the yard doing prenatal exercises and reviewing what she learned yesterday. Yesterday, she completed Level 6 bamboo weaving, Level 3 planting, Level 3 breeding, and Level 4 traditional Chinese medicine. As her levels increased, her study time also grew longer. She thought for a moment and added the entire high school knowledge book she found in the library interlearning system. As expected, the high school knowledge immediately became the top recommended skills. However, the learning process was quite slow. Even with an acceleration card, it would take her 3 full days to finish. Including mandatory rest breaks, it might take about a week to learn all the high school content. Thinking about how she might be overwhelmed by Lu Mingqi's quiz questions every night, she decided to just go with it for a week. Anyway, she had already mastered most of her life skills. After adjusting her study plan, she checked her personal stats panel. Her physical strength had increased slightly over the past 2 days, but was still only 52, 8 points short of 60. She wondered if practicing prenatal exercises could keep increasing her stamina daily. As long as her physical strength reaches 60, she can learn self-defense skills she has collected for a long time. In the future, if there is an emergency, she will have the ability to protect herself. Thinking this, Lin Xueqing practiced more carefully. After finishing her workout, Lu Mingyuan had already chopped the firewood needed for the past 2 days. At this moment, Lu's father and mother had just woken up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lu's mother went to open the door and found that the visitor was Tion Shing. Lin Xueqing remembered the playful scene from yesterday with Lu Zhaoning and others and quickly smiled. "Zhaoning and Mingling haven't woken up yet. Should I go call them?" Tion Shing quickly waved his hand. "No need, no need. Let them sleep a bit longer. I'll go up the mountain with the company commander." Lu Mingyuan raised an eyebrow. "All right, then let's go chop bamboo together." Then he turned to Lu's mother and said, "Zhaoning has said several times that he wants to go hunting. He can't keep breaking his promises." This point was also agreed upon by Lu's mother. It's not that she doesn't care about her son, but about the principles of raising children. People should have standards. If you say you'll do something, you should do it. No excuses or double standards. Lu's mother didn't hesitate and went to knock on Lu Zhaoning's door. After Lu's father finished washing up, he went to the kitchen to discuss with Lin Xueqing about going to the supply and marketing cooperative to sign the contract later. "Xueqing, about that table you made, should we sell it assembled or just sell the parts for them to assemble themselves?" Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and replied, "I think it's better to sell it assembled first. If we sell the parts, others might find it troublesome and not assemble it at home, which would make it harder to sell." Lu's mother, returning from Lu Zhaoning's room, happened to overhear their discussion and asked quickly, "Do we have furniture factories in this county?" Lin Xueqing shook her head. "I'm not sure either." Lu's mother thought for a moment and continued asking, "Did the supply and marketing cooperative promise to buy all our bamboo products? Did they mention the specific way of cooperation, how much they'll buy, and how the prices are set? Have you guys discussed these?" Even after returning, when she realized the discussion was too vague, she only thought about quickly completing the product so that old Lu could sign the specific contract today. Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing have little experience dealing with such matters. This is not about ability, but about life experience. Then, Mother Lu slowly explained to Lin Xueqing, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative wanted to help our village increase income. You're right. He just wanted to gain political achievements and maybe get praise from his superiors. I believe that even if your father doesn't bring the finished product today, Director Lu would still sign this year's purchase contract with our village without hesitation. But since you've already taught the villagers how to make bamboo crafts, they now have an extra skill that can bring an income for their families. So, we should try to turn this project into a long-term way to increase villagers' income. That means we need to agree not only on this year's cooperation, but also on a long-term partnership model. After all, natural disasters and accidents can bring misfortune to Xiaoxi village. Support from the country and everyone's kindness help us through tough times. But for long-term prosperity, we must rely on our own efforts. Lin Xueqing started to understand and quickly asked, so, we should take the opportunity when others offer us help to establish a long-term partnership, not just to get through this crisis. Mother Lu nodded wisely and continued, if that's the case, then our contract with the supply and marketing cooperative needs to be carefully planned. If it's just short-term cooperation, they buy our products and once they have a reason to show achievement, they will sell gradually. So, the director of the cooperative doesn't care much about how good our products are. But if we want a long-term partnership, we need detailed negotiations about how many bamboo crafts they need each month, when to deliver, what styles to make, how to split sales profits, and so on. Lin Xueqing hadn't thought of these issues before. She realized that the negotiation skills her mother had were so useful. She had thought they were just useless skills. Now she saw that these negotiation skills, if used properly, could bring great benefits. Lin Xueqing silently decided to include her mother's negotiation skills in her learning plan. Father Lu knew that this was Mother Lu's strong point, so he slowly said, Xueqing probably wouldn't think this way either. She and Mingyuan haven't experienced much, so they don't think far ahead. They will understand later. Father Lu's words made Mother Lu realize this and she comforted her. I'm not blaming you, Mom. I just saw this happen and couldn't help but want to give a few tips. Lin Xueqing quickly waved her hand and said, I understand. If you're willing to teach me, next time I face the same situation, I can think more carefully. Since Mom has more experience in this area, why don't we go to the county together today to talk? Mother Lu quickly shook her head. There's no need for me to go. Your dad can handle this alone. With old Lu's clever personality, not to mention a small cooperative director, even county or city leaders could be managed by him. He's not a young man inexperienced in these matters. She brought this up just to take the chance to teach Lin Xueqing how to handle people and things better in the future. Lin Xueqing knew that Father Lu and Mother Lu were capable, so she didn't argue. She nodded and said, then I'll make 2 more egg rolls for Dad to eat on the way. Father Lu's eyes lit up immediately. That's good. Give me some more spicy sauce. I haven't had a pancake in a long time. Southerners don't like to make pancakes. Most breakfast foods are porridge, noodles, or watery dishes. Hearing this, Father Lu felt a bit tempted. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaoning and Lu Minglang had already gotten up, washed up, and learned that Tion Shing was coming to the house. Without hesitation, they ran up the mountain. Mother Lu helped Lin Xueqing make pancakes, assisting her while smiling. I used to eat a lot of these pancakes, but I've never made them myself. Xueqing, let me try making a few later. Lin Xueqing smiled and said, of course. Just now, Mom taught me how to do things, and I can teach you how to make egg rolls. We complement each other. I'm not really teaching, I just have some experience after dealing with things more often. As they chatted, the door was knocked again. Father Lu hurried to open it. The visitor was a burly middle-aged man dressed as a postman. He carried a large package and asked, is this the home of Lu Zhengguo, Captain Lu? Father Lu was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled. Yes, I am. Are you from the post office? The man quickly smiled back. Yes, I am Du Jiang, the postman responsible for Xiaoxi village and 4 nearby villages. This is your family's package. Please check it. He placed the package on the ground and then asked. The delivery station where packages were stored was destroyed by flooding. Now that land routes are restored, the county is overwhelmed with many packages. I wonder where all future packages will be stored? This made Mr. Lu a bit worried. The village was busy saving grain, finding ways to increase income, and also had to find time to help villagers rebuild. After a flood, fewer people stayed in the village, so no one had time to manage the package storage station. He thought for a moment and replied, "Then, please leave these packages at my house. I will arrange for someone to pick them up. Once the new storage station is ready, you can deliver the packages there." This saved him a lot of trouble. Du Jiqiang quickly smiled and said, "Thank you, Captain Liu." He then turned to leave, saying as he walked, "Besides these, there are some delayed packages." "Captain Liu, wait a moment." Mr. Liu picked up one of the packages from the ground and checked it. Inside, there were packages sent by his unkind father and older brother, as well as some from old colleagues. He was surprised to find one from Lin Xueqing. Quickly, Mr. Liu called out, "Lanji, Xueqing, come help. There are packages." Lin Xueqing and Mrs. Liu hurried outside. Just then, Du Jiqiang also came in carrying a large sack.
Ding.
Host is within 3 meters at 12 o'clock direction. High attack skill detected. Fighting level 5. Martial arts level 4. Shooting level 6. The long-lost system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Xueqing's mind, causing her pupils to shrink and making her instantly alert. She quickly suppressed her shock and looked ahead. She saw a middle-aged man dressed as a postal worker. Lin Xueqing looked at the packages on the ground. Was this person here to deliver packages? She glanced at the words on his head. Fighting level 5. Martial arts level 4. Shooting level 6. Acting level 4. Communication technology level 5. Again, the skills of acting and communication technology? The last person who had both skills at the same time was Zhang Yongshun. Lin Xueqing immediately became more cautious, instinctively leaning back. Mother Lu sensed that Lin Xueqing was acting strangely and asked, "Xueqing, what's wrong?" Lin Xueqing finally came back to herself and half-jokingly said, "This comrade is quite tall and strong, so I feel a bit scared." Ding Jiqiang, who was nearby, heard her words. He quickly put down the bag in his hand, scratched his head, and said simply, "Miss, don't be afraid. I just look strong because I used to be in the army. I transferred here later." Hearing that he was a soldier transferred from the army, Lin Xueqing's uneasy feelings eased a little. She smiled and asked, "So that's how it is. People from the south are rarely as tall and strong as you. Where did you transfer from?" Ding Jiqiang seemed unaware of her suspicion and chuckled, "I'm from the northeast. Winters there are too harsh." He added, "I heard the water and soil in the south are good for growing people, so I applied to transfer here." Then he turned to grab his package and said with a smile, "There's also 2 big bags. Please help notify the villagers." Father Lu said, "No problem. Please bring them over." Ding Jiqiang happily placed the last 2 large bags of packages on the bamboo shed ground, then rode his small tricycle to the next village. After Ding Jiqiang left, knowing Lin Xueqing was sharp-eyed, Father Lu asked, "Xueqing, did you notice anything strange about that man just now?" Lin Xueqing frowned slightly. "I just think he's tall and strong. Why would he be transferred to be a postman? With his physical condition, he should be able to transfer to a different position that's easier and has better prospects." Father Lu raised an eyebrow, secretly noting this person's unusual behavior. Mother Lu looked at the many packages on the ground and felt overwhelmed. She said to Father Lu, "Let me handle this. I'll find Mingyuan and the others to help. We should move these packages inside first. I'll also notify the villagers to come pick them up when I go to work later." Father Lu nodded and squatted down to sort the packages by household. Lin Xueqing and Mother Lu carried their own packages back into the house. When they arrived in the backyard, Mingyuan and the others had already come down from the mountain. Lu Zhaoning and Lu Mingling each carried a rabbit, while Mingyuan and Tion Shing carried a bamboo pole. Lu Mingling saw Lin Xueqing and his mother excitedly talking, saying, "Mom, sister-in-law, today we caught some rabbits." Next to them, Lu Zhaoning quickly said, "I found the rabbit burrow." Lu Mingyuan bluntly interrupted, "It was Tion Shing who caught them. You two just got lucky." Lu Zhaoning argued, "He only injured the rabbits. I was the one who finally caught them." Lu Mingling said, "Although brother Tion Shing is the hero, I also helped." Tion Shing happily asked Lin Xueqing, "Sister-in-law, can we make braised rabbit tonight?" Lu's mother looked at everyone, who were all grown up but still arguing, especially her daughter, which made her annoyed. Although Lin Xueqing was the same age as her, she was not as steady and acted like a child. Lin Xueqing kindly praised, "You all did very well. We will cook braised rabbit tonight." Tion Shing's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Sister-in-law, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll pay for the ingredients." Lin Xueqing felt a bit amused but quickly said, "Hurry outside and help Dad pack the bags." Hearing her, everyone immediately ran outside without hesitation. Lu Mingyuan looked at the children-like group with some helplessness. He then turned to look at Lin Xueqing's slightly protruding belly and softly said in her ear, "Our child is better just like you." Lin Xueqing was momentarily stunned, not understanding Lu Mingyuan's train of thought. Seeing her dazed, Lu Mingyuan chuckled softly, "Be more like you, obedient and good." Lin Xueqing rolled her eyes and said, "Being like me isn't good. If I'm too obedient, I might get taken advantage of." That's not always true. When you've been taken advantage of before, it was because your family was at fault, not you. Many people like obedient children. Aren't you fond of Zhao and Minglang? Lu Mingyuan frowned slightly. Not exactly, they're just too noisy. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the family was not around, Lu Mingyuan suddenly looked serious and said, "Next week, after I officially join the force, I can apply for family residence according to the rules. You can think about whether to follow me into the army or stay in Xiaoxi village during this time." Lin Xueqing never thought that Lu Mingyuan would suggest she go with the army. After all, they had just settled in Xiaoxi village, and things were not yet fully sorted out. She pursed her lips and asked, "What do you think about this?" Lu Mingyuan hesitated for a moment and shared his thoughts. "I'm worried about the medical care in the village. If Old Who returns to the army, there won't even be a proper doctor here. But right now, I'm only a company commander. If I apply for a family housing now, it won't be a good place. My idea is to work hard during this time to earn some achievements. When the kids are about 7 or 8 months old, I can apply for a better family house. But if you find life in the village too hard, I can apply for a place immediately after I get assigned, so you can stay a few more days and then return to the army with me. Don't feel pressured. I can talk to the family about this." Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and replied, "I think we can wait. After applying for the family house, we don't know if we can change it later. If possible, of course, we should apply for a better, more comfortable place. I think the village life is pretty good. We're about to build a house soon. I'm still learning traditional Chinese medicine from Old Who. Planning to raise fish and grow vegetables and making bamboo crafts gives me a sense of achievement. It's not hard work." Lu Mingyuan sighed. "I'm just worried you'll work too hard and not realize it." Lin Xueqing quickly shook her head and comforted him. "You shouldn't push yourself too missions either. Safety first. Whether we get a good house in the family housing depends on luck. If the houses aren't ideal, don't insist too much. Anyway, Xiaoxi village is very close to Nantao. After I have the baby, I can just go back to live in the village." Lu Mingyuan was stunned. "Then you and the baby will go back to Xiaoxi village? What will I do later?" No matter what, I must get a good house for my wife. Growing vegetables and raising fish can be done in the family housing too." Lin Xueqing didn't realize that her words of reassurance not only failed to persuade Lu Mingyuan but also added pressure on him. As a result, the soldiers in the newly built Special Operations Camp in Nantao would suffer greatly over the next half-year. Meanwhile, inside the house, Lu Mingche, who overheard their plans, secretly made a decision. He must fulfill his promise to teach his sister-in-law before she goes with the army. With time short and tasks heavy, he needed to revise the teaching plan for his sister-in-law and increase the daily study workload. Lin Xueqing was completely unaware that her and her husband's casual chat was overheard by Lu Mingche, which unintentionally added to her own study pressure. Meanwhile, after Lu's father and mother saw that Lu Minglang and Tion Shing came to help, they assigned the task of parcel distribution to the two of them. They then took Lu Zhaoning back to the kitchen to have breakfast. After delaying for a while, they had to eat quickly because Lu's father needed to leave for the county, and Lu's mother and Lu Zhaoning also had to go to work. Just as a few of them sat down in the dining hall, the voices of Lu Minglang and Yi Ming were heard outside. Soon after, Lu Minglang brought Yi Ming inside. Lu's father couldn't help but feel once again that today was the day to make the living room look good. Bringing guests to the kitchen every day was not ideal. This was Yiming's first time proactively visiting the Lu family. Surprisingly, although the Lu family was old and small, with not many workers, their home was very tidy and well-organized. At least, it was much better than their own home. Their house was just a room separated by bamboo boards, with nothing inside. The table was also made from random bamboo planks, and they managed 3 meals a day with whatever they had. But the Lu family was clearly different. They had built a kitchen and even made a dining area between the kitchen and the room. What caught the eye was a long table covered with a blue cloth, with several bamboo storage cabinets nearby holding various household items, all neat and orderly. Outside the dining area, there were 2 brick stoves. Lin Xueqing and Lu's mother were busy preparing breakfast. Yiming's eyes showed a hint of envy, but his face remained expressionless as he straightforwardly said to Lu's father, "Regarding what you told me yesterday, I discussed it with Xiufeng, and we decided to stay nearby." This surprised Lu's father and the others. To him, moving their family to the row houses at the Jiqing site was much more comfortable than living in this bamboo shed. More importantly, if their family didn't move away, it would be difficult to dig the foundation for their house. Lu's father originally planned to build the foundation directly on the original site of the Jiqing point, then use the current location as the village's administrative office. But if the office was separated from their yard by the Yi family's house, it would look strange. Father Lu's eyes shifted briefly, and he quickly found a reason. But this place will soon be taken over as a logistics base. It will be noisy with many people, and it's close to the medical tent, which isn't good for your little Bao. Yiming had already thought of a reason to stay here and quickly smiled. Once the logistics officers finish their work, they will leave. We can wait. The main point is that this place is near the back mountain, which makes it easier for me to do research. Also, being close to the medical tent is helpful. Little Bao is fragile, so it's convenient if something happens. Hearing that Yiming wanted to use the back mountain's resources for research made sense. Yiming's family, like the Lu family, were newcomers and found it hard to fit into the village. The young people at the youth station weren't easy to get along with either. Thinking about it, if they didn't mind the living environment too much, being close to the Lu family might actually be better for Yiming's family. After thinking for a moment, Father Lu asked, "But your house can only wait for the village reconstruction team to help rebuild. That might take a long time. Is your family willing to wait?" Yiming nodded and said, "I've already explained to Xiufeng, and she's willing." Since Yiming was firm, Father Lu had no choice but to go to his room, take out the village map, and point to the planned location. The place where we currently live in the bamboo shed will be used for the village office, and the medical tent will be turned into the village's medical station. Our house is built where the youth station used to be. If your family wants to live nearby, you can build next to us. Anyway, this area around our bamboo shed is all village land. Because it's near the mountain and prone to landslides, villagers don't want to live nearby. South of here is different from the north. Every year, typhoons come, so you need to consider that risk too. But Yiming wasn't worried and smiled. Since Captain Lu isn't afraid and is willing to live here, I think we can too. Father Lu was momentarily speechless. Their house was a sturdy brick house, while the village used mud bricks. Could they really be the same? But he couldn't say that their house was better, showing that would make it seem like they were of a different social class. In the end, Father Lu had to follow the rules and allocate a plot of land for Yiming's family of 3. Then Mr. Lu suggested, "We will start building the Knowledge Youth Station today. I recommend you move to the shelter built by the logistics department to stay there first. We expect to finish building the house in about a month. Once it's done, you can move back." Yiming was surprised and asked, "It will be finished in a month?" "So fast." Mr. Lu smiled and said, "My son's friends only have a month of vacation, so we need to finish building within that time. Otherwise, our old and young family members and the villagers don't have suitable places to stay. We have to find a way to build the house quickly." Yiming thought about it. His family has 7 members, which is quite a lot. The villagers with big houses have even lent their homes to those whose houses collapsed. There aren't enough homes in the village, so there's no spare space for his family. The best way is to find people and materials and build the house themselves. This made Yiming worried. Where could he find help to build the house? In the end, he sighed helplessly, agreed to Mr. Lu's plan, and went home to pack his things. Before work started, he moved his belongings near the logistics department. After Yiming left, Mr. Lu called Lu Mingyuan and told him to find time today to build a guest room in the bamboo shed. He also asked him to inform the logistics manager that a family from the village would temporarily move nearby. After taking care of Yiming's matters, it was already late. Mr. Lu sighed and took the egg roll cake packed by Lin Xueqing, then drove to the county. The car was the same one borrowed from the army yesterday by Lu Mingyuan. Since he had a car, Mr. Lu decided to visit all the places in the county today, so he wouldn't have to ride a bicycle for an hour next time. After Mr. Lu left, Mrs. Lu and Lu Zhaoning also went to work. Lin Xueqing finished tidying the kitchen and then started her work for the day. She called Tion Shing to help her build a shelter on the plowed land, then laid plastic film she brought from the sugar factory yesterday. Just as she finished laying the film, Lu Mingyuan came in from outside and said in surprise, "So, the plastic film you asked for yesterday is to cover this shelter, but this plastic film doesn't block light or dissipate heat. Why do you want to put it on?" Lin Xueqing's eyes flickered as she thought about how to reasonably explain the technology used in this greenhouse. After a moment of reflection, she replied, "Yesterday, I saw that those candies were wrapped in this kind of plastic film, probably to protect them from insects and damage. I think the same could apply to growing vegetables. Because we need to grow vegetables, we use this transparent material to block the light. Without sunlight, the plants can't do photosynthesis and won't survive." Inside, Lu Mingche, who was still writing quickly, paused when he heard Lin Xueqing's words. He realized that besides physics and mechanics, she also needed knowledge of biology and chemistry. But those two subjects aren't his strong points. What should he do? Nearby, old Sue in the cowshed seemed to be an expert in this area. Maybe his father could ask him tonight? Thinking this, Lu Mingche quickly adjusted his teaching plan for Lin Xueqing. Outside, Lu Mingyuan heard her explanation and understood the purpose of the film. However, he still had doubts. If it's just to keep out insects, spraying pesticides would be enough. Building a special shed just for this film seems a bit overkill? Lin Xueqing continued slowly. It's not just for insects. It also controls temperature, wind, and rain. It's like a sunshade for my vegetables and fruits. Tion Shing listened and found it very interesting. He couldn't help but laugh. Vegetables also need sunshades? Why not? Lin Xueqing said seriously, "My fruits and vegetables are grown with great effort. If they get sunburned or damaged by rain, what do I do?" Lu Mingyuan couldn't help but laugh too. "You're right. We must take good care of our vegetables and give them shelter from the wind and rain." At this moment, Lu Mingche inside the house couldn't sit still anymore. He pushed his wheelchair out and said to everyone, "Sister-in-law's idea makes sense. This kind of farming method is also popular abroad, called greenhouse farming. But glass is expensive and fragile. I wonder if using this plastic film can achieve the same effect as a greenhouse." Lu Mingche's explanation made Lu Mingyuan and Tion Shing stop smiling and become serious. It turns out that Lin Xueqing's idea was not just a sudden whim. It actually has scientific basis. Lin Xueqing looked confused and full of questions. Shouldn't this be called greenhouse planting technology? Why does Lu Mingche's tone suggest that no one is doing this yet? She couldn't help but think of the information about warships she easily found in the library. An unbelievable guess formed in her mind, causing her pupils to widen uncontrollably. But this guess was too far-fetched, so she needed to verify it further. Now she was just glad that she had been very discreet about her new skills, never revealing the principles behind these techniques. Lu Mingche saw Lin Xueqing's shocked expression. Could he have guessed wrong? Lin Xueqing didn't really know about greenhouse technology. Did she really just see candy packaging at the supply and marketing cooperative and get inspired? He couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, how did you think of using this plastic film?" Lin Xueqing finally recovered from her surprise. She used her prepared explanation slowly. "I saw it when the salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative was selling it to us. It was transparent and tough, so I thought of it, Fearing that Lu Mingche wouldn't believe her, she added, "At that time, Mingyuan was next to me. I just thought of it on the spot and asked the people at the cooperative to get some from the sugar factory." "That's exactly how it was." Lu Mingyuan nodded, looking at Lu Mingche with some doubt. "Is it not feasible to use these films?" Lu Mingche shook his head and smiled. "Of course it's feasible. I'm just surprised by your talent in applying science. Simple scientific principles can be used repeatedly in practice. That's not something an ordinary person can do." Tion Shing nodded in agreement, full of approval. "If it were me, I wouldn't think of it. When I see candy packaging, I just think about whether the candy is tasty or not." This made Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingyuan laugh out loud. Lu Mingyuan now agreed with his brother's words. Thinking back to yesterday's fish pond project, if it were him, he really wouldn't have thought that discarded waterproof medical cloth could be used for fish farming. He also didn't expect that the bottom of the pond should be designed with slopes, creating deep and shallow areas to provide more oxygen for the fish and make future catching easier. Perhaps Lin Xueqing herself didn't expect to have such qualities. In the past, her talents were truly hidden within the Lin family. He sighed softly and replied to Lu Mingche, "Then you should teach your sister-in-law well, so her talents won't be buried anymore." At this, Lu Mingche's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly said, "Once everything at home is settled, after breakfast, we can set aside 2 hours to study. During the day, we learn, and at night, we review. I promise to help my sister-in-law catch up on her middle and high school knowledge." Thinking of this, Lin Xueqing remembered the package she received today from Aunt Yuling, and she quickly said, "That's perfect. Aunt Yuling sent me the textbooks for middle and high school. I just received them today, and Mingche can teach me." Although Lu Mingche felt that the ordinary high school textbooks weren't really suitable for Lin Xueqing, he didn't refuse. Instead, he nodded and said, "That's good. You give me the textbooks, and I'll organize the daily lessons." Lin Xueqing nodded, then suddenly remembered Lu Minglang and said, "Minglang's studies shouldn't be neglected either. When we study, let's include Minglang too." At this moment, Lu Minglang was still happily playing on the mountain, unaware that the joyful days would soon come to an end. Although Lu Mingche thought Lu Minglang was more suited for practicing martial arts, he knew knowledge was important too, so he didn't oppose it and simply agreed. Meanwhile, Tion Shing, who was listening to the three from the Lu family chat, couldn't help but feel grateful that he had already joined the army, so he wouldn't have to suffer through endless studying and memorizing. He silently kept carving bamboo nearby, trying to reduce his presence. But suddenly, he heard Lin Xueqing ask, "Tion Shing, do you want to join us?" Tion Shing's hand froze as he was carving bamboo, and he quickly shook his head. No need. I still have to help the captain build the house." Lin Xueqing thought that made sense. If Tion Shing wanted to learn, the military would naturally provide training, so she didn't insist. Lu Mingyuan glanced at Tion Shing and decided that in the future, if there was a chance to study in the military district, he would be the first to recommend Tion Shing. His soldiers can't be illiterate, and they definitely shouldn't fear learning. Tion Shing felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. After passing this crisis, his carving hand became even more skillful. Compared to thinking, he found working with his hands much more comfortable. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside, and someone had come again. Lu Mingyuan went to open the door and found that the visitor was Chen Feifan. He was carrying a large water bucket and said, "This is the fish fry my second uncle brought for you. He thought you might want to eat fish these days, so he also sent some river fish. Additionally, there are small miscellaneous fish, river shrimp, and other creatures. If you get tired of eating them sometimes, you can change the taste." Lu Mingyuan quickly took the bucket and asked, "Thank you very much." Chen Feifan waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. It's just a small favor." He then continued to explain carefully the important points for raising fish, such as changing the water when it gets murky, using chicken manure as fish food, and catching dead fish immediately. Lu Mingyuan listened carefully, took notes, and after thanking Chen Feifan again, Chen Feifan said with concern, "If these fish don't survive, don't worry about the trouble. Just let us help you catch some more. Since they go out to sea every day, catching 1 or 2 more fish is no big deal." Lu Mingyuan wasn't sure if Lin Xueqing could keep the fish alive, so he quickly smiled and said, "Okay, we'll try first. If we need help, we won't hesitate to ask. Only then did Chen Feifan leave the bamboo shed and head toward the medical shed. Lu Mingyuan carried the bucket into the backyard and asked Lin Xueqing, "Should we put the fish fry into the pond right away?" Lin Xueqing looked at the full bucket of fish fry, fish, shrimp, and various kinds, and was instantly filled with surprise. She thought more highly of Chen Feifan's ability to handle things. Just by mentioning fish fry, he managed to send different types and sizes of fish. However, there were too many fish in the bucket, some already starting to turn white, probably because there wasn't enough water or oxygen. Lin Xueqing quickly scooped out some small fish that were about to die, as well as predatory fish like crucian carp, bass, and grouper, and said to Lu Mingyuan, "Hurry up and put them into the fish pond. The water in this bucket is too little." Lu Mingyuan quickly carried the bucket outside and released all the fish into the pond. Lin Xueqing found a large basin to hold water and put the predatory fish inside. She stored the small miscellaneous fish in a separate small basin, planning to chop them up and mix with sweet potato starch to make bait. This is the method she found in the library. Compared to Chen Feifan's idea of using chicken manure, she thinks the library's method is more reliable. After Lu Mingyuan finished placing the fish, Hao Xiaomin and the others arrived. Lu Mingyuan took them directly to the neighboring youth station, first dismantling the bamboo shed, then using the broken bamboo boards to build a reception room for Lu's father. Once the clearing work was done, they could start digging the foundation. Lin Xueqing thoughtfully prepared cool tea and snacks for them. Tion Shing and the others cheered happily, working even more diligently. After delivering the tea and snacks, Lin Xueqing counted the number of helpers coming that day and began preparing lunch. However, if so many people come to eat, the nutritional liquid can no longer be added to the rice. Lin Xueqing thought that her family was gradually adapting to the southern climate and their health was improving, except for Lu Mingche's leg, which was still not fully healed. Lu Mingche was now being treated by Old Hu, and she was worried that adding the nutritional liquid might cause Old Hu to notice something. So, she decided to proceed gradually, stopping the nutritional liquid first and following Old Hu's treatment plan. As for lunch, they couldn't cook 8 dishes and a soup every day. Lin Xueqing decided to make a simple big pot meal with 3 dishes and 1 soup. Braised rabbit, 3 shredded stir-fried meat, stir-fried greens, and seaweed soup. Although the dishes were simple, each portion was generous to ensure everyone could eat enough. Near mealtime, the sound of a jeep engine came from outside. Lin Xueqing knew Lu's father had returned. Just as the food was ready, she quickly wiped her hands and went outside. Sure enough, as she stepped out, she saw Lu's father smiling as he entered the bamboo shed from outside, holding several documents. Lu's father saw the extra room extending from their house outside, which was clearly the guest room he wanted. He was quite satisfied with Lu Mingyuan's efficiency. He pointed to the small door of the guest room and said to Lin Xueqing, "Xueqing, let's go inside and talk." Lin Xueqing also wanted to know the result of Lu's father's discussion with the supply and marketing cooperative today, so she nodded and went inside. But when they entered, both of them were stunned. The room was empty. Nothing inside. Lin Xueqing was the first to regain her composure and said with a smile, "It's okay. I will make some tables and chairs this afternoon, and they will look decent." Father Lu saw that someone nearby was digging the foundation, probably too busy to notice these details. He handed the contract to Lin Xueqing and said, "Take a look." She took the several documents from Father Lu and glanced over them quickly. Besides the supply and marketing cooperative, there were also contracts for the sugar factory, machinery factory, and furniture factory. She was surprised and asked, "Dad, did you visit so many places in just one morning?" Father Lu waved his hand and smiled. "They are eager to show off their achievements. My requests weren't unreasonable, so they all agreed. Thanks to your table, Director Lu directly approved a long-term cooperation contract with our Xiaoxi village." Lin Xueqing was stunned and said in disbelief, "Dad, are you joking? 1 table and it's so amazing." "It really is quite amazing," he replied. "When I showed Director Lu the table, someone saw how well it stored things and immediately placed an order. Director Lu decided to display it prominently so people could see. We also observed that many people who came into the supply and marketing cooperative were curious about your folding table design. Director Liu decided to place orders with us on a reservation basis. We just need to produce according to the orders and deliver every 3 days. This plan was fine with Lin Xueqing. Making the table wasn't difficult, and they could also assign villagers to help with the work. However, she looked at Father Liu, who had also gone to the furniture factory, and couldn't help but wonder. What about the furniture factory? Will we be able to sell our products smoothly? Father Liu smiled and said, Of course. The supply and marketing cooperative and the furniture factory have different markets. The furniture factory in Jiang mainly exports. They make bamboo furniture that goes to various inland provinces. Sometimes they also work with resources from Nanchang, selling to Hong Kong, and even exporting abroad through Hong Kong to earn foreign exchange. I think if your ideas are flexible and sales grow large enough, mass production in the factory would be more convenient. You can handle the design and villagers can do the assembly. This way, we can maximize the benefits for our village. She truly learned her lesson this time. In the future, she should handle matters like Mr. Liu, thinking more deeply and broadly. She couldn't help but remember the book in the library. There are many furniture designs based on the principle of building blocks combined with mortise and tenon joints. She believes Mr. Liu's idea is very reasonable. As long as the furniture made in their village has a market, they won't have to worry about earning more income. Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, I'll design more practical furniture to help our village become richer. Mr. Liu immediately laughed happily. No need to feel pressured. With just this foldable table you designed, the furniture factory can sell it for a while. Is the furniture factory already selling our tables? Yes, I agreed on a plan where they pre-order before making the furniture. Please make 2 more tables today with Mingyuan, and tomorrow I will take them to the furniture factory as samples. Also, they ordered 500 of these tables for trial sales. I promise to deliver them within half a month. At this, Lin Xueqing's eyes widened in surprise, and she happily said, Wow, that's great. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. If it sells well, our village's side business will be secure, and we might not need to owe grain this year. Mr. Liu also felt happy and said, This is all thanks to your good idea, Xueqing. If it weren't for your design of this table, the supply and marketing cooperative and the furniture factory might just pity our small Xia village and sign some consignment contracts. But now they're lining up to order our tables, waiting for us to deliver the furniture. However, Mr. Liu kept from revealing to Lin Xueqing the big promises he made to the factory director of the furniture factory and Director Liu from the supply and marketing cooperative. He promised there would be more innovative furniture products and that they would also sell on consignment. Thinking this over, Mr. Liu tentatively suggested, You mentioned yesterday that you can also make foldable chairs. Why not take a few days to make some as samples for the furniture factory and the supply and marketing cooperative? Without waiting for Mr. Liu to say more, Lin Xueqing was already planning to do so. She has many more design sketches in her mind. She will draw the plans and have Mingyuan make them for her. That's no problem. I can think of some more interesting and practical designs in the next few days to increase our village's orders. After Father Liu received Lin Xueqing's positive response, his smile became even brighter. At that moment, Mother Liu and Liu Zhaoning also finished work and came back. Father Liu quickly shared the progress with Mother Liu again. She listened happily, patted Lin Xueqing on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Xueqing is truly a great contributor to our village. If this works out, we must remember her contribution. Lin Xueqing blushed slightly from the praise and quickly said, It's nothing, just making a table. Then, she suddenly had an idea. Maybe we can decorate our guest room with the furniture we made. That way, when guests come to our house, they can also experience our furniture. I think it's a good idea, he replied, then added. Since it's about assembly, I suggest you find trustworthy villagers to do the work. Although, if someone is interested in studying, they could take the table apart and make it again, but we're just trying something new. The later they research and understand it, the longer our village can benefit from it. Lin Xueqing nodded and said, Maybe Qin Feifan can help find trustworthy people. He knows the villagers well. Father Liu thought about it and agreed. All right, I'll ask him to arrange it. From now on, you'll need to manage 2 groups, one for bamboo weaving and one for furniture. Hearing this, Mother Liu couldn't help but ask, And the bamboo weaving? What does the supply and sales office say? They promised to buy from Xueqing at first-class quality this year. Director Liu said our finished products are quite good. If we keep the quality, next year we can continue to cooperate at the first-class level. Turning to Lin Xueqing, Father Liu said, for the bamboo weaving, you can encourage some innovation. Like that jewelry stand you made, it's quite unique. Director Liu thinks creative items like that can be sold at the department store in Nancheng, where they can fetch a good price. Lin Xueqing nodded and smiled. All right, I'll share this good news with everyone this afternoon. After discussing some small details, Mother Liu interrupted. All right, we'll talk about the rest later. The kids are probably hungry, so let's go have lunch first. Lin Xueqing quickly said, I've already prepared lunch. Dad, go call Mingyuan and the others to eat. Upon hearing the call for mealtime, Tion Shing and the others hurriedly put down their work. However, they consciously did not go straight into the Liu family house, but instead went to the bamboo canal behind the bamboo shed to fetch water and clean up, so they wouldn't get mud all over the house surroundings. Liu Xiaoning heard the movement by the water channel in the backyard and quickly walked over, planning to tell Tion Shing that there would be braised rabbit for lunch. But when she arrived at the water channel, Tion Shing was lifting his shirt to wipe his face, revealing his bronze-colored 8-pack abs. Liu Xiaoning's face suddenly flushed bright red. Tion Shing, he was acting mischievously. In the next moment, Liu Xiaoning finally realized that her childhood playmate had grown up. No matter how close they were, some things had changed. Feeling either shy or flustered, Liu Xiaoning instinctively turned around and ran away. Tion Shing finished wiping his face and only saw Liu Xiaoning's back as she hurried back to the yard, looking confused. He turned to Hao Xiaomin and asked, What's wrong with Liu Xiaoning again? Hao Xiaomin looked at Tion Shing suspiciously and reminded him, Next time, pay attention to your appearance in public. Don't scare the lady. Tion Shing was even more confused and retorted, I look fine. I even wash my face specially. Hao Xiaomin sighed, a bit envious of this silly kid Tion Shing. He wondered if their battalion commander would break Tion Shing's leg once he found out. After cleaning up, everyone quickly entered the Liu family's dining hall from the backyard. It was the same long table as yesterday, still piled high with dishes and bowls of mixed grain rice. Hao Xiaomin looked at the 4 full bowls of meat on the table and joked, Sister-in-law, you're too generous. We haven't even finished building your house, and you're already making your family go broke. Lin Xueqing quickly shook her head with a smile. No way, this meat is. Seeing the braised rabbit, Tion Shing's eyes lit up and he spoke first. This meat was caught by a Ning and me this morning, and it didn't cost anything. He finally felt relieved and quickly gave Lin Xueqing a thumbs up and a compliment. Sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Tion Shing just loves to eat. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, It's no trouble at all. You came to help me at home, and I can cook a few dishes easily. Just don't mind. Tion Shing had already sat down and eagerly picked up his chopsticks, looking serious as he said, No problem. I like the food sister-in-law makes. I will go hunting in the mountains every day from now on. Everyone present couldn't help but laugh again. Liu Xiaoning couldn't help but rub her forehead. She really overthought things. How could that fool grow up? No matter how he changes, he's still that simple-minded fool. After lunch, Liu Mingyuan and Tion Shing went back to work at the construction site. Lin Xueqing took 2 pieces of cured meat and went to Chen Feifen's house. She was greeted at the door by Chen Feifen's wife, Li Xuehua. Since Chen Feifen had given their only 2 egg-laying hens to the Liu family, Li Xuehua had been somewhat resentful toward Lin Xueqing. Now, seeing Lin Xueqing come personally, she thought she had some trouble to ask her husband for help with, and immediately put on a neutral face, saying, Comrade Lin, is there something you need? Lin Xueqing frowned slightly and handed over the cured meat, smiling. Hello, sister-in-law. This is some cured meat from Beijing. Earlier this morning, Comrade Chun brought us some fish. We all liked it very much. I was thinking we still have some cured meat bought from a department store in Beijing, so I brought some for you to try, to change the taste. Li Xuehua was stunned for a moment, not expecting Lin Xueqing to come with gifts. She had initially planned to scold her for causing trouble again, but the words caught in her throat. But this is cured meat, and they hadn't eaten meat in a long time. They were tired of eating fish every day. They used to have eggs to vary the diet, but now even eggs were gone. Thinking this way, she felt that these 2 pieces of cured meat were deserved by their family, so she politely accepted them and replied, "Thank you." Originally, Lin Xueqing wanted Qin Feifan to help find fishing nets, but now she thought it was better to ask other villagers who often go fishing. With that in mind, Lin Xueqing nodded and turned to leave. She had just taken a few steps when the inside of the house rang with the voices of Qin Feifan and his wife talking casually. Qin Feifan asked, "Who is that?" "Lu's lazy wife, the one who brought us some cured meat. How can you accept gifts from others?" "And where is Comrade Lin Lazy? She teaches villagers weaving and also helps at the health station." "She does a lot," Li Xuehua said with disdain. "Where is she diligent? When I was pregnant with Spring Girl, I was working in the fields. I heard from my aunt that she only teaches bamboo weaving in the afternoons and earns full work points. People like us, working all day in the fields, don't even get that many points." Suddenly, an older woman's stern voice came from inside the house. "Don't talk nonsense about her. She earns her full work points honestly. Your aunt has been making bamboo crafts for many years. Every time we ask her for a bamboo basket, she looks at us with a bad face. We're relatives, and we even sent her salted fish. She's been doing bamboo weaving for so many years, but I've never seen her willing to teach anyone in the village. She's always looking down her nose. I tell you, you should stay away from Li Guizhi, so your stomach isn't smaller than a chicken's." Li Xuehua's voice was trembling with tears. "Feifan, won't you help say a few words? Lu's family took your team leader position. Are you just going to accept that?" The old woman interrupted. "Why wouldn't I be satisfied? Her husband even saved my little son and your brother-in-law. He also drove away those wicked people who sneaked into the village and awarded your husband a medal. If Feifan hadn't helped Lu's family, why would they give your husband a medal for no reason? Don't you understand gratitude? TSK, what's the use of a medal? It can't buy grain or food." Qin Feifan said. "Can you think ahead? Lu's family won't be team leader here forever. Look at the red bricks they used to build their house. Who in our village can get those? And his son is a battalion commander in the military district, a high-ranking officer. Why would he look at a small position like the village team leader in Xiaoxi? Getting along well with Lu's family might help them promote and recommend me to succeed them in the future. You women are so short-sighted. Can't you think long-term?" The rest of what Lin Xueqing wanted to say, she didn't continue listening and silently decided that next time she could handle small problems herself, without always bothering Qin Feifan. As she reached the corner of the alley, Lin Xueqing met Aunt Jiang, who had spoken up for her before. Zhang Chunying didn't expect to see Lin Xueqing in the village and quickly smiled, asking, "Lu's wife, where are you headed?" Thinking that Zhang Chunying's family was probably fishermen, Lin Xueqing smiled and replied, "I'm just here to ask if anyone has extra fishing nets. I want to exchange for some." Zhang Chunying's eyes lit up immediately and she said, "No need to exchange. My family has some. I'll bring them to you this afternoon." Lin Xueqing quickly shook her head and said, "There's no need to trouble you. If it's not far, I can pick them up myself." Zhang Chunying thought Lin Xueqing was in a hurry to use the nets, so she didn't refuse and let her tour her home. However, when Lin Xueqing followed Zhang Chunying to her home, she was stunned. Their house was now just broken walls and debris. Half of the house had been washed away by the flood, and there were no roof tiles left. Only a few empty pillars remained. Zhang Chunying told Lin Xueqing, "You're pregnant, so don't come inside. I'm just here to tidy up. There are still many fishing nets, but you'll probably need to wash them before using." Concerned, Lin Xueqing asked, "During the flood, was your family okay?" Worried that Lin Xueqing might misunderstand, Zhang Chunying quickly explained, "We're fine. We're good swimmers. When we saw the water rising, we got on a boat early." She paused and continued, "By the way, we should thank your husband. That day, when I saw the water receding, I wanted to go home to tidy up. But just as my son and I entered the house, the wall collapsed. It was your husband who heard the noise and saved my son from the rubble." Lin Xueqing was surprised by this story and asked, "Did your son get hurt?" "No, he's clever. He hid under the table and only got a small scratch. Now he's lively and bouncing around every day." Hearing this, Lin Xueqing smiled and said, "Your family must have great luck. Good days are coming." That's right. People say that after a big disaster, good fortune follows. I believe our family is blessed. Previously, I was worried about not having enough food, but your family found some military rations to help. Later, you also helped me make bamboo crafts, which earned enough work points for our family of 3 to buy rice this year. Seeing Aunt Jiang's happy face, I felt a strange sense of achievement. Suddenly, I thought this might be the reason the organization arranged for our family to go to the countryside. Thinking this, I asked, "Where do you live now?" "I don't like living with the villagers. We are from the Tonka family and are used to living on the water, so we stay on a boat." This made me curious. People can live on boats. Of course. The space is a bit smaller, but it's not much different from living on land. While talking, Aunt Zhang handed me 2 fishing nets she found inside the house. "Here are 2 nets. Do you think they are enough? If not, I have fishing lines on my boat. I can go back this afternoon and make a new one for you." I quickly waved my hand and smiled. "That's enough. I built a small fish pond at my door, hoping to raise some fish. My pond is very small, less than 10 square meters. I plan to divide it into 2 parts for different fish." Now, Aunt Zhang looked confused. "Why do you need fishing nets for a small pond? Using a net basket is easier. And why divide your small pond into 2 parts?" I didn't explain immediately. Instead, I teased her with a smile. "Just wait until you come to do bamboo crafts later, you'll see. The fishing nets are very useful." Aunt Zhang looked at me suspiciously, but then chuckled. "All right, I'll come and check it out later." Raising fish is something our Tonka family has experience with. My eyes lit up and I quickly said, "Thank you, Aunt Zhang." When I returned home, Father Lu and the others were preparing to go to work. Seeing me holding a dusty fishing net, Father Lu asked quickly, "Where did Qin Feifan find this fishing net?" I shook my head and smiled. When I went out, I met Aunt Zhang, who makes bamboo crafts every day. Their family happened to have an old fishing net, so they gave it to me. "Zhang Chunning's family?" I nodded. "Yes, that's their family." Father Lu also remembered their family situation, so it was not surprising that the fishing net was covered in dust. Mother Lu didn't mind the dust and smiled, saying, "This fishing net looks like it can be used after a simple wash." In the afternoon, "Remember to bring some gift as a thank you." Lin Xueqing quickly nodded and said, "Got it." Mother Lu asked again, "Is it troublesome to put the net in the pond?" "If not, we can help you do it first, then go back to work." "Sure, it's quick. After I wash the net, I can put it in the water." Lin Xueqing efficiently rinsed the net with water. Then she asked Father Lu, Mother Lu, Lu Zhaoning, and herself to each hold 1 corner of the net and secure it around the edge of the fish pond. The pond was now divided into 2 halves, one with a net and one without. After placing the net, Lu Zhaoning looked confused and asked, "Sister-in-law, why do we put the net in the pond?" Lin Xueqing smiled and explained, "Because the fish are of different types. This morning we release small fish fry. Later, we will put in big fish. Some big fish might eat small fish, so we need the net to keep them apart." Lu Zhaoning was surprised and said angrily, "How can fish be so mean? They eat their own kind. Not all big fish will eat small fish. But if they are hungry and have no food, they might see small fish as food." Lin Xueqing's words made Father Lu sigh and say slowly, "Nature follows the law of the jungle. Weakness is prey to strength." Some people or countries see this rule as universal truth. Coughing, Mother Lu quickly interrupted, "Don't talk nonsense in front of the children." Father Lu hesitated and said, "Your daughter isn't a child anymore." Mother Lu ignored him and said seriously, "Your ideas are dangerous. What if they influence Xueqing and Zhaoning?" Father Lu pouted and said, "If you don't want to talk about it, then let's go back to work." Lu Zhaoning was carefree. If her parents did mention it, she wouldn't think about it. As long as the family was happy together. Thinking this, she cheerfully said to Lin Xueqing, "Sister-in-law, I'm going to work now. I want to eat rabbit meat tonight." Before Lin Xueqing could respond, Lu Zhaoning jumped and quickly followed her parents. Lin Xueqing was stunned by Father Lu's words. Law of the jungle? So, because their rabbit country is weak, countries like Eagle Sauce, Foot Basin Chicken, and Hairy Bear want to bully them. Being weak means you get bullied and taken over. Is not being strong a sin? "Mrs. Lu, is this your fish pond?" Suddenly, Aunt Jiang's voice rang in her ear, interrupting Lin Xueqing's thoughts. It really works that way. Just feed more fish food. There's no need to split it. That's too complicated. Lin Xueqing smiled but didn't try to change Aunt Jiang's view forcefully. Raising fish needs careful care. Mixing everything together reduces the chances of the young fish growing well. This is her fish pond, not a real jungle. Thinking of this, Lin Xueqing quickly replied, big fish grow from small fish. They need a good environment to grow. And Jiang now understood Lin Xueqing's idea and smiled. Your method is complicated. No one has tried it before. Maybe separating them will help them grow better. Lin Xueqing smiled with her eyes curved. I believe it will work. And Jiang thought for a moment, worried that Lin Xueqing might be discouraged if the fish don't grow well, wasting the pond, and suggested, you can also raise some ducks in the pond. Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up immediately. Isn't this an alternative version of a Sentry fish pond? She quickly asked, where can I buy ducks? And Jiang thought for a moment. Old Wang's family by the river in Shangyo village has some. If you need, I can take you to buy a few. That would be perfect, Lin Xueqing continued. When is a good time? Tomorrow morning after work, Aunt Jiang added. You can just take my boat. It's very close, only about half an hour round trip. Lin Xueqing has never tried riding a fishing boat before. When she heard Aunt Jiang say this, she immediately became excited. That's great. I will go to the ferry dock tomorrow morning after work to wait for you. After they agreed on the details of going to Hubian village the next day and chatted for a while, Lu Xiaofeng also arrived. She had actually seen Lu Mingyuan digging a fish pond at Lu's house yesterday, which surprised her at the time. Now, seeing it up close, the fish pond looked well made. She couldn't tell what was at the bottom, but it was green. The water was very clear, and she could see many small fish swimming inside. It's a pity the fish haven't grown big yet. Lu Xiaofeng was from the north and had never raised fish before. She was quite hopeful that Lin Xueqing could successfully raise fish. Then she could get some fresh fish from the Lu family without relying on villagers to buy dead fish from the sea. Actually, the sea fish weren't necessarily fresh. They were caught from the sea by fishermen, who then had to go to the commune's aquatic station to report the catch. By the time the fish reached Lu Xiaofeng's family on land, most of them had already died. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask, Comrade Lin, why don't you bring back bigger fish to raise? Hearing this, Aunt Jiang quickly added, yes. Your small fish and shrimp won't grow anytime soon. Maybe tomorrow. We won't wait at the ferry dock. After I finish work, I'll bring some fish back for you to put in your net and raise. Lin Xueqing immediately felt a bit amused and hurriedly said, I have a few big fish in the kitchen already. The sun is still quite strong now, and the water in the pond is warm. If we put the fish in now, they might not adapt well. Aunt Jiang looked like she was about to faint and said helplessly, You're treating the fish like children. Fish aren't that precious. Fish are hardy. They can survive just by being in water. She then became a bit anxious and said, With only a few big fish, will this pond be enough? I'll catch some more for you tomorrow. Don't worry about bothering me. It's just a simple task. Lu Xiaofeng, listening nearby, quickly agreed. Yes. You're pregnant, and you need to eat well. As she spoke, she turned to Aunt Jiang and asked, Can you also help me bring back 2 fish? I have children at home who want to eat some fresh fish. Aunt Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Comrade Lu was very direct and asked for a favor without hesitation. Since the Lu family had saved her life, she felt she had no reason to refuse, even though she had no connection to Lu. She pursed her lips, not wanting to cause trouble for Lin Xueqing, and finally nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Lu Xiaofeng was still a kind person. Seeing Aunt Jiang agree, she quickly smiled and said, That's great. I'll exchange it for a woven bamboo basket I made. Although Aunt Jiang's family didn't really need a bamboo basket, it was better than giving something for free, so she agreed. At this moment, members of the bamboo weaving group also arrived one after another. Seeing the big change at the Lu family's place, they were all surprised. Especially Lin Xueqing's fish pond, which was very eye-catching and uniquely made, causing villagers to talk about it. Some thought Lin Xueqing was just making trouble for no reason, being bored. Others, like Lu Xiaofeng, watched quietly, feeling it didn't concern them. Some even showed kindness, suggesting that if it failed, their families could go fishing at sea and bring back more fish fry to try again. Lin Xueqing ignored all these opinions with a smile and politely declined the villagers' offers to send her fish. When most people had gathered, Lin Xueqing quickly organized everyone and explained the contract with the supply and marketing cooperative. She encouraged everyone to be creative, saying that outstanding works could be sent to the department store in the provincial capital for sale. Everyone was surprised to hear this. They hadn't expected their crafts to have a chance to be sold in a department store. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion. Wow, our team leader is really impressive. He even has a way to go to the provincial capital. Yes, just simple bamboo weaving, but it can go into a department store. That's a place that sells high-end goods. Without connections, how could we get in? Do you think if people from other villages knew our bamboo crafts could be sold in a department store, they'd come to order from us? But your woven items have to be good enough. If they're ugly, nobody will buy. Hearing the villagers chatter, Li Guizhi also began to regret offending the Liu family a few days ago. But this was a chance to sell their products in a department store. If she goes out, her bamboo weaving can only be bought at the department store, which makes her look good. In the future, those who want to use good bamboo weaving will come to her house to ask her to make it. Li Guizhi quickly raised her hand and asked, "What are the requirements for products sent to the department store? Would you not send items to those you don't get along with to avoid personal revenge?" Lin Xueqing glanced at Li Guizhi, waiting for someone to add, and took the opportunity to reply, "That's a good question. I will teach everyone the techniques of bamboo weaving, Comrade Liu Xiaofang, and I will check the quality of the products everyone makes. As for which works can be sent to the department store, that decision is made by the supply and marketing director. I have no say in it. The supply and marketing office requires the products sent to the department store to be unique and special. A jewelry stand I made before was selected to be sent there. Today, I will teach everyone how to make this." Everyone understood now. The supply and marketing office chooses the style, and if they show creativity and come up with good designs, they will be selected. To motivate everyone, Lin Xueqing added, "Whoever designs a product that gets chosen by the supply and marketing office will become the team leader for that product category. Team leaders get extra work points, which immediately made everyone excited and more eager than ever." Lin Xueqing quickly listed the categories of products they planned to send to the supply and marketing office and told everyone, "These are the production tasks we need to complete in the next few days. Let's work hard during this period and try to make up for the losses in the rice fields with our side business this year." Hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted and they said, "We will definitely complete the tasks and actively contribute to the village's income." Meanwhile, Father Liu also found Chen Feifan and asked him to arrange trusted villagers to make bamboo furniture. Chen Feifan's eyes turned quickly as he thought fast. This year's rice harvest will probably be just SOSO, and they might not even be able to pay enough grain tax. Because his father is the team leader, their family has been planting in the village all year round and rarely goes fishing. Considering this, their family's work points will likely be insufficient, so it's better to switch to the furniture team. The Liu family clearly has resources, so they have no worries about their future. Maybe this side business will help the village get through the tough times this year. Thinking this, Chen Feifan immediately volunteered and then brought along a few relatives to help. Chen Feifan's little plan was naturally noticed by Father Liu, but Father Liu actually wanted this small scheme. Having this plan made Chen Feifan and others work harder and take the initiative, instead of passively waiting for the usual share, just kicking and moving around. Having a selfless, collective-minded attitude is noble, but self-interest is the nature of most people. After all, few fools like him would sacrifice their own interests to come to this strange place. Lin Xueqing showed the bamboo weaving group how to make the jewelry stand for the department store. Li Guizhi learned while thinking, why does Lin Xueqing's weaving technique look so much like her own? But honestly, she couldn't think of a style for the jewelry stand. For a moment, she felt confused. She realized for the first time that high bamboo weaving skills are not enough. Clever design ideas are also needed. Other team members, though not as frustrated as Li Guizhi, also realized that designing a new product, getting approval from the supply and marketing cooperative, and then selling it in department stores is not easy. They just learned weaving and couldn't come up with new styles easily. For a while, except for a few, Most members gave up on designing new products and focused on completing their delivery tasks for the cooperative. When Chen Feifan and his team arrived at the bamboo shed, Lin Xueqing had just finished teaching, and she took the chance to teach Chen Feifan and others how to make furniture. She didn't say much and directly told Chen Feifan's group about their production task. They had an order for 500 tables from the furniture factory, and the supply and marketing cooperative was also accepting pre-orders, so they needed to produce more as backup. When she said this, everyone present was shocked. Lin Xueqing didn't hide this number from the bamboo weaving group or try to conceal it. So when Lu Xiufang and others heard this figure, they were even more surprised than when they learned that bamboo products could be sold in department stores. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, what kind of table is so impressive that the furniture factory ordered 500 at once, and the supply and marketing cooperative also needed to pre-order? In the past, the furniture factory workers were very proud and only came to collect bamboo. They looked down on the furniture made by villagers. Lin Xueqing didn't explain but handed the prepared drawings to Chen Feifan and said, I divided the parts needed for the table into 3 groups. Each group just cuts the bamboo according to the parts shown on the corresponding drawings. Chen Feifan took the drawings and saw they were very detailed, with the shape, length, and width of each part clearly marked. The bamboo boards and legs were easier, but the small parts with unknown uses were a bit tricky. He pointed to the drawing of those small parts and asked, these are more complicated to make. Maybe they should be assigned to other groups. Lin Xueqing shook her head and said, no need. Making the bamboo boards and legs is easier, so fewer people can handle it. For these small parts, the difficulty is higher. We should have more people to make sure everyone works about the same amount of time. Chen Feifan thought it made sense, nodded, and went to organize the work. After dividing the tasks, the furniture team started working smoothly and efficiently. Maybe the villagers had some experience making bamboo furniture. Lin Xueqing watched for a while and found they were quite quick at cutting bamboo, which made her even more satisfied. Soon, Chen Feifan's team finished making all the parts for the table. Lin Xueqing asked the team to go into the newly built guest room, then personally showed them how to assemble the parts into a table. Chen Feifan and his team didn't expect that these parts could be assembled into a foldable table, which made them feel very amazed. They never imagined that these small parts, when put together, would turn out like this. They also didn't realize that Lin Xueqing had such clever ideas. No wonder the furniture factory ordered 500 of these tables right away. Such a new and interesting table would sell very well. Chen Feifan finally understood why Lu's father told him to find trustworthy people for the assembly. Thinking this, he quickly told his relatives, keep your mouths shut about how to assemble the table. Even your wives and brothers are not allowed to say anything. The people chosen by Chen Feifan were not foolish. They were all smart. They nodded and said, Brother Feifan, we understand. Don't worry. After learning the full process of making the tables, Chen Feifan reorganized the work to finish 500 tables as soon as possible. Today, Lin Xueqing did not continue weaving bamboo, but focused on making folding chairs to be sent to the supply and marketing cooperative and the furniture factory tomorrow. She planned to make a type of folding chair that could be used for sitting or lying down. She hadn't seen this kind of folding recliner in the market yet, but she believed it could be made as a high-quality product, like the folding tables. Lin Xueqing took some paper and a pen and drew the design plans for the chair on the new table in the living room. She realized that the backrest of the recliner could be made by the bamboo weaving team, while the other parts would still be made by the furniture team. Thinking this, she handed the new drawing to Chen Feifan and asked him to help make the parts according to the measurements on the plan. Meanwhile, she quickly wove the chair back using flat bamboo strips and netting. Lin Xueqing's bamboo weaving skills are now at level 6. Although she is not as good as Li Guiji, she is considered an excellent craftsman in the village. Within an hour, she finished weaving the chair back. Chen Feifan was also very quick at cutting bamboo. By the time Lin Xueqing finished the backrest, he had already made the necessary parts for the chair frame. At the same time, Lu Mingche saw that it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He pushed his wheelchair out and prepared to go with Lin Xueqing to the neighboring medical tent for a follow-up check. As he stepped out, He saw Lin Xueqing instructing Chen Feifan to lay a narrow bamboo mat flat on a chair. Lu Mingche's eyes lit up. He realized that Lin Xueqing often surprised him. Chen Feifan was also surprised and said, "Comrade Lin, your design is really amazing. This chair can be used for sitting or lying down, and it can fold up. It will definitely be popular." Lin Xueqing didn't expect the finished product to turn out so well. She quickly smiled and said, "I thought so too." Thinking this, she asked Chen Feifan, "Can other comrades help with the work and make another set of parts? I'll weave a chair back in the evening so we can have 2 chairs to sit on. Tomorrow, we can send both to the supply and marketing cooperative and the furniture factory at the same time for display." Nearby, members of another bamboo weaving group, who were about to finish work, had already gathered around, curious about the chair that could be sat on or lied on. Aunt Jiang heard Lin Xueqing's words and quickly said, "If you trust me, I will weave the backrest for this chair. You can go to the medical station with peace of mind." Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and agreed, smiling, "Thank you very much. If I haven't finished weaving it before we leave, I can come back and finish it later." After saying this, Lin Xueqing pushed Lu Mingche toward the medical tent. After Lin Xueqing left, the bamboo weaving group's members couldn't stop being curious about the chair. They kept trying to fold and unfold it, and some even tried lying on it. Everyone gathered around the chair, discussing, "How is this chair made? It looks so comfortable to lie on. If only I had a chair like this at home." When relatives visit, they could sit or lie down, saving the trouble of making beds. This style is really rare. I wonder what kind of ideas Sister Lin has. How does she always come up with such new and strange things? She's from a big city. She's not like us, who haven't seen much. Meanwhile, when Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingche arrived at the medical tent, Old, who was already there. Seeing Lin Xueqing, Old, who handed her a letter of recommendation he had prepared and said, "This is a recommendation letter from me and Director Zhou for you. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. The day after tomorrow morning, I will take you to the county hospital to take the Barefoot doctor exam." Lin Xueqing took the letter and nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Old Hu and Director Zhou. I will do my best." Old Hu felt a sense of relief. Such an obedient and sensible girl. How did she end up being the daughter-in-law of that brat Lu Xingua? She was really lucky for the Lu family. Thinking for a moment, Old Hu felt that the master and apprentice were like family. If Lin Xueqing became his disciple, then Lu Xingua would have to call him father. With this thought, Old Hu secretly felt pleased and decided that as long as Lin Xueqing passed the Barefoot doctor exam, he would officially accept her as a close disciple of their traditional medicine school. After the follow-up appointment, Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingche returned home. Lu Mingche quietly asked, "Older sister-in-law, you're busy learning traditional medicine, doing farm work at home, making bamboo crafts and furniture, and studying with me at night. Do you think you can handle all this?" Lin Xueqing paused for a moment. When she listed everything, she realized she was quite busy, but somehow it felt okay. She smiled and said, "Look, I'm managing it now, aren't I? I think being busy like this is pretty good. Back in Beijing, I also went to work every day, but life was dull. I just followed my parents' wishes and didn't really know why I was working. But now, things are different. Since I came to Xiaoxi village, I found I can do so many things. Growing vegetables, raising fish, making bamboo crafts and furniture. What's important is that what I make is useful to everyone and the villagers are very grateful. I think being busy like this is much more interesting than the boring life I had in Beijing." Lu Mingche understood. It turns out she felt a sense of achievement. No wonder Lin Xueqing is so talented in practical skills. Feeling accomplished gives her motivation, and she can do her work more efficiently. Since that's the case, he felt reassured to go find old Su tonight to help Lin Xueqing with her studies. Just then, Lu Minglang's voice came from the backyard. "Older sister-in-law, I'm back." Today, Lu Minglang had gone to help at the nearby construction site. Seeing the time, Lu Mingyuan told him to come home and help out. Lin Xueqing looked toward the voice and saw Lu Minglang covered in mud and dirt. She quickly said, "Go wash up right away." At that moment, Lu Mingche suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, when you cook tonight, make enough for 5 more people and give it to the elderly neighbors next door." Lin Xueqing was surprised. She remembered that tonight she was supposed to deliver food to the experts staying in the cattle shed. She thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know what they like to eat?" Lu Mingche only knew that his teacher Wu Kuan liked pork belly, and old Kai from the neighboring village liked pig's trotters. But because of the flood, meat like pork and beef was scarce in every household. He didn't want to mention that, so he just said, "This morning I caught 2 rabbits. I cooked them all, and will share some meat with them to help boost their nutrition." Lin Xueqing nodded, understanding what Lu Mingche meant. "I guess these days, those experts are probably not feeling very comfortable either. When Guijisheng and the others caused trouble, my father could only handle things officially, so their work was definitely affected. At least, in the past few days, the villagers need to see that they are still working, so no one can find fault with them. As for food, they can only rely on the grain sent by the military district. Maybe secretly giving them a little more, but it's just enough to keep them fed. But having meat and eggs is almost impossible." Thinking this over, Lin Xueqing probably understood what she needed to do for them. "All right, I'll make arrangements," she said. Then she started preparing tonight's dinner. There are quite a few people to feed tonight: her family of 7, the experts in the pigsty, and the brothers helping at the construction site. In total, about 20 people. Fortunately, she had stored enough grain in Beijing, or there wouldn't be enough rice and food. For dinner, she mixed sweet potato grains with coarse rice and white rice for a mixed grain meal. The remaining rabbit also had to be slaughtered, or there wouldn't be enough meat. She also took out a pig's trotter from her space, along with another one preserved with salt at home, planning to make braised pig's trotters. Braised pig's trotters are soft and sticky, perfect for the experts. Today at the construction site, they did heavy physical work, so these 2 hearty dishes might still not be enough for 20 people. She also prepared some cured meat mixed with pork belly, planning to cook a stir-fry with greens. Finally, she remembered Aunt Jiang said she would send fish tomorrow, so she decided to steam a fish for herself. Vegetables couldn't be missing either. She used more than half of the greens she bought in the county a few days ago: stir-fried lettuce with lard and fermented beans, stir-fried choy sum with meat, and sliced cucumber. She also cut a piece of winter melon to make a salty egg winter melon soup. But after this meal, most of the vegetables in the house were used up, leaving only some durable fruits and vegetables. Lin Xueqing only wished her garden vegetables had grown enough. While she was thinking, Lu Minglang's voice came from the yard. Sister-in-law, come quickly and see if our vegetables have sprouted." Lin Xueqing put down what she was holding and walked into the plastic-covered bamboo shed. Lu Minglang was squatting on the ground, carefully observing the plants. Lin Xueqing slowly approached. Sure enough, I saw a tiny vegetable sprout growing in the soil in front of Lu Minglang. Lin Xueqing patted his head and smiled. "It has indeed sprouted." Lu Minglang asked curiously, "How long will it take to grow up?" Lin Xueqing remembered that the soil was planted with the fastest-growing bok choy, and she said, "Probably about 20 more days." Lu Minglang sounded a bit disappointed. "Oh, why does it take so long? 20 days is already the fastest." She pointed to a small area nearby with a bamboo stick and said, "That spot has tomatoes, which take longer, about 2 to 3 months to ripen. Can I water them more? Will they grow faster?" Lin Xueqing shook her head. "It's like our meals: if we eat too much, we feel full. If we eat too little, we feel hungry. Growing vegetables is the same. Overwatering or overfertilizing can have negative effects. Is raising fish the same way?" Lin Xueqing nodded. "Yes, sister-in-law, I'm hungry." "Are the fish hungry too?" This made Lin Xueqing laugh out loud. Kids are really adorable, so cute. Inside the house, Lu Mingche had a completely different thought. He couldn't help but rub his forehead and silently complain. How could Lu Minglang ask such silly questions? When he was his age, he didn't need to ask these basic questions anymore. Right now, Lu Mingche felt the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. Teaching Lu Minglang was a bit difficult. What should he do? The 2 outside didn't know about Lu Mingche's worries. Lin Xueqing gently rubbed Lu Mingche's little head and smiled. "Come on, let's go outside to feed the fish. Your sister-in-law will teach you how to feed them. Next time, you'll be in charge of feeding the fish. Whether we can eat tasty fish depends on Minglang." Lu Minglang suddenly felt even more responsible. He had to go hunting in the mountains, water the vegetable garden, and feed the fish in the pond. He sighed quietly. It seemed the family's food depended on him. Without him, it wouldn't work. But his father said that the bigger the responsibility, the greater the ability. He would become a capable young man someday. Thinking of this, Lu Minglang quickly patted his chest and promised, "Older sister-in-law, I guarantee I can complete the task and raise our fish fat and healthy." Lin Xueqing burst out laughing again. She directed Lu Minglang to carry the large basin with the big fish outside, while she held the prepared fish food and followed behind. When they reached the fish pond, Lin Xueqing pointed to the side with the fishing net and said, "Put the fish into this pond." Lu Minglang hurriedly poured the fish and water from the basin into the pond. The big fish now had more space to swim, and they immediately started moving around happily. The southern summer sun was setting late, casting a golden glow on the water surface. The breeze made the water shimmer with light. Lin Xueqing sprinkled the small, round fish food she had prepared on the side without the net. Instantly, the small fish hiding at the bottom smelled the food and eagerly swam over to eat. Lu Minglang was amazed and excited, exclaiming playfully, "Older sister-in-law, I want to try too." Lin Xueqing didn't discourage him and handed him the fish food bowl. She pointed to the divided portions of fish food inside and explained, "Feed the big fish here. There are 10 big fish, and each one needs about 3 of these large fish pellets. When you feed them, crush the pellets first, then sprinkle small amounts into the pond multiple times." Feeding the fish looked quite simple, and Lu Minglang finished feeding all the fish in just a few moments, feeling a bit eager to do more. He found it very interesting to watch the fish rush to eat. Lin Xueqing patted his head and smiled. "Starting tomorrow, you will be in charge of feeding the fish. Older sister-in-law will prepare the fish food for you in advance. You'll feed them once in the morning and once in the evening." She also reminded him of some precautions and pointed to the fish pond. The bottom of the pond has a shallow and deep area. The spot we are standing on is the shallow water zone, and the opposite side is the deep water zone. The side with the net is mainly for carnivorous fish, while the other side is for fish fry and herbivorous fish. Lu Minglang thought for a moment and asked, "Does that mean these 2 types of fish eat different food?" Lin Xueqing nodded and smiled. "Yes, Minglang, you are very clever. They do indeed have different diets." She continued, "So, without fish from this side, when they grow up, we need to regularly catch the carnivorous fish and move them to the nearby fishing net pond." Lu Minglang immediately understood and smiled. "Is it to prevent them from fighting? The herbivorous fish can't win against the carnivorous ones." Lin Xueqing laughed again. "Yes, that's right." They chatted and laughed as they returned to the kitchen. Lu Minglang helped wash the vegetables, while Lin Xueqing took the opportunity to prepare other ingredients while simmering pig's trotters and cooking rice. Because there were quite a few dishes to prepare today, by the time Lu's father and mother finished work, the meal was not yet ready. Lu's mother went straight into the kitchen to help without saying a word. Lu Minglang then took Lu's father and Lu Xiaoning to look at the fish in the pond. Lu's father was surprised that the fish pond already had fish after coming home from work. Seeing the fish still lively in the pond, he had a feeling that Lin Xueqing might really have managed to keep the fish alive. If it works well, they could build a few more such ponds. Not necessarily for selling, but at least to provide food for the old folks. After visiting the fish pond, Lu Minglang took the 2 of them to see the small seedling in the vegetable garden. Lu Xiaoning couldn't help but ask, "How long do we have to grow these vegetables before we can eat them?" Lu Minglang proudly repeated the answer Lin Xueqing had told him. Inside the house, Lu Chao couldn't hold back anymore. He felt a bit of a headache. He pushed open the door, called Lu's father inside, and then said to Lu Xiaoning and Lu Minglang, "If you can't help in the kitchen, go help at the construction site next door." Lu Xiaoning was still a bit timid about her second brother. Although he looked gentle, he was very harsh in how he disciplined people. He would either force her to memorize books or recite lessons, or give her homework to do. If she offended her older brother, she would get a beating, just physical pain, which would heal after a while. But offending her second brother was a mental torment, leaving psychological scars that might last a lifetime. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoning pulled Lu Minglang to help at the construction site. Thanks to the diesel generator from the logistics team, their construction site had a power line connected from the logistics department. With electricity, work could continue into the night. Lin Xueqing was not afraid of tiring herself out. After all, this was their own house, built by their own hands, which gave her a sense of achievement. Although she and Lu Mingling only did simple tasks like moving mud and carrying bricks. Meanwhile, after Lu's father entered Lu Mingche's room, Lu Mingche didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Tonight, take me to the nearby cattle shed to sit for a while and also deliver some food to them." Lu's father was surprised and asked confusedly, "What if you make too much noise going over and get noticed? What do you want to talk about?" "I can tell them for you." Lu Mingche shook his head. "I need to go myself to show sincerity." This made Lu's father even more curious, and he asked, "What's the specific matter?" "Just let my brother carry me over. We can talk about the details when I see old Sue and the others tonight." Lu's father was stunned but finally nodded in agreement. "All right, after your brother comes back, tell him about it." He also added, "The food, old Sue, and the others actually don't lack it. I've arranged for them to help build sentry points for the logistics team these days, doing some mud-moving work. The logistics cooks will bring the prepared food to the mountain, and they'll eat there before coming back." Lu Mingche frowned as he listened. His father's arrangement was a bit unexpected, and he asked doubtfully, "Isn't this work arrangement a bit inappropriate?" Lu's father waved his hand helplessly. "I really can't think of what else to arrange for them. They're too old for heavy work. Something easier might be seen as lazy by the villagers or the young workers, and that could cause trouble. More importantly, if their work isn't connected to the logistics team, there's no chance to send them food. We can't just let these elders do heavy and dirty work out of fear of trouble for ourselves." Lu Mingche's brow furrowed even more. "What will happen after the logistics team finishes building the sentry points?" Lu's father spread his hands. "We'll think of a way then, or ask Qin Jingming to figure it out himself." Lu Mingche's mouth twitched at this. His father's style was truly consistent. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and said, "Let's talk to old Sue and the others tonight. Maybe they have better solutions themselves." Father Lu thought about it and decided that instead of solving the problem alone, it was better to share it with everyone so they could work together to find a solution. "All right, tonight I'll call your brother and we can go talk to Mr. Sue and the others." Just as he was speaking, Mother Lu called everyone to dinner from outside. Father Lu quickly went through the back door to call people from the construction site to come eat. But before he reached the construction area, he saw Yiming. Yiming was there to move their backyard stove to the new bamboo shed they built nearby. Unexpectedly, when he arrived in the backyard, he saw the Lu family had built a shed that looked very much like a scientific research greenhouse from the Beijing Agricultural Science Institute. He was puzzled because this kind of greenhouse technology, which was recently introduced from the flower-growing country, was already used by the Lu family. Honestly, he had only seen this greenhouse planting technology in the experimental fields of the Agricultural Institute, where it was used to grow summer crops during winter in Beijing. He had never heard of southern regions needing to build greenhouses. He looked inside and saw some bamboo frames, probably supporting climbing plants like gourds. The top of the shed had some shade cloth, likely to prevent sunburn, protect young plants from getting scorched, or avoid sunburn disease on the fruits. The shed looked simple, but from the details, it was very well designed, professional enough to match the researchers at their agricultural institute. But the Lu family was not officials? How could they know such advanced planting techniques? While he was wondering, he saw Father Lu come out of the yard. He quickly called out, "Comrade Lu, wait a moment." Father Lu then noticed Yiming was inside their planting shed and looked surprised. Realizing what was happening, he quickly smiled and explained, "This is my daughter-in-law's idea. She was just joking, saying she wanted to give the seedlings a shade umbrella. Is it wrong for her to build a shed like this?" When talking about his expertise, Yiming was very serious and shook his head quickly. No, it's not wrong. In fact, it's very good. I just want to ask, where did you find this plastic film?" Although the plastic film didn't look like the kind used in professional greenhouses, its transparency and insulation properties were enough. Regarding the rain protection part, a straw mat was also placed above, which helped fix the problem of the plastic film being too thin. Father Lu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Yiming to ask about this and quickly smiled. "You might not guess this. It's actually a candy wrapper." When Xueqing went to the supply store, The clerk tried to sell her a candy gift box, but she liked the wrapper because it was see-through and kept bugs out. Later, she simply asked for the factory's address and went to get the wrapper from the factory director. Yiming was stunned and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you saying this was made by Comrade Lin?" Just because she saw a candy wrapper and was inspired, Father Lu didn't understand why Yiming was so surprised, but he confidently replied, "Yes, that's exactly it." He then couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" After a long moment, Yiming recovered from his shock and said, "It's nothing. I'm just surprised that Comrade Lin is so clever." Honestly, Yiming couldn't quite describe how he felt right now. It was a complicated mix. In his most professional field, Lin Xueqing, who had never studied planting, managed to replicate large greenhouse techniques just from a candy wrapper. He initially thought that the two brothers from the Lu family had seen such greenhouses at the Agricultural Science Institute in Beijing and copied them. But he never expected that the person who made this was actually Lin Xueqing. He thought Lin Xueqing was good at crafts, but when it came to research and professional work, he believed women's minds were a bit lacking. Maybe, as Father Lu said, it was just a coincidence. However, since the Lu family managed to get plastic film, he quickly made a request. "Captain Lu, you don't know this, but greenhouses built with plastic film are a recent advanced technology developed by foreign countries based on glass greenhouses. Our Agricultural Science Institute introduced this technology a few years ago from a country that raises big chickens and foot basin chickens for scientific research. I never thought that Comrade Lin would happen to come up with such a greenhouse just from a packaging bag. I wonder if I could borrow this greenhouse for my research." Now, Father Lu was completely stunned. He never expected that a simple candy wrapper material could have so many hidden uses behind it. He couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is this plastic film used for?" Talking about his expertise, Yiming became more animated. He explained the principles of greenhouse planting one after another. For example, it allows for off-season planting, increases crop yields as much as possible, protects plants from damage caused by wind and sun, and helps regulate temperature flexibly. Father Lu listened, his mind buzzing. He wanted to interrupt, but Yiming was so excited that he didn't stop at all. At this moment, he also understood the hint in Yiming's words, that if this greenhouse was used by him, he could develop more planting products. Lin Xueqing just happened to think of something, and if she kept it, it would be a waste. Basically, Yiming was eyeing the greenhouse that his wife had built for planting. But Yiming didn't know that Father Lu was a person who was both lazy and protective of his family's interests. Today, his youngest son proudly showed off the seedlings in the vegetable field. Those were planted by his eldest daughter-in-law herself, using seeds she chose and a greenhouse she designed. Their family worked the land, planted vegetables, and built the greenhouse. Why should Yiming, with just a few words about scientific research, get to take over the greenhouse? If he was really so capable, why didn't he think of using candy wrappers to make greenhouse film? A little voice inside Father Lu's mind scolded him angrily, wishing he could just yell back, but his position as team leader prevented him from doing so. To him, Yiming's research was one thing, but trying to take over his family's vegetable greenhouse was another. As team leader, Yiming spoke so righteously that he couldn't refuse directly. He had to pretend to listen carefully to all those so-called principles Yiming was talking about.
Why are you still here chatting?
I told you to go call the children for dinner. Don't you see what time it is? Mother Lu's voice suddenly interrupted from behind, breaking Yiming's long speech. Father Lu was immediately overjoyed. His longtime partner was here to help, and he quickly came to the rescue. He hurriedly said to Yiming, "Since this plastic film is so useful, you don't need to borrow from us. I'll go to the county town tomorrow and ask the candy factory if they can give us some more packaging materials." Yiming saw that Mr. Lu finally understood the importance of the plastic greenhouse. He quickly continued to persuade him, but don't waste this greenhouse either. It's hard to find such thin plastic film. It might be better used for. Although Mrs. Lu didn't hear what they said earlier, she understood Yiming's intention. She quickly smiled and said, "Our greenhouse was built by my daughter-in-law herself, and the materials were also asked for from the sugar factory by her. If Comrade wants it, You might as well go directly to the factory director tomorrow and ask them not to use this plastic film for packaging. They can do research with it instead. Yiming was suddenly speechless and finally realized that his request was a bit too much. He could only scratch his head awkwardly and say, "Sorry, I just feel sorry for this film. I think it should be used for scientific research, nothing else." Mrs. Liu rolled her eyes at him inwardly. His explanation was almost worse than no explanation. But her long experience as a propaganda department director kept her from showing her feelings. She smiled and said, "Since old Liu has agreed to help you ask at the sugar factory tomorrow, just wait and see. As for our greenhouse, it was given to us by the factory director of the sugar plant, who generously lent it to us. The sugar factory packages so many gift bags every day. They waste more than we do." Yiming was not a fool. He immediately understood the hidden meaning behind Mrs. Liu's sarcastic words. He could only touch his nose and continue. "This kind of film isn't exclusive to the Agricultural Research Institute. If we can find a tougher yet transparent plastic film, that would be even better." Mr. Liu's eyes twitched slightly. Yiming thought that the plastic factory was owned by their family, but if he went to ask at the candy factory tomorrow, they might not give it to him. Although he was muttering internally, Mr. Liu didn't show it. He nodded perfunctorily and said, "All right, I will pay attention. I happen to be going to the county town tomorrow, so I can ask at the sugar factory for you." Hearing Mr. Liu's promise, Yiming was overjoyed and quickly nodded in thanks. When he left, Yiming didn't rush, but picked up the stones where Lin Xueqing had set up a stove nearby, then slowly walked back home. At this moment, Mr. Liu also remembered his task. He guessed the children must be very hungry, so he hurried to catch up with Mrs. Liu and went to the construction site to call them back for dinner. Lu Mingyuan and the others heard the call to dinner and put down their tools, then went to wash in the bamboo canal in the backyard. This time, Lu Xiaoning learned her lesson and didn't mix with those rude men. She quickly ran back to her own bathroom to wash. Dinner was as usual, a big, delicious meal with many dishes. Hao Xiaomin couldn't help but feel a bit excited and said, "Maybe tomorrow we should work a little harder and go hunting in the mountains earlier." Tion Shing immediately nodded happily. "That sounds good. I want to sign up." Lu Mingyuan glared at them and said, "Do you think there are always animals to hunt on the mountain? Do they just wait for you?" Hao Xiaomin waved his hand and said, "If we can't catch anything, it can just be practice for patrol training." Tion Shing's eyes twinkled as he suggested, "How about we have a contest to see who catches the most animals?" Before Lu Mingyuan could speak, Lu Xiaoning excitedly said, "That's a good idea. Let's have a hunting contest. Whoever catches the most wins." Hao Xiaomin also thought it was a good idea. "And what do we get as a prize?" Tion Shing turned to Lin Xueqing with a hopeful look and asked, "Sister-in-law, if I win, can I get a special meat dish?" Lin Xueqing was surprised. She didn't expect Tion Shing to be so excited just for a meal. She quickly laughed and said, "No problem. If you win, I will make it just for you." Lu Xiaoning also quickly made his request. "If I win, can you take me to town to look around?" Lin Xueqing hadn't agreed yet, but Lu Mingyuan nodded and said, "If you win, your brother and I will take you." Hao Xiaomin and the others also made their requests, and they set the rules and time for the contest. Everyone discussed enthusiastically, and the dinner table was filled with happiness. The relaxing time passed quickly, and Tion Shing and the others left together. Lu Minglang was very alert and offered to wash the dishes, but his mother refused because he had more important things to do later. Yes, Lu Minglang's study plan was about to restart tonight. Lu Minglang could only look sadly at the study materials with Lin Xueqing while sitting at the table. Lu Mingche didn't have high demands for Lu Minglang, mainly focusing on basic math, physics, and chemistry, and at least some knowledge of history and Chinese language. So, while Lu Mingche was teaching Lin Xueqing, Lu Minglang had to start memorizing, but not simple poems. He was immediately asked to memorize Zhuge Liang's Chu Shibiao. Lu Minglang wanted to cry because he hadn't even fully recognized the characters yet. He could only quietly ask Lu Xiaoning for help. Lu Xiaoning immediately felt overwhelmed and, without saying a word, ran off to play at Tion Shing's camp. As she ran, she secretly felt relieved because she had studied Chu Shibiao when she was in elementary and middle school at the military district compound. She had memorized it before, but she had already returned the content to her teachers. If she remembered correctly, Chu Shibiao was part of the middle or high school Chinese textbooks. Because their grandparents and parents were from military backgrounds, Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a bedtime story in childhood, and Chu Shibiao was learned early on. She was worried that if she accidentally said something wrong, her second brother would catch her and make her relive the stress of studying, which would make her cry. Thinking this way, Lu Xiaoning ran even faster. Lu Mingling wanted to find his father, but his father was in his older brother's room discussing something. In the end, their mother, feeling sorry for her child, finished washing the dishes and then marked the characters Lu Mingling didn't know, adding explanations for him. She also secretly thought to herself that it was crazy for someone to have a second-grade elementary student memorize Chu Shibiao. Lu Mingche still didn't realize that his seemingly simple teaching was being criticized by the whole family. He secretly thought that the difficulty he set for Lin Xueqing was too easy. He planned to review the key points of middle school knowledge with her over a week and focus on expanding her practical application skills. Considering Lin Xueqing's talent in applying knowledge, he wanted her to maximize her ability to use what she learned in real life. For example, knowing that fish need oxygen in water, how could they increase the oxygen levels? There are many practical solutions, such as increasing water contact with air or trying to make the deep water flow toward the surface. For example, when preparing meals for 20 people each day, how can we calculate the right balance of meat and vegetables to ensure balanced nutrition? Also, how much ingredients should be prepared daily, and what is the typical loss rate of ingredients? At this moment, Lin Xueqing felt her mind almost explode as Lu Mingche's questions became more in-depth. Lu Mingche's questions were very realistic, but also quite tricky. She had to multitask, answering his questions while quickly searching the library's materials for answers. When it seemed like time was running out, Lu Mingche gave Lin Xueqing two very practical homework assignments. 1. How should the plastic film greenhouse be adjusted to match the growth patterns of plants? 2. Calculate the maximum weight that a folding chair can support. Lin Xueqing thought the first question was manageable, but when she saw the second, she felt a wave of panic. She couldn't find answers to this kind of calculation in the library, and she suddenly felt like crying. Before she could finish memorizing the Memorial to the Emperor, little Lu Mingling returned to his and Lu Mingche's bedroom, looking worried. Within 20 minutes, they heard Lu Mingche's voice getting louder as he explained things, with a hint of restrained patience in his tone. Every parent who has helped their child with homework can understand this feeling of frustration, wanting to shout and scold the child at any moment. Lu's mother shook her head and sighed. But she knew very well that she couldn't let Mingling wander in the mountains every day. If she did, he might become useless, and that would be a great disservice to his late parents. Thinking this, Lu's mother decided to go out to find her daughter. It was too late now, and her daughter wouldn't be safe outside. After finding a good excuse, she quickly left the house. As for education, since someone else was taking on the responsibility, she left it to her second son to worry about. She couldn't hear the details and felt no stress. Meanwhile, when Lin Xueqing returned to her room, her father and Mingyuan were still talking about the mailman who delivered a package that morning. Her father's intention was to remind Mingyuan to use the army's resources to find out which unit Du Jiqiang had served in before and why he was transferred to be a mailman. He thought Lin Xueqing's reminder was very reasonable. Besides, the mailman's position naturally allowed him to move between villages without attracting attention. If there was a possibility of an undercover agent in such a role, it would be very hard to detect. Lin Xueqing suddenly remembered something else and asked Lu Mingyuan, "Does the postman also understand communication technology?" The question was a bit sudden, and Lu Mingyuan was momentarily confused. He asked, "Why do you suddenly ask that? Qin Tuoqiang said that Zhang Yongshun knows this, so I started to think. It seems that people at the post office might also understand it." Lu Mingyuan was surprised and immediately stood up without hesitation, shouting, "I'm going to check and we'll be right back." Then he strode quickly toward the logistics team's camp. Lin Xueqing was stunned for a moment, then looked at her father and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Her father also looked surprised. Lin Xueqing's words seemed to wake him up. Besides the machinery factory, the most likely place to get telegrams and have communication skills is the postal service. Although Du Jiqiang had doubts, those in the postal service who might access the telegram system couldn't be ignored. In principle, everyone in the postal system would have undergone strict political screening, so mistakes were unlikely. But there was always a risk of hidden problems. Just like how no one suspected that there were so many undercover agents hiding in Xiaoxi village, even though they hadn't come there. They almost transmitted their supply routes and military defense plans. No, they might have already done so. They didn't know how much information the enemy had already sent out via telegram after they seized their intelligence. Her father quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, he just remembered he needed to send a telegram to the military district. The logistics unit has a telegram machine connected to the military district. Lin Xueqing knew her reminder had worked, and the rest could only be left to the organization to investigate. She tactfully changed the subject to talk about the folding chair. Her father, hurriedly, went with Lin Xueqing to the guest room. She demonstrated how to use the folding chair. Her father then opened and folded the chair again, trying it out by lying on it for a while. When the small panel underneath the recliner was pulled out, it became like a small bed. Amazing. Her father exclaimed happily. This chair is probably more popular than the folding table. When guests come over, just pull this chair open, and it becomes a small bed. Lin Xueqing nodded and smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking at the time. I was thinking that if guests come to our house, the table might not be enough, so I thought of a foldable table. Similarly, if guests need to stay overnight and there aren't enough rooms, this chair can be used as a bed. She paused for a moment and continued. I believe that for now, one set of tables and chairs, along with small woven baskets, should be enough for the villagers to work on for a while. Lu's father thought this made sense and nodded. All right, we won't be greedy. We'll focus on making this set of tables and chairs well. Ensure good quality, then use them to open up the market and boost our village's income. Lin Xueqing nodded. She shared this idea. If we suddenly produce all the furniture styles from the book, the villagers won't be able to keep up. Just then, Lu Mingyuan came back from outside. Hearing the voices of Lu's father and Lin Xueqing, he hurried in. He looked a bit apologetic and said to Lu's father and Lin Xueqing, Tonight, I have an urgent task outside, so you don't need to wait for me. Lin Xueqing frowned slightly. Be careful and stay safe. After nodding, Lu Mingyuan quietly talked a few words with Lu's father and then hurried out. At the same time, Lu's mother and Lu Xiaoning, who had received the news, also returned quickly. Lu Xiaoning looked worried and asked, Tion Shing and the others worked all day on the construction site, and now they're going out again tonight. Won't their bodies be overwhelmed? Hearing this, Lin Xueqing suddenly slapped her forehead. Why didn't she think of bringing some nutritional drinks or snacks for Lu Mingyuan earlier? She thought for a moment and decided to prepare some nutritious snacks mixed with energy drinks tomorrow to keep in the space. When Lu Mingyuan needs to go out on a task, she can give him a share. She also planned to prepare an emergency first aid kit and medicines. Lu's mother saw Lin Xueqing silent and worried and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Mingyuan has been trained by his grandfather since he was young, so he's in good shape. Don't worry. Yes, I know. I'm just upset that I didn't prepare any snacks for him to take out today. I'm afraid he'll go hungry. Lu Xiaoning chuckled softly and said, My brother won't go hungry. Worrying about him starving is less important than worrying about Tion Shing, that fool. This time, Mother Lu couldn't hold back anymore. She patted Lu Xiaoning on the back of her head and reminded her, Young lady, how can you be like this? Not calling someone by their name and always mentioning the fool. That kid Tion Shing is simple-minded but kind-hearted. He's just not arguing with you. They chatted for a while longer before each went back to their rooms to rest. Lin Xueqing naturally had no time to rest. She needed to do her homework. Originally, Lu Mingche was scheduled to do it tomorrow morning, but since there were things to handle tomorrow, she didn't like to delay it until then. Just after finishing the first question, she heard her parents talking outside. She wanted to go out and ask if they needed help, but she saw through the door that her father was carrying Lu Mingche on his back, and her mother was holding 2 bamboo baskets. Lin Xueqing then remembered they hadn't yet brought food to the experts tonight. At this late hour, they probably didn't want to be seen. She didn't expect her father to carry Lu Mingche there. It seemed it was more than just delivering food. When Lu Mingche arrived at the cattle shed, his brows were tightly furrowed. He was completely surprised by how the cattle shed looked. Everyone lived in small, narrow stalls with no beds, just mats of straw with a bamboo mat on top, and that was all. Inside, Su Zhengyu was also stunned. He didn't expect the Lu family to come to the cattle shed so late at night. Especially the 2 baskets her mother was carrying. They smelled very good. Su Zhengyu quickly sat up on the bamboo mat. Through the moonlight, he saw Lu's father carrying a handsome, gentle-looking young man. He guessed it was Lu Mingche, Wu Kuan's student. He hurriedly patted the bamboo mat and said to Lu's father, "Put him here. I'll go call old Wu." Lu's father quickly replied, "Everyone come over. My daughter-in-law made some food for everyone to help restore their strength." No wonder it smelled so good. Turns out it was made by the woman delivering dried meat. Now, Su Zhengyu, who wasn't feeling hungry before, immediately felt his stomach rumbling. Before he could move aside, Wu Kuan, who lived next door and heard the noise, came over. Hearing Lu's father's voice, Wu Kuan thought something important was happening, so he woke up Kai Nanja next to him and came over. "I didn't expect to see my student sitting on the ground just as I entered Su Zhengyu's shed." His eyes quickly looked over Lu Mingche's legs, and suddenly his eyes turned red. He choked out, "Mingche, it's all my fault." Lu Mingche shook his head and smiled. "No, it's our Lu family who caused trouble for you, teacher. They are targeting me, not you. You don't need to feel guilty." Lu's father couldn't stand seeing this kind of mutual guilt and quickly said, All right. It's already happened. What's the point of saying all this? Mingche, didn't you say you wanted to talk to Lao Wu and the others? Hurry up." Lu Mingche then remembered his main reason for coming today. Just as he was about to speak, Kai Nanjia, Liao Qixuan, and Cheng Kai also arrived at Su Zhengyu's house. Lu Mingche had to put aside his plans to find Lao Wu for tutoring and directly ask the others, "Hello, everyone. I wonder if you could help think about what kind of work would be suitable for you." Actually, Wu Kuan and the others had also considered this and wanted to discuss changing jobs with Lu Zhenghua. Su Zhengyu quickly invited everyone to sit down and said, "Let's eat and talk." This is made by Lu's daughter-in-law. Lu's mother hurriedly took out 2 dishes from a bamboo basket, braised rabbit and stewed pig's trotters. Lin Xueqing was worried that the elderly might get tired of eating large amounts of meat, so she placed some vegetables and mushrooms underneath the dishes. Liao Qixuan and the others didn't hesitate. They sat on the ground, took their bowls and chopsticks, and started eating. Kai Nanjia sighed and said, "Comrade Lu, your son is so lucky. His cooking skills are on par with top chefs in the city." Lu's father immediately became proud and said with a smile, "My daughter-in-law is not just good at cooking. She also knows how to grow vegetables and raise fish." Lu Mingche quickly interrupted, "Dad, let's first solve the issue of the teacher's work." Lin Xueqing's talent was quite remarkable, and Lu Mingche didn't want many people to know about it for now. It's not that he didn't trust these elders, but he was worried they might push her too hard or try to take her away once they found out about her talent. Moreover, anyone doing scientific research hopes their results can be applied to everyday life. And that was exactly Lin Xueqing's talent. Lu's father didn't think too much and understood his son's hint. He quickly said, Yes, let's talk about that first. Regarding work, what do you all think?" Cheng Kai, who researches materials, used to be an 8th grade technician before being assigned. He hates being called old. He hurriedly chewed on a soft, tender pig's trotter, speaking firmly but vaguely, "I can still work for 20 more years. Where's old?" His words immediately gained approval from Liao Qixuan and others. "Old Cheng is right. We can still work for 20 more years." Cheng Kai swallowed the tender meat, feeling satisfied, but still insisted, "Don't call me old Cheng, call me brother Cheng." Su Zhengyu couldn't stand him anymore and chuckled. "You're over 60, still thinking you're a young guy in your 30s. Cheng Kai replied seriously, "No, brother, I am strong and healthy, always 18. Wu Kuan also couldn't hold back and clicked his tongue. "You're all old arms and legs, not telling the truth at all. You're disrespecting your elders." Comrade Liu is worried you can't handle heavy work, so he's come to discuss how to assign tasks. Su Zhengyu quickly interrupted. Yes, about that. We need to think of a way. We can't let Comrade Liu and his family be troubled. Liu's father quickly tried to smooth things over. Let's not talk about trouble. We should all think of a plan, one that doesn't cause others to find fault and doesn't make things too hard for you. Because it involved their own interests, Wu Kun and the others seriously considered it. They knew this work of helping build the Sentry post and laboratory wouldn't last forever. Once the logistics team finished building the post and lab, they would have to leave. If villagers or educated youths with malicious intent saw how easy their work was, they might report it to the Revolutionary Committee again, which would cause trouble for Liu Xingguo. The first to think of a solution was Su Zhengyu. He clapped his hand and asked, how about we do the dirty work of carrying manure? It's messy, but not tiring. Liao Qixian rolled his eyes at him and said helplessly, I'm still eating braised pork. Can you stop talking about disgusting things like? Wu Kun's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in agreement. Yes, let's do the manure carrying. We can build a biogas tank to produce methane. Lu Mingche finally understood and nodded, saying, this is a good idea. Biogas is a rare energy source, so we don't need to keep asking the military district for supplies. The fertilizer from the biogas can also be used for research. Chen Kai thought for a moment and agreed, adding, the place is so smelly that no one wants to come here. We can build a shelter with good cover inside for research. We can make a handcart for each household to collect waste. It's fair and not tiring. Liao Qixian frowned slightly and asked with some hope, why don't we go to the research institute in the mountains to do research? Kai Nanjie shook his head and directly broke Liao Qixian's fantasy. Someone watching during the day is not good. We can quietly go to the research institute at night. Suddenly, Chung Kai had an idea. He patted his thigh and exclaimed, how about we arrange for us to do some trash picking? Those scrap metals and unused waste might have hidden treasures. Liao Qixian's eyes lit up immediately, thinking this was a great idea. That's good. We're free to move around and can also stroll near the riverbed, picking up materials with trace elements. With biogas, we have energy. It will be easier for me to do metal refining. Su Zhengyu quickly added, you can't just pick useful things. People might think your work is too easy. You should also clean up dead fish and household trash to keep the village clean and reduce bacteria. After the suggestions for building a septic tank and collecting waste, everyone started sharing ideas, quickly sketching out a rough plan. When the discussion ended, Lu Mingche stayed behind, claiming he needed Su Zhengyu's help. The others wisely returned to their own shelters. Su Zhengyu was secretly puzzled. He studies plants and has nothing to do with Lu Mingche. Why would he ask for his help? Lu Mingche didn't hide it and asked directly. We have someone here who built a greenhouse with plastic film from candy wrappers. They just planted seeds and set up the frame. Has greenhouse technology become so popular in the country so quickly? Su Zhengyu was a bit stunned and confused at first. After a moment, he replied, this person is very smart. She actually thought of using candy wrappers as materials for a greenhouse. Lu Mingche slowly added, she didn't know about greenhouse farming techniques before, and she had never been involved in it. She only knew the basic principle that plants need photosynthesis to grow. When she saw transparent candy wrappers, she thought of using them. Su Zhengyu still didn't understand what Lu Mingche wanted him to do. He simply said honestly, this person is really impressive. She only learned the basic principles but knew how to apply them practically, creating a simple version of plastic greenhouse farming. Although the packaging bags on the market are much thinner than research-grade plastic films, they are transparent and fairly sturdy. They can basically serve all the functions of a greenhouse. Lu Mingche nodded and continued, the person making this greenhouse is my sister-in-law. I think she needs. At this point, Su Zhengyu was completely shocked. What? Your sister-in-law? The woman who cooks for us. Yes, and from what I observe, her ideas are not just a coincidence. For example, she asked villagers about the habits and seasonal features of different vegetables and chose suitable seeds for planting based on the season. She also used the principles of photosynthesis and the characteristics of fish to improve the fish pond. There are other aspects where her actions show the same trait, that I believe my sister-in-law has a special talent for applying science, so I want to ask you to help write some educational materials related to planting for her. My knowledge in this area is limited and I can't teach her. Zhou Zhengyu was surprised. He didn't expect that was what the other person wanted. Thinking of tonight's meat dish, his eyes lit up and he asked, "Are you asking me to take her as a student?" Lu Mingche quickly shook his head. "No, she is currently my student. Because of family reasons, she only finished elementary school and learned some middle school knowledge on her own. I am now helping her review the key points of middle school and plan to teach her high school content." Mother Lu listened with some confusion, recalling how Lu Mingche had overstepped by teaching Lu Mingling the exhortation to the troops. She quickly advised, "Xueqing hasn't finished middle school yet. Why are you so eager to teach her high school material? Pushing her too hard isn't good." "No, actually, I prepared simpler materials. Sister-in-law is very capable of self-study. When I was teaching her today, she almost understood everything. I can only give her practical exercises to help reinforce her knowledge." At this moment, Zhou Zhengyu was also deep in thought. If Lin Xueqing truly had such talent in application skills as Lu Mingche said, then if something happened to him, would his little ones be taken care of? He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you let her come here with you?" Before Lu Mingche could reply, Mother Lu spoke first. "My daughter-in-law is pregnant now, and she's responsible for the household meals every day, but that child is also very eager to learn. We just let Mingche tutor her. Lu Mingche didn't discuss this with us beforehand. It was just a coincidence that old Su knows about planting, so this happened. If it's inconvenient for you, old Su, we understand." Mother Lu's words instantly made Zhou Zhengyu understand the whole situation. He couldn't help but feel both amused and a bit helpless. He had thought that the Lu family had come so seriously to ask him to take their daughter-in-law as a student, but it turned out he was mistaken. Lu Mingche finally understood and quickly apologized with a smile. "I came here today mainly to catch up with the teacher. Also, this is my responsibility, so I shouldn't pass it on to others." He added, "Old Su, just help with some basic teaching materials on principles. Something at the high school level would be enough, with some practical extensions." Hearing this, Father Lu suddenly realized that his second son truly saw teaching Minglang and Xueqing as his own job, which was why he was so dedicated. Zhou Zhengyu understood this, but inside, he was thinking differently. He thought that someone who could cook such delicious food and was as eager and smart as Lu Mingche said, maybe it wouldn't be bad for her to inherit his skills. Unfortunately, they hadn't met before. But that didn't stop him from taking the opportunity to slip in some personal thoughts. Perhaps that woman learned gradually and became interested, wanting to ask him to be her mentor? Without much thought, Zhou Zhengyu nodded and agreed. "I can help you with the teaching materials, but you need to find a way to send me some pens and paper." Lu Mingche quickly nodded. "That's no problem." After discussing some teaching details and setting a deadline for completing the materials, Lu's father carried Lu Mingche and left the barn. On the way back, Lu's father couldn't help but ask, "Wouldn't it be better to ask Yiming to help with the tutoring for Xueqing? Old Su studies plants and ecology, but he doesn't farm." Lu's mother disagreed and interrupted. Yiming's personality is such that he doesn't understand how to speak up when his wife is wronged. How could he teach others? Besides, if he weren't like that, his wife wouldn't need to cling to this or that every day. Look at him and their family. He's just a big elder, and he can't even chop firewood on the mountain. To put it nicely, he only cares about studying farming. To put it bluntly, he's extremely selfish and lazy. Someone like him, even if you persuade him to help write the teaching materials, at best it would be just copying from books, and, at worst, it might contain mistakes or omissions. Lu's mother had a very poor impression of Yiming. While Lu Xiufeng's behavior was certainly unlikable, Yiming's actions made people feel disgusted. He could do more to help the family, but he chose not to, waiting for Lu Xiufeng to handle everything at home. Take the work points, for example. He designed that bamboo rake to help everyone clear the silt faster, which was commendable and earned him extra work points. But in his daily work, he never earned full points, even falling behind those young people who had never farmed before. Although his bamboo rake design contributed to the organization, that didn't mean he could slack off or do careless work. In Lu's mother's view, Yiming's behavior showed a complete lack of responsibility. Lu Mingche also agreed with Lu's mother and said, "I'm not worried about him refusing to help or that the teaching materials might be poorly made. I'm just worried that if he finds out about his wife's talent, he might feel jealous and become extreme." This kind of jealousy, which arises when someone in your field surpasses you, can make a normally sane person become mentally twisted. When he was at Jing University, he met many such people. Because he was much younger and more talented, they thought everything he did was unreasonable and refused to accept it. Eventually, they became rude and unreasonable, trying to suppress him. Thinking about Yiming's determined insistence on using their greenhouse for research tonight, Father Lu couldn't help but agree with his son. He muttered, "If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to let them live next to us." Mother Lu shot him a glance and said helplessly, "It's not like you could have stopped them if you didn't want to. If you really didn't agree, this area would only be ours. They would complain and cause trouble, saying we're too close to those troublemakers. Those people come to pick fights every day, which is even more annoying." Father Lu sighed and said, "You're right. We should keep a distance from their family in the future. Although Lu Xueqing annoys me, she works very efficiently and Xiao Bao is also pitiful. No matter how pitiful, we need to stay away." Yes. To avoid the medical greenhouse, they took a mountain trail back home, whispering quietly along the way until they reached the foot of the mountain and quieted down. When they returned, Lin Xueqing had just finished her homework and was lying in bed. In recent days, to catch up on her progress, she had dedicated all her study time to mastering the full set of high school knowledge. She no longer needed to carefully plan her evening study schedule. But since Lu Mingyuan was not there, she suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable and kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Since she couldn't sleep, she spent 5,000 skill points to open the library and browse for information. After searching, she found some materials on making dried food, as well as information on planting and raising animals. Thinking about her trip upstream with Aunt Zhang tomorrow, she also randomly looked up knowledge related to ships and how to raise ducks. Noticing that there was still some time left and feeling bored, Lin Xueqing tried to search for a novel called Suiyan, wishing him long and healthy, that Zhao Suiyan had read before her time travel. However, she found that the book had been taken off shelves, leaving only the title, summary, and main character's name. When she saw the names Zhao Suiyan and Lu Mingche on the main character's list, she didn't feel surprised. She had read the novel, Traveling to the 70s and Being Loved by the Leader's Family. She downloaded from the library very quickly. From Zhao Suiyan's point of view, the character who wishes him good health in the original story is Lu Mingche. She didn't want to meet Lu Mingche after going to the countryside, nor did she want to marry a husband with a broken leg, nor lose her status as a daughter of the Zhao family. That's why she considered reporting, which ultimately led to Lu Mingche's suicide and her being sold to a butcher to be cruelly killed. However, Lin Xueqing only realized at the end that the novel, Traveling to the 70s and Being Loved by the Leader's Family, didn't have a proper ending. It was an unfinished story. The story ended at the last scene she saw in her dream. Lu Mingyuan and everyone else returning to Beijing and being promoted to high military positions by the top leaders. As for Zhao Suiyan's wish to marry Lu Mingyuan, it was never fulfilled by the end of the book. Lin Xueqing clicked on the book title and read the summary of Suiyan. She looked at the summary and was surprised to find that Zhao Suiyan in the original story was quite inspiring. According to the summary, the original Zhao Suiyan met the injured Lu Mingche after going to the countryside, and their love story was about mutual support and struggles due to their different backgrounds. In the end, Lu Mingche became a leading figure in scientific research, and Zhao Suiyan proved herself as well. Even after leaving the Zhao family, she could become a powerful businesswoman with her own efforts. Lin Xueqing pursed her lips and sighed. It wasn't quite the way Zhao Suiyan in the story complained about her hard life. Based on the story's outline, the first part might have been tough, but later they supported each other and reached the peak of their lives. At least, it could be considered a bitter first, sweet later story. Compared to their situation when they first arrived in Xiaoxi village, it wasn't really a hard life. But thinking of Zhao Suiyan's difficult days in the orphanage and her future knowledge, feeling superior and not wanting to suffer anymore as normal. However, how can her happiness be built on others' pain or even sacrificing others' lives? Lin Xueqing absolutely cannot accept or forgive this. Meanwhile, inside the Beijing detention center, a middle-aged man quietly visited Zhao Bowen and advised him, Zhou has been transferred to the southern island. His position might be just a temporary post or a lower one depending on his choice. Zhao Bowen sighed helplessly and said, he's a good kid. Let him decide for himself. The other boy, Zekin, didn't want to cut ties with you all, but I finally convinced him. However, as soon as he left the detention center, he immediately applied to go to the countryside. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed with concern. He might arrive at Xiaoxi village in a few days. I'm worried he can't handle the hardship. Zhao Bowen couldn't help but frown. Their family was separated and held in different places. He had planned to wait until his younger son was released to tell his sons about his daughter's situation. Now that his younger son went directly to Xiaoxi village so recklessly, he worried about what might happen when the two children meet. After thinking for a moment, he said, please send a message to Zhou for me. Tell him the girl we found is named Lin Xueqing, and she's in Xiaoxi village. The middle-aged man on the other side looked surprised. You mean that girl? Zhong Xiangdong felt a bit speechless. Luckily, today he was on night duty with his team. If he casually mentioned Lu's daughter-in-law's name, someone might take advantage of it. He quickly cleared his throat twice to remind them to be careful with their words. Zhao Bowen also felt helpless. He knew that the man was from the Lu family side, and he was the one who told him about his daughter's situation. Did he really need to act so suspicious? But if he wanted to pretend, that was fine. The middle-aged man on the other side nodded and wrote down the name. I promised to pass the message accurately to Zhou. He paused for a moment and asked, what about Xueyan? Zhao Bowen shook his head. Xueyan is with us. The middle-aged man frowned. You won't just ignore her after finding that boy, will you? Hearing this, Zhao Bowen's face showed a hint of pain. He said honestly, no, it's because Xueyan made a mistake. She needs to be punished. The man was confused but sighed and continued, your message has already been received by the people in Gangcheng. Your brother said that if you need help, he will find a way. Zhao Bowen quickly shook his head. No need. We're fine going to Xiaoxi village. The man was momentarily stunned, then nodded and left. Zhong Xiangdong looked at the middle-aged man with suspicion and said to his subordinate, send someone to find out more about that person. The subordinate was also surprised. Seeing Dong Ge personally watching the conversation, he thought it was his own people. He didn't expect Dong Ge to be testing the enemy himself. He quickly nodded. I'll take care of it right away. Meanwhile, gunfire erupted in Sanchi town, Dazheng County. Du Jiqiang remembered the frightened look of the female officer when he delivered a package to Xiaoxi village today. He guessed that he had been exposed then. He thought if he had known, he wouldn't have risked going to Xiaoxi village to check the message. But now, Xiaoxi village suddenly wanted to build a lookout point, which made them more cautious. Their plan was set to start in a few months, and they couldn't let it fail at the last moment. Thinking this, he shot his gun more fiercely. Blood splattered on his hand, and his companion beside him was shot in the head and killed. A brave man doesn't suffer losses now. He decided to retreat. Since retreating wouldn't affect their plan in a few months, he gritted his teeth, holding his companion's body as a shield, firing his gun to cover himself, and quickly fleeing to a hidden spot. But escaping like this left Du Jiqiang feeling very unsatisfied. He suddenly turned around, using his companion's body as a shield, and threw a grenade at the area with the heaviest fire. Limingjuan, with sharp eyes, shouted immediately, "Watch out for cover!" Everyone obeyed orders and quickly hid behind the barricades. Hao Xiaoman was a step too slow. Tion Shing quickly reached out and pulled him inside, protecting him on the inside. After a loud explosion, thick smoke rose, followed by the sound of the wall of their cover collapsing. Unexpectedly, the walls on Tion Shing and Hao Xiaoman's sides collapsed. A brick falling from above hit Tion Shing directly on the head. Blood flowed from his forehead, dripping onto Hao Xiaoman's face. The smoke gradually cleared. When Lu Mingyuan looked up again, Du Jiqiang had already disappeared. He frowned slightly and ordered, Team 1, follow me to chase. Team 2, clean up the scene. Team 3, check the injured. At this moment, Hao Xiaoman was almost crying with worry. Hearing Lu Mingyuan's orders, he quickly shouted, "Hurry, Tion Shing is hurt. Come help him." Lu Mingyuan's expression immediately grew serious, and he felt worried. However, his team did not stop. They followed Du Jiqiang's footprints to pursue him. Meanwhile, Du Jiqiang had already reached a ferry crossing, preparing to leave on a speedboat. Just as he was about to escape, he saw that the downstream entrance was tightly controlled by patrol boats of the Coast Guard. He had no choice but to steer the boat around and head upstream. This delay caused some time to be lost. When Lu Mingyuan and his team arrived at the ferry crossing, they just saw a speedboat heading upstream. It was already late at night, and the fast-moving speedboat looked very suspicious. Lu Mingyuan immediately commandeered a fishing boat to chase after the speedboat. However, the fishing boat's speed was nowhere near that of the speedboat. Luckily, the fisherman driving the boat knew the local waters very well and kept close behind along the river route, not falling too far behind. Lu Mingyuan's brow was furrowed. He decided that after returning today, he would have his brother find a way to improve the fishing boat's engine. Because the boat was too slow, he was first blocked by enemy agents, and the second time, he couldn't catch up with them. This made Lu Mingyuan feel somewhat frustrated. Fortunately, Du Jiqiang didn't seem very familiar with the upstream waters. The fisherman driving the boat used the horn on the boat to signal, causing nearby fishermen to block the speedboat. Somehow, Du Jiqiang ended up near the river channel close to Xiaoxi village. Worried that continuing to move in the river might alert the fishermen with their boats, he took advantage of the opening to hide his boat in a recessed part of the river. He quickly jumped onto a nearby fishing boat to hide. He chose a medium-sized boat and slipped inside. Mrs. Jiang and her family had already fallen asleep on the boat. When they heard the boat horns outside, they woke up. Before they could turn on the oil lamp, they heard footsteps approaching. Mrs. Jiang had to cover her mouth tightly. Her son, Li Dachao, was sleeping soundly. When he saw Mrs. Jiang's actions, he asked confusedly, "Mom, what's going on?" Mrs. Jiang put her finger to her lips, signaling her son to be quiet. But it was already too late. As Du Jiqiang stepped into the cabin, he heard Li Dachao speaking. He didn't expect anyone to be living on the boat. He quietly moved inside, planning to silence them and then pretend to be the family to leave on the boat tomorrow. The creaking sound of the boat's planks grew closer, and Aunt Zhang knew they had been discovered. She had to fight the criminals. She immediately grabbed the drum nearby and shouted, "Catch the thief." Aunt Zhang's action completely angered Du Jiqiang. He quickly ran toward the cabin. At this moment, Aunt Zhang's son also realized something serious was happening. He grabbed the fishing spear beside him, ready to fight the intruders. Not far away, Lu Mingyuan, who had lost sight of Du Jiqiang's speedboat, heard the sound of the gong and recognized Aunt Zhang's voice. He hurried to the front of the boat, then quickly jumped onto a nearby fishing boat at the dock, heading swiftly toward Aunt Zhang's boat. In just a few breaths, Du Jiqiang reached outside the cabin. Li Dachao, holding a fishing spear, was about to stab him. Almost at the same time, Du Jiqiang drew his pistol and fired at Li Dachao and Aunt Zhang, while dodging Li Dachao's attack. Aunt Zhang instinctively used the copper gong to block, producing a sharp, piercing sound that was deafening. Lu Mingyuan heard the sound of bullets hitting metal objects, and his steps quickened. Li Dachao, however, was not as lucky. With no cover nearby, he was shot in the shoulder and let out a painful cry. Although Aunt Zhang was temporarily deafened by the gong's sharp noise and couldn't hear her son's shouts, she saw a lot of blood flowing from Li Dachao's shoulder, which made her panic and then furious. Aunt Zhang instantly lost her reason. She grabbed the copper gong and rushed forward, trying to fight Du Jiqiang to the death. Just then, a gunshot rang out again, interrupting Du Jiqiang's attempt to raise his gun and calming Aunt Zhang from her madness. She instinctively used the copper gong to protect her vital areas again. A bullet quickly came from behind Du Jiqiang, hitting his right shoulder, causing him to drop his gun. Du Jiqiang reacted very quickly, immediately picking up the pistol that had fallen to the ground. He knew that Lu Mingyuan must have fired the cold gun from behind him. Du Jiqiang didn't have time to argue with Aunt Zhang anymore. He grabbed his gun, pressed his injured shoulder, and quickly ran to the back of the boat, planning to escape ashore during the night. Suddenly, a slim man appeared at the stern. He kicked Du Jiqiang to the ground with a swift sweep of his leg. Almost at the same time, Lin Xueqing's leg kicked hard at Du Jiqiang's hand holding the gun. The intense pain made Du Jiqiang's hand go limp, and he couldn't hold the gun anymore. Du Jiqiang immediately reacted. He turned sideways to pick up the gun, but Lu Mingyuan, who was rushing over, was faster. He directly grabbed the gun away. Behind Du Jiqiang, Lin Xueqing saw the villain lose his weapon. He couldn't hold back his anger and punched Du Jiqiang in the face, shouting, "You scoundrel, dare to hit my wife and kids. I'll beat you to death, you worthless guy." Colloquial language, mild profanity replaced with family-friendly words. Du Jiqiang wanted to fight back, but Lu Mingyuan, behind him, raised his gun and shouted, "Everyone stay still." Lin Xueqing didn't listen. He stepped on Du Jiqiang's injured shoulder, cursing and kicking him to vent his anger. At this moment, Aunt Zhang heard the commotion outside and quickly shouted, "Xueqing, stop. Zhou has lost a lot of blood. Come help him." Hearing this, Lin Xueqing panicked and quickly let go of Du Jiqiang. But Du Jiqiang was still determined. He tried to take advantage of the moment when he was released to rush toward the boat's edge, planning to jump into the river and escape. However, Lu Mingyuan wouldn't let him succeed. He shot a quick bullet at Du Jiqiang's calf. Just then, the team members following Lu Mingyuan arrived. They raised their guns and surrounded Du Jiqiang. They quickly used ropes to tie him up. But Du Jiqiang had been shot twice. They were already some distance from the town, and they needed to stop his bleeding before questioning him. Otherwise, before they could find out anything, Du Jiqiang might die from blood loss. Thinking this, Lu Mingyuan ordered, "Take him back to Xiaoxi village." Then, he quickly went into the boat cabin. Aunt Zhang and her husband were anxiously pacing around. Aunt Zhang pressed a cloth against Zhou's wound, trying to stop the bleeding, and kept praying, "May the Bodhisattva protect him. As I will be fine." Lu Mingyuan quickly went over, took the cloth from Aunt Zhang, and skillfully bandaged Li Dachao's wound. Then he said to Aunt Zhang, "Press on this spot, then come with us to the village for emergency help." When Lu Mingyuan returned home, Lin Xueqing was still awake. Hearing the noise outside, she got out of bed. Just as she finished dressing, Lu Mingyuan came inside. The moment he entered, the smell of blood hit her, making her frown. She immediately lit the oil lamp and looked him over carefully. Lu Mingyuan quickly reassured her, "It's just someone else's blood. Don't be afraid." Then he added, "Aunt Zhang's son is hurt. Please help bandage him." "I've already sent someone to call Hu Lao." Lin Xueqing nodded quickly and went with him to the nearby medical tent. As soon as they entered, the sound of a tractor came from behind. Hao Xiaoman jumped down from the tractor, anxiously shouting, Hu Lao, come quickly and save him." At this moment, Hu Lao hurried over with a medical kit. Seeing Hu Lao arrive, Hao Xiaoman tried to pull him away without hesitation. "Hu Lao, hurry. Tion Shing is bleeding heavily, and the town doctor can't treat this." Hearing the commotion, Lu Zhaoning, who had just come out of his house, heard Hao Xiaoman's words and trembled instantly. She hurried over, grabbed Hao Xiaoman's clothes, and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with Tion Shing? What's happening to him?" Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang, hearing Hao Xiaoman wanted to take Hu Lao away, also hurriedly said, "Doctor, who can't go? First save my son." The scene became chaotic. Lu Mingyuan, with a steady voice, shouted, "Xueqing, Hu Lao, bandage the injured first. Hao Xiaoman, go to the logistics department and borrow a vehicle. Dad, go to the logistics department and send a telegram to Commander Qin saying we have major news and need support." Lu Mingyuan's words gave everyone present confidence, and they followed orders. Hu Lao arranged for Lin Xueqing to bandage Li Dachao, while he went to bandage Du Jiqiang. Du Jiqiang looked at Lin Xueqing with a dark, resentful gaze, secretly angry. It was because of her that they were exposed. Fortunately, good news had already been shared. With the rabbits' poor technical skills, even if their plan encountered some small problems, they couldn't have found a solution in just a few months. This is the advantage of being technologically ahead. Knowing I am preparing to fight you, your rabbit country simply cannot win. Thinking this, Du Jiqiang couldn't help but smile. Just after cleaning Li Dachao's wound and about to get some gauze, Lin Xueqing saw the arrogant smile on Du Jiqiang's face. His fierce eyes combined with his proud smile, along with his current situation of being, made the scene feel strange and frightening. Lin Xueqing frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. When she looked closer, Du Jiqiang had returned to normal, just lowering his head with a blank expression. Quickly, Lin Xueqing regained her composure, skillfully applying pressure to Li Dachao's wound with the gauze and then bandaging it quickly. As soon as she finished, Hao Xiaoman arrived in a jeep. Old Hu thought for a moment and said to Lin Xueqing, "Take the recommendation letter and come with me to the town health center." Lin Xueqing nodded and hurried back inside to get the recommendation letter Old Hu had given her earlier. The jeep could seat 8 people. Old Hu and Lu Mingyuan sat in the back, pressing down on Du Jiqiang. Aunt Zhang sat in the middle with Li Dachao, and Lin Xueqing sat next to Aunt Zhang. Hao Xiaoman was driving, and Lu's father sat in the front passenger seat. Just as they were about to start, Lu Zhaoning suddenly squeezed in and sat next to Lin Xueqing, acting a bit stubborn, saying, "I want to go too." Lu's father quickly glared at Lu Zhaoning. "What are you going for? Are you joking? I want to go." Lu Mingyuan didn't want to waste time on this matter. Although Li Dachao's wound had been disinfected and bandaged, he still needed to get to the hospital quickly for surgery to remove the bullet. Moreover, there was an uncertain situation involving Tion Shing, who was waiting for rescue. He quickly said to Hao Xiaoman, "Drive," because they were rushing to save lives. Hao Xiaoman drove very fast. Plus, it was late at night, and there were almost no other vehicles on the road. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the town health center. Normally, for life-saving surgery, it would be better to take the patient directly to a county or city hospital. But recalling the doctor they just met, Hao Xiaoman thought that the county hospital might not be more reliable than Old Hu. They originally planned to stop at the local health clinic to stop the bleeding of Tion Shing, then transfer him to a big hospital for surgery. However, the doctor at the town health clinic couldn't even stop the bleeding, and she was reportedly sent from the city. So Hao Xiaoman quickly borrowed a tractor to bring Old Hu to Xiaoxi village to pick up Old Hu for treatment. It was urgent to stop Tion Shing's bleeding, or he would die. Old Hu didn't hesitate. After Hao Xiaoman parked the car, he immediately took the medicine box and, with Lin Xueqing, followed Hao Xiaoman to Tion Shing's bedside. Tion Shing had multiple injuries, with the largest on his arm, but the most serious was a wound on his forehead. What shocked them was that his wound was simply covered with gauze, without proper pressure to stop the bleeding. This was clearly intentional, trying to take advantage of Hao Xiaoman and others not knowing medical skills. Old Hu's face darkened instantly, and he scolded angrily. "Who dressed this wound? How could they be so careless?" Lin Xueqing quickly opened the nearby medical cabinet, trying to find more gauze to redress Tion Shing's wound. "Hey, how can you just randomly move things here?" Suddenly, a sharp voice came from outside the ward. Lin Xueqing turned to explain, but she saw a familiar face, Li Wan. When Li Wan saw that the visitors were Old Hu and Lin Xueqing, her eyes flashed with shock and unease. But she quickly convinced herself that these two were trained in traditional Chinese medicine and didn't understand Western medical techniques. Even though Lin Xueqing had learned a little from Deng Qiubai, she was not a licensed doctor, so it was easy to fool her. Yes, Tion Shing's wound was deliberately dressed like that, because he had been a lackey during patrols at the medical tent, helping Lin Xueqing and Deng Qiubai. She wanted to make these people realize the consequences of offending doctors. If she weren't from Xiaoxi village, a top graduate from a medical university, how could she be assigned to this remote health clinic? They had ruined her future, and from now on, no one coming to Xiaoxi village would get good treatment from her. A few minutes earlier or later in saving someone could have made a big difference in their life. It's clear that Tion Shing's unlucky situation was deserved. Thinking this way, Li Wan felt more confident and started criticizing. "This isn't your village's clinic, and you're not our medical staff. How can you go through other people's things without permission?" Old, who saw Tion Shing's condition was very serious and didn't have time to pay attention to Li Wan. He told Hao Xiaoman control her and find someone to bring the person in charge here. Then he turned to Lin Xueqing and said, "No need to find gauze. Xueqing, come here, I'll show you how to give an injection." Li Wan's eyes moved quickly, and she hurriedly stopped her. "This is Sanchi Town Health Center. You're not our doctor, so you can't touch the patient without permission. If anything happens to the patient, you'll be fully responsible." At this point, Lin Xueqing was angry too and said fiercely, "How can someone like you be a doctor in a hospital?" Li Wan shot her a quick look, looking proud. "Actually, I am a doctor, but you are not. Anyway, if Tion Shing has an accident, you will be responsible." Lin Xueqing glared at her and retorted, "By your words, if Tion Shing comes to your hospital and doesn't get timely treatment and something goes wrong, isn't it your responsibility as the doctor?" Li Wan's eyes flickered with guilt, and she quickly argued. When he arrived, he was already in danger. "We did our best to save him, but he didn't make it. It's just bad luck." At this moment, Old, who took out silver needles from the medicine box and finished sterilizing them, he said to Lin Xueqing, "I'll do the acupuncture. Watch carefully, remember the order and the points." This was their special acupuncture technique, and Old, who wanted to show it to Lin Xueqing and have her remember it. He already regarded her as his personal disciple. Lin Xueqing quickly focused her mind, ignoring Li Wan, and watched Old, whose needle technique carefully, matching it with what she had learned in her mind. She had already mastered all of Old, whose traditional Chinese medicine level 10 skills, but recently she had learned many new and complicated techniques, so she had only reached level 3 in Chinese medicine. Lin Xueqing recognized that Old, who was using a special acupuncture technique called turtle breathing needle, which is only used in life-threatening situations. Its purpose is to slow down breathing and blood flow to stabilize the patient's failing body. Clearly, Tion Shing was in such serious danger that Old, who had to use this method. Meanwhile, Li Wan was still shouting and trying to disturb Old, whose treatment. Hao Xiaoman realized that this female doctor had a conflict with Tion Shing and Lin Xueqing earlier in Xiaoxi village. The bleeding that Tion Shing couldn't stop before was caused deliberately by her. This was a moral failure, showing no regard for others' lives and lacking medical ethics. Hao Xiaoman didn't hesitate. He immediately restrained Li Wan. Such an unprofessional doctor deserved legal punishment. Li Wan naturally refused and cursed that soldiers were above the law and oppressing ordinary people. She worried that Tion Shing might die because of her. Normally rational, Hao Xiaoman couldn't control his emotions this time. He drew his gun and aimed it at Li Wan's head. A medical conflict was about to erupt. At that moment, Father Lu found the director of the health clinic, who was bringing people to prepare an operating room immediately. But when they reached the ward, the director, Ma Qiwen, saw Hao Xiaoman pointing a gun at Li Wan. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately scolded, "Soldiers, how can you point guns at the people? I'm going to report you." Father Lu was overwhelmed by the situation. What was going on? The 3 patients still needed urgent care, yet these people were causing trouble now. But knowing Hao Xiaoman well, he wasn't usually impulsive. Father Lu quickly raised his hand to calm everyone and said, "Hao Xiaoman, where is your discipline? Put the gun down first." Hao Xiaoman finally calmed down and holstered his gun. Li Wan immediately took the opportunity to speak out. "If every patient's family member acted like you, threatening doctors at every turn, who would still want to treat patients in the future?" Hao Xiaoman's eyes were bloodshot, and he was eager to immediately punish Li Wan. He retorted angrily, "Who do you think you are, a real doctor? Do you really save lives and heal the wounded?" Ma Qiwen suddenly felt a headache coming on. Since Li Wan was transferred here, she had always acted superior, claiming to be from Nanjing City Hospital and thus superior in medical skills. But whenever faced with difficult cases, she always shirked responsibility. She is related to County Director Li Jianzhong, and with her high education, he often turned a blind eye. However, this time, she might have gone too far. Today, the people here are from the Nandao military district, not ordinary villagers. Even the county director himself would not want to offend them. Liwan didn't want to cause a big fuss. She thought that Tion Shing was just a patrol soldier with no background. She secretly believed that the local people in Xiaoxi village couldn't manage Tion Shing, so they sent him to the health clinic. Since Old Hu and others couldn't treat him, why should she take on this mess? She decided to ignore it. Now that the director and Lu's father were here, she realized Tion Shing was not just an ordinary patrol soldier. She started to panic and said vaguely, "They think my medical skills are poor, and they forced unqualified people to handle the patient. I was worried about problems, so I stopped them." Lu's father looked inside and asked suspiciously, "Don't you also know Old Hu? He's a famous doctor in the military district." Liwan sneered and said dismissively, "Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine are not the same. Traditional Chinese medicine is just pseudoscience." She emphasized again, "Anyway, the patient was handled by you guys. If something goes wrong, I won't take responsibility." Just then, Old Hu and Lin Xueqing came out from inside and overheard Li Wan's irresponsible words. Lin Xueqing snorted coldly. "You were responsible for treating Tion Shing's wounds, right? Why not find your supervisor here and see how you bandage the patient?" Ma Qiwen first heard Lu's father say that the emergency treatment was done by an experienced military doctor. Now he also heard the woman say that Li Wan didn't handle the wound properly. As the director of the health clinic, he naturally wanted to see how the patient was doing. Old Hu immediately said, "Besides the injury to the head, we haven't had time to treat the other wounds." He then asked, "I want to know, is your health clinic here to save lives or to ignore those in need?" Ma Qiwen was stunned by Old Hu's question. He didn't understand what was happening and quickly replied, "Sir, please don't worry. I will check the patient's condition first." Old Hu and Lin Xueqing moved aside to let them enter the ward. Ma Qiwen saw that Tion Shing had several silver needles in his head and hands, and the bleeding had stopped. The other wounds on his body were also wrapped with gauze. At first, he didn't notice any problems, but the large amount of fresh blood on the sheets made him realize what was going on. From the color of the blood on the sheets, it was clear that it had been flowing for some time. This meant Li Wan hadn't stopped the bleeding. He couldn't believe that a medical university graduate and a doctor with experience at the city hospital wouldn't know the simplest first aid for stopping bleeding. Ma Qiwen turned to look at Li Wan and asked in shock, "Are you responsible for treating this patient's wounds?" Li Wan didn't want to take the blame. She quickly said, "I followed the proper procedures for treating wounds. They came in and said I didn't do a good enough job, so they wanted to do it themselves." She added, "I couldn't argue with them, so I had to let them take over the patient." Ma Qiwen couldn't help but shout angrily, "Are you really a college graduate from a medical university? Can't you even bandage and stop bleeding?" "Of course I can. My diploma isn't fake," she replied. But she had used her family connections to bribe the school leaders. If they didn't let her graduate smoothly, she threatened to have her family report them to the authorities. The teachers, unable to endure her threats, finally gave in, and she got her diploma. Ma Qiwen felt a pounding headache. He thought he couldn't control this situation anymore. A doctor with such poor ethics and skills shouldn't stay at their health clinic. If an accident happened, he would be responsible too. Old Hu, however, no longer wanted to argue with Li Wan. He turned to House Xiaoman and said, "Go report this to the police." Li Wan never thought this would involve her. She believed she had completely distanced herself from the matter. Turning to Ma Qiwen, she threatened, "I am a doctor transferred from South City Hospital. My medical skills are certified by South City Hospital." So, she was intentionally trying to undermine her professionalism. If her medical ethics were questionable, that would be even worse. Ma Qiwen was feeling puzzled when Old Hu spoke up. "Comrade Lin is my apprentice. She has a personal recommendation from Director Zhou of the Military District Hospital. Could you please give her the exam now?" Lin Xueqing was surprised. Was it so urgent? Ma Qiwen also didn't understand, but before he could ask, Old Hu added, "She will be entering the operating room with me later." Old Hu didn't want to rush things either, but he truly couldn't trust the doctors here. He thought about the upcoming surgery with Zhou Fuxing, which would require enough staff. Lin Xueqing had to help in the operating room. To avoid any procedural issues, she needed to pass an exam and get a stamp from the health office before entering the operating room. Ma Chiwen thought old, who just wanted to take his apprentice into the operating room, and quickly nodded, saying, "Ma'am, please follow me." Li Wan couldn't stand seeing Lin Xueqing succeed and quickly stopped her. "Director Ma, isn't this against the rules?" Ma Chiwen casually rebutted, "According to the rules, with a recommendation letter and medical knowledge, she can start the assessment." Li Wan's eyes lit up and she immediately said, "Then I'll supervise the exam." "No need, I will go myself," Ma Chiwen replied. He didn't want Li Wan causing trouble. They needed to prepare the operating room immediately, and there was no time for her to interfere. Lin Xueqing's knowledge was solid, as it was ingrained in her mind, so she easily passed the exam with high scores. Ma Chiwen quickly prepared her certification documents, stamped them, and said, "Tomorrow, once you submit the documents to the County Health Bureau, the certificate will be issued." Ding! Detected that the host's skill has received professional recognition. Unlocking career upgrade pathway. Intern Doctor. Influence 10. Reward. 300,000 skill points. Lin Xueqing was a bit worried and asked, "Can I go into the operating room with Old Hu later to help?" "Is that okay?" "That's fine. As long as you pass the exam, it means your medical skills are recognized." While they were talking, Hu Lao's voice came from outside, urging them to hurry and help because Zhou Fuxing and others had arrived. Lin Xueqing quickly packed her materials and followed Hu Lao out. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Lu Mingyuan walking with Zhou Fuxing and Deng Qiubai toward Tion Shing's hospital room. Zhou Fuxing saw Hu Lao and Lin Xueqing and smiled, saying, "You're here too, that makes me feel better." Hu Lao nodded and said simply, "For the surgery later, just the four of us will do." It seemed Zhou Fuxing was the main surgeon and the main person in charge. But those present didn't know that at the military hospital, Hu Lao was actually the most respected expert. Zhou Fuxing understood that Hu Lao's arrangements had their reasons and nodded, saying, "All right, we'll follow Hu Lao's plan." The simple operating room was already set up. Deng Qiubai, with a nurse, entered the ward, preparing to move Tion Shing to the operating room. Deng Qiubai saw the bloodstains on the sheets under Tion Shing and couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Who dressed this wound? If you can't do it, don't pretend to be a doctor. You're just hurting people." Suppressing his anger, he grabbed the bed rail and quickly pushed Tion Shing out. Lu Xiaoning wanted to come over but was immediately stopped by her father. She saw Tion Shing's body filled with silver needles and blood-stained sheets, and her emotions overwhelmed her as she angrily shouted at Li Wan, "If anything happens to Tion Shing, I will kill you." Her father quickly covered her mouth and scolded, "Stop causing trouble and wait patiently." Lu Xiaoning had never felt so upset before, even more than when she argued with Zhang Jianhua about breaking off the engagement. Suddenly, she realized she hadn't thought about Zhang Jianhua in a long time. It turned out that Zhang Jianhua wasn't that important to her after all. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, Zhou Fuxing looked at Tion Shing's wounds and, normally calm and rational, couldn't help but feel angry. Now he understood why Hu Lao only allowed the four of them into the operating room. He quickly took out Tion Shing's military ID and said to Deng Qiubai, "Go outside immediately and find someone with O-type blood to donate. Tion Shing needs an urgent transfusion." Deng Qiubai quickly left, and Old Hu took the opportunity to explain to Lin Xueqing, "Every soldier on the front line wears a military ID tag that clearly shows their name, unit, blood type, allergy history, and other key information. This is so rescue workers can know their blood type immediately, saving precious time in emergency situations. Of course, it also helps identify the remains if something happens." Lin Xueqing was stunned, feeling suddenly heavy-hearted. She remembered that Lu Mingyuan also wore such a tag. Maybe he was already prepared for any unexpected event. While waiting for a blood transfusion, Zhou Fuxing arranged, "Let's treat the other wounds first. I and Old Hu will remove foreign objects from the wounds and sew them up. Xueqing, you handle the bandaging after the wound is treated." The three worked together. Old Hu used a silver needle to stop bleeding locally. Zhou Fuxing quickly treated and stitched the wounds, and Lin Xueqing immediately followed to bandage them. When Deng Qiubai returned with the blood bag, only the head and hand of Tion Shing needed serious treatment. Zhou Fuxing thought for a moment and said, "Let's start with the hand to reduce bleeding, then deal with the more difficult head." Deng Qiubai immediately gave Tion Shing a transfusion. Zhou Fuxing didn't let Old Hu remove the needle but carefully avoided the silver needle pressing on the blood vessels to clean the wound. After carefully scraping away the dead tissue with a scalpel, he said to Old Hu, "That's enough." Old Hu quickly removed the silver needles in a specific order. Meanwhile, Zhou Fuxing stitched rapidly. Just as he finished the last stitch, blood started to seep from the wound. Zhou Fuxing quickly pulled and sewed the last gap, stopping the bleeding. Lin Xueqing was stunned. Such skill was incredible. But she quickly recovered, took the gauze, and started bandaging the wound. While Lin Xueqing was bandaging, Zhou Fuxing took a deep breath and said, "One last step." He turned to Old Hu and asked, "This is tricky. Old Hu, can you use the silver needle to protect his vital organs?" Old Hu nodded quickly and took out more than 10 silver needles, carefully placing them near Tion Shing's heart. He also inserted needles into key points on his hands and feet. While inserting the needles, he explained to Lin Xueqing, "Besides protecting the heart, we also need to slow down the flow of energy through the limbs to keep the body's energy balanced." Lin Xueqing nodded silently, memorizing the technique. After Old Hu finished inserting the needles, he waited a moment. Only then did Zhou Fuxing start to treat Tion Shing's forehead wound. This time, the treatment took longer than all the previous wound treatments combined. When it was finally Lin Xueqing's turn to bandage the wound, Zhou Fuxing let out a quiet sigh of relief and joked, "Tion Shing is really lucky. If Old Hu hadn't been here today, he might have had no choice but to leave everything to fate." Lin Xueqing was a bit confused about this combination of traditional Chinese medicine and Western methods. She asked, "What would happen if there was no acupuncture and moxibustion?" Deng Qiubai responded, "His injury was delayed for a while. Even after the wound heals, there's a high chance that blood clots will gather inside the skull. If lucky, the clots will disperse and he can recover. Unluckily, he might even become a vegetable. Even worse, if the wound isn't treated in time and gets infected inside, complications could occur and he might not be saved at all." Lin Xueqing's face turned pale. That meant if Old Hu hadn't arrived in time, Tion Shing's situation would have been very serious. Tion Shing had just told everyone at dinner that he wanted to bet on hunting in the mountains every day and eat meat daily. How could such a sudden serious situation happen? It was hard for anyone to accept. She quickly asked, "So, is he out of danger now?" Zhou Fuxing shook his head and warned, "All surgeries carry risks. We can't be sure that the operation will definitely save the patient. But with Old Hu's acupuncture help, the chances of recovery are much higher than usual. At least, with Old Hu's assistance, Tion Shing is likely to wake up without being mentally impaired." Lin Xueqing's heart immediately relaxed, and her eyes involuntarily shimmered with tears. Zhou Fuxing took a deep breath and said, "Calm down, send Tion Shing outside, then prepare for the next surgery." Lin Xueqing quickly collected her mixed feelings and nodded. "Director Zhou, don't worry, I can handle it." Soon, Deng Qiubai and Lin Xueqing pushed Tion Shing out of the operating room. Hao Xiaomin and Lu Zhaoning hurried over and asked, "Older sister-in-law, how is Tion Shing?" "Older sister-in-law, is Tion Shing okay?" After Zhou Fuxing's reminder, Lin Xueqing responded calmly, "The surgery was successful. The next step depends on the patient's recovery. He's not out of danger yet." Lu Zhaoning's face turned pale. He wanted to ask more but was interrupted by Lin Xueqing. "Let's first get Tion Shing back to the ward." Back in the ward, Deng Qiubai immediately handed the prescription Zhou Fuxing wrote to Lu's father and said, "Contact the military hospital and send these medicines over. You can send a telegram first so the hospital can prepare. After the next 2 surgeries, they will deliver the medicines together." Ma Qiwen, standing nearby, understood that the other side didn't trust their health clinic at all. Apart from essential medical equipment, the military hospital wouldn't use any of their medicines or staff. Li Wan listened and felt even more proud, thinking they had no choice but to accept their situation. She sneered and said, "You're being reasonable, not using our clinic's resources." Then she added sarcastically, "If you delay the medicines and the patient dies or gets worse, don't blame us. But if you urgently need medicines, Deng Qiubai, Come and ask me directly. Admit I was wrong and apologize. I might consider lending you some medicines from our clinic. Ma Qiwen couldn't help but glare at her, signaling her to be quiet. Lin Xueqing sneered coldly, looking at Li Wan as if she were an idiot, and said, "Those who don't know better might think this clinic was started by you, Li Wan." Hearing this, Li Wan's smile grew even brighter, and she arrogantly said, "This clinic isn't started by my family, but I can still control it. What can you do about it? If you want to use my resources on my territory, you first have to apologize to me." Ma Qiwen couldn't help but rub his forehead, wondering why the police officers still hadn't arrived. If he weren't afraid of Li Jianzhong's influence, he would have reported her by now. It seemed he heard Ma Qiwen's hope as several police officers in uniform entered the clinic. Hao Xiaoman quickly approached, showed his military ID, and explained the situation. Then he took the person to Tion Shing's hospital room and pointed at Li Wan, saying she was the doctor responsible for treating the wound. Li Wan, who was still proudly waiting for Deng Qiubai to apologize, suddenly heard Hao Xiaoman's words. She turned to look and didn't expect police officers to be there. Since seeing police at the hospital was common, and recalling what Old Hu had just said, she thought they were there to catch a criminal. She pointed to Du Jiqiang, who was next door, and said, "The person you're looking for is next door." However, the police didn't respond but instead asked Li Wan, "Comrade, please confirm, is this patient in the ward under your care?" Li Wan frowned and instinctively tried to deny responsibility. When he arrived here, his injuries were already severe. "I did my best." Ma Qiwen quickly stepped in and said, "I am the director of this clinic. When the patient came to us, Li Wan was responsible for his emergency treatment." The police received this confirmation and said to Li Wan, "Comrade Li Wan, you are suspected of murder. Please come with us for questioning." Li Wan was stunned and quickly shouted, "Are you kidding? I am a doctor saving lives." When he was brought in, his condition was already very serious. If every patient who couldn't be saved is accused of murder, who would still want to be a doctor? The police couldn't help but laugh at her words and pointed to the bloodstains on the bedsheet, saying, "This is the clearest evidence." As a doctor, can't you tell the difference in bloodstain size and color caused by stopping bleeding and emergency treatment? Ma Qiwen sighed. This was also why he had doubted whether Li Wan truly graduated from a medical university. The evidence was very clear. The bloodstains on the sheet change color over time due to oxidation. The bloodstains on the sheets are very different depending on whether the patient received proper treatment or not. Lin Xueqing had seen Li Wan's stubbornness and foolishness before and didn't want to deal with her anymore. When the police arrived, with clear evidence in front of everyone, Li Wan couldn't escape. Even the powerful person behind Li Jianzhong couldn't help her. Lin Xueqing sighed and said to Hao Xiaoman, "Stay here and don't let anyone get close." Then she turned to Deng Qiubai and said, "Let's go back. There are 2 more patients to operate on." Meanwhile, Li Wan was still causing trouble, claiming that everyone was falsely accusing her and that the bloodstains were from the patient's severe injuries, not her fault. But the police ignored her excuses and took her away. Li Wan's behavior was very bad, especially since she was a soldier injured while fighting against enemies. For a moment, the police suspected that Li Wan was connected to the enemy agents, and they didn't believe her claims that the county leader was her uncle. After Li Wan was taken away, the clinic finally became quiet. The makeshift interrogation room inside was filled with loud wails and screams, making it very noticeable. People outside couldn't help but shiver when they heard the noise. Inside the interrogation room, which was temporarily set up from a hospital ward, Lu Mingyuan stared sharply at Du Jiqiang, stepping on his injured leg, and asked, "Tell me, who is your contact in Xiaoxi village?" The intense pain made Du Jiqiang scream uncontrollably. His eyes flashed with a dark look, and he smiled at Lu Mingyuan. "Do you want to know? I won't tell you. My partner will come to avenge me. Your wife is so beautiful. You should pray for her." He dared to threaten his family. Lu Mingyuan suddenly kicked him hard and pressed his foot down on his injured leg again. Du Jiqiang couldn't speak anymore, only crying out in pain. Ow. Outside the operating room, Aunt Zhang, who was feeling nervous, trembled when she heard Du Jiqiang's screams. But she felt no sympathy for the people inside. This man was the main cause of her son's serious injury, and he deserved everything he got. Aunt Jiang clasped her hands together and kept praying, "Please, God, protect him. My son must be safe and unharmed." Li Daqiao's surgery was not very difficult. Zhou Fuxing quickly removed the bullet and stitched the wound. There was no need for Old Hu's acupuncture help. The wound was already taken care of. When Aunt Zhang saw her son being pushed out of the operating room, she hurriedly asked anxiously, "How is my son?" Lin Xueqing replied quickly, "The surgery was successful. The patient is just unconscious for now because of blood loss." Aunt Zhang looked confused. "Then why isn't my son getting a blood transfusion?" Lin Xueqing reassured her immediately. "The doctor didn't say he needs a transfusion, so it's probably not a big problem. Once he's awake, just give him more meat and eggs to eat and boost his nutrition." Aunt Zhang nodded gratefully. "Thank you. I understand." Just as she finished speaking, the next room's door opened, and Du Jiqiang's loud scream came through, making Lin Xueqing frown. She walked over, ready to tell Lu Mingyuan that their side surgery was done, but she heard Du Jiqiang threatening, "Hee, if you don't want your wife and family to get hurt, let me go quickly. Otherwise, my people will go crazy and retaliate against your family once they find out I was caught." Without hesitation, Lin Xueqing opened the door with a cold smile and said, "Once your accomplices find out, they'll probably hide like rats in the streets. You only heard about us setting up a lookout point and removing some enemies, so you're worried about the front? Otherwise, how would you have exposed yourself?" Du Jiqiang glared fiercely at Lin Xueqing. "Crazy woman, it's you again." Lu Mingyuan, however, kicked him without hesitation and then turned to Lin Xueqing, saying, "Xueqing, don't be afraid." Du Jiqiang looked at Lu Mingyuan speechlessly. How could he tell that this woman was afraid? Lin Xueqing shook her head and said, "First, take him to the operating room and treat his wound. If he dies because of your beating, we won't be able to ask anything." Lu Mingyuan pursed his lips. "All right, thank you all." Du Jiqiang frowned as if he had made a decision. Suddenly, he was about to hit his head on the ground but was quickly pulled back by Lu Mingyuan, who grabbed his collar and snorted. "Wanna die? You can't die easily, you traitor. Death is not a pity." Du Jiqiang's expression flickered with a hint of sorrow, then he suddenly burst into laughter. "Betraying the country? Ha ha ha. It seems you don't agree with the crime of treason, so you don't see your country as a rabbit nation. Are you part of the remnants of the Bald Island forces within the country?" Lin Xueqing's words immediately stunned both Du Jiqiang and Lu Mingyuan. Seeing Du Jiqiang's reaction, Lu Mingyuan knew Lin Xueqing guessed correctly. Lu Mingyuan couldn't help but look at Lin Xueqing again. Her observation skills are really sharp. This is the second time. The first time was on the train, when she identified a seemingly honest spy. Now, she easily deduced that Du Jiqiang was from Bald Island based on his tone and reactions. This time, Lu Mingyuan was overthinking. In fact, Lin Xueqing was just guessing, but she guessed right. The main reason was that Du Jiqiang didn't have any Eagle language skills or other foreign language skills, which meant he was a local. Among the locals, the most likely to betray the country would be the forces from Bald Island. Because of Du Jiqiang's uncooperative attitude, Zhou Fuxing gave him an anesthetic shot, making him unable to move. Du Jiqiang had wounds on his shoulder and calf. As long as they ensured he wouldn't die, there was no need for Hu Lao or Lin Xueqing to assist. Zhou Fuxing and Deng Qiubai could handle everything themselves. After all, Hu Lao and Lin Xueqing are an elderly person and a pregnant woman, respectively. Zhou Fuxing was considerate of them and let both rest. By this time, after a whole night of effort, dawn was breaking. Lin Xueqing and Hu Lao decided not to return to the village, but each chose a bed to rest. Lu Mingyuan arranged a small team to stay and guard, then went with Hao Xiaomin to continue searching for clues inside the post office, where the gunfire had occurred. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Southern Island Military District stayed awake all night. Qin Jingming and others held a meeting that lasted the entire evening. They decided to classify this incident as a major event threatening social stability and sent official notices requiring local police departments to cooperate with Lu Mingyuan and others. After the machinery factory, All the employees of the post office were also taken back to the police station for questioning. Lu Mingyuan and his team gained quite a lot of information inside the post office. They quickly realized that the outdated radio station inside the Post and Telecommunications Bureau was the same model as the one they had intercepted earlier. This connected the events. In other words, the conspiracy involving Du Jiang and his group was the same as the message that Zhang Yongshun and others needed to send out. The Eagle Country was secretly supporting Tuzhou Island, so it was not surprising that the two groups would cooperate. They collected a lot of geographic information and made maps, including details about the South Island Military District's defenses. It was easy to guess that the other side wanted to attack from behind the scenes, using Xiaoxi Village as a base to find a way to cut off their logistics and supplies. Even more seriously, they might be planning to attack their military stronghold and launch a counterattack against Bunny Country. However, there are many doubts. For example, Tuzhou Island currently doesn't have enough manpower or resources to launch a counterattack. Was their plan supported and supplied by Eagle Country from behind the scenes? If Eagle Country provided resources, would the Big Mao country behind Bunny Country think Eagle Country wanted to invade Bunny Country's territory? Could this threaten their position and trigger a war between the two nuclear powers? There are also deeper questions to explore. When do they plan to act? How will they do it? No matter what their intentions are, since it's known that they are trying to invade Bunny Country again, it's crucial to prepare and respond properly. In addition, the password book they found earlier proved useful, helping to decode some remaining telegram messages. But the decoded telegrams raised more questions. The content revealed that the Lonely Island plan involved three parties working together. In other words, besides Tuzhou Island and Eagle Country, there was an unknown third party involved in this operation. Being a doctor is a special profession. Saving lives and helping the injured is our mission. Lu's father was surprised when he heard Old Hu's words but quickly understood and asked hurriedly, Wait, how did my daughter-in-law become your apprentice? Old man, don't just claim relatives randomly. Your daughter-in-law has already learned my exclusive acupuncture technique, so how can she not be my disciple? Hey, old man, are you deliberately tricking my daughter-in-law? No wonder you're so eager for Xueqing to get this Barefoot doctor certificate. It turns out you're just trying to find an apprentice for yourself. No, Xueqing, you can't listen to the old man. After becoming his apprentice, there will be many more troubles. Learning some basic Chinese medicine to handle village folk and daily household issues is different from being his official disciple, which means inheriting his skills and dealing with high-ranking officials from the military district. Troublesome matters all around. Of course, it's better to avoid those complications whenever possible. Lin Xueqing didn't understand the little motives behind Lu's father and Old Hu's reactions and was quite confused. But she was always obedient and didn't pay much attention to them, focusing instead on her breakfast because she didn't want the baby to go hungry. Although after taking the pregnancy calming pills, the baby had been very obedient and never caused her discomfort. But as her belly gradually grew, she could feel the baby's life slowly developing inside her. Aunt Zhang's son, Li Dachao, was the least injured and the first to wake up. Aunt Zhang hurried over and said, Doctor, my son is awake. At the door, Old Hu and Lu's father quickly stopped their struggle. Old Hu immediately said to Lin Xueqing, Xueqing, girl, come with me to take a look. Lin Xueqing quickly put down her breakfast and followed Old Hu. Lu's father made a gesture, realizing he couldn't persuade her not to go, just like a few years ago when he couldn't stop his son from going to the battlefield of the Monkey Kingdom, which was also part of the Red Star Alliance. Aunt Zhang's son was recovering well. Old Hu comforted him briefly, then performed acupuncture to help him recover faster. Old Hu carefully explained the effects of this post-injury acupuncture while doing it. While assisting, Lin Xueqing carefully took notes on Old Hu's key points and insights. She discovered that the skill collection system could gather Old Hu's skills, but for specific patient cases, how to respond still depends on personal experience. Traditional Chinese medicine is not like weaving bamboo, where one pattern uses one method, and you can quickly learn it. When facing a patient's condition, there are often multiple solutions, and Lin Xueqing needs to judge and choose the best one. For example, Li Dachao is now bleeding heavily and urgently needs blood replenishment. Normally, acupuncture would be used to stimulate his blood flow and help improve circulation. At the same time, his wound is not healed yet and might accumulate blood clots nearby, so a technique to dispel blood stasis is needed. But if both methods are used at once and the patient is weak, it's not possible to do both blood flow stimulation and blood stasis removal at the same time. So, the decision requires not only skills and knowledge but also experience. Old, who did not perform both techniques. Instead, he first used acupuncture to strengthen Li Dachao's foundation and explained to Lin Xueqing. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes balancing yin and yang. A person is a whole, and since the patient is weak now, we can't do blood flow stimulation or blood stasis removal at this time. Before that, we need to first strengthen the patient's core energy so that after recovery, they won't be drained or become weak from a serious illness. Lin Xueqing immediately understood and asked, "So, we need to first strengthen the body, then dispel blood stasis, and finally stimulate blood flow?" Old Hu nodded again, praising her quick understanding, saying her insight surpasses that of many medical graduates. He nodded and continued to teach Lin Xueqing, also explaining the follow-up care plan to Aunt Jiang and others. Aunt Jiang expressed her gratitude again, her face full of appreciation. Lin Xueqing thought of another practical issue. Since the patient has woken up, can we go back to the village now? The village's medical shelter is more suitable for Aunt Jiang and her family. She was considering their situation. Staying in the clinic for treatment costs money, and transportation is inconvenient. Most importantly, the village's medical shelter is free. Old Hu nodded. He thought Lin Xueqing was a kind-hearted girl. After a moment of thought, he said, "Then they can come back with us later. The car has enough space." At this moment, Aunt Jiang felt even more grateful, her eyes filled with tears. She bowed again to the two people and said, "Thank you, thank you." Lin Xueqing quickly waved her hand. "We are all from the same village, no need to thank us." Then she turned to Li Dachao and said, "You should rest well first. The injection will take a while, and once it's done, I will come back to remove the needle." Li Dachao nodded quickly. "Thank you, Comrade Lin." As Lin Xueqing left the ward, she heard the sound of a car engine at the entrance of the health clinic. Zhou Fuxing and Deng Qiubai hurried over. When they returned, they were carrying several bottles of medicine, antibiotics. Seeing Lin Xueqing, Zhou Fuxing immediately told her to come with them to Tion Shing's room. Inside Tion Shing's room, Hao Xiaomin and Lu Zhaoning were sitting on chairs nearby, resting. When they saw the visitors, they quickly stood up and looked nervously at Zhou Fuxing and Lin Xueqing. Zhou Fuxing pointed to the medicines in his hand and explained to Lin Xueqing, "The patient has many wounds, and we lost some time, so we need to give him antibiotics to kill the bacteria and viruses inside his body, preventing fever. But these antibiotics shouldn't be used excessively. Too much can also harm the healthy cells in his body." Lin Xueqing nodded and took notes on what was said. Deng Qiubai watched Zhou Fuxing's teaching and realized that her director was planning to transfer the patient to the military hospital to work with her. However, she also liked Lin Xueqing. She was eager to learn, obedient, careful, smart, and emotionally very stable, traits that made her naturally suitable to be a doctor. Moreover, for Lin Xueqing, it was only a matter of time before she would join the military. After entering the military zone and working alongside them, she wouldn't have to worry about work issues anymore. Thinking this way, their director was quite foresight. Near noon, Lu Mingyuan returned driving a jeep. Lu Mingyuan carried 2 large food boxes and came inside. Lu's father quickly borrowed an empty hospital room from Ma Chiwen to hold a temporary meeting. Then he arranged for Zhou Fuxing, Old Hu, Hao Xiaomin, and Lin Xueqing to go into the meeting room. Lu Mingyuan handed the lunchbox to Lin Xueqing and said, "Let's share this among everyone. I got it from the police station cafeteria. Please bear with it a little. We'll eat and chat at the same time." Lin Xueqing thought they were going to discuss something important. After distributing the food to everyone, she asked, "Should I go find Zhaoning?" But Lu Mingyuan took another lunchbox from Lin Xueqing's hand and said, "No need. You are also part of this meeting." Lin Xueqing was surprised. "I need to join too." Seeing her innocent look, Lu Mingyuan couldn't help but ruffle her hair and smiled. Yes, you are involved. After handing the lunchbox to Lu Zhaoning outside for everyone to share, Lu Mingyuan returned to the meeting room. Since everyone was his own people, he didn't hold back and directly said, "We mainly need to discuss a few things. The first is about Tion Shing's current situation. Can he be moved? And where would be a good place to transfer him? The health clinic's environment and conditions are not very suitable. We're worried there might still be hidden enemies planning to attack." Zhou Fuxing nodded and said, "I've thought about this long ago. My main concern is that I don't trust the medical staff at the clinic, so I asked the colleagues bringing the medicine to also bring a truck. We plan to transfer the patient back to Xiaoxi village. It's only about 10 minutes away, so it won't take long." Both sides agreed quickly. Lu Mingyuan immediately arranged. "After lunch, we'll head back to the village." Then he moved on to the second matter. "Based on Du Jiqiang's actions, we suspect there are accomplices hiding inside the village. They have heavy weapons, so the village's defenses need to be reorganized. I've already asked Qin Shi to send a company to Xiaoxi village for security checks before we leave. The people I have now will stay at the health clinic to ensure everyone's safety. To handle emergency medical needs, I suggest leaving a Western doctor in Xiaoxi village for temporary first aid, just in case." Zhou Fuxing frowned but didn't agree immediately. He said, "I'll think about it and give you an answer later." Lu Mingyuan was a bit surprised. He thought Zhou Fuxing would immediately arrange for Deng Qiubai to stay. However, he didn't think much and turned to talk to Father Lu and Lin Xueqing about the third matter. The villagers need to be organized for patriotic education and drills. Mainly, we need to teach the villagers how to identify suspicious enemies and how to respond when they find them. Xueqing can set an example in this. The two important enemies were both discovered by her. Father Lu frowned and said, "If we treat Xueqing as a role model, what if the hidden enemies find out and see her as an enemy? That could put her in danger." Lu Mingyuan quickly smiled and said, "Of course, the achievements will be reported, but kept secret externally. Xueqing mainly shares and teaches how to recognize enemy traits. Just consider her as a training instructor. Her personal deeds are already known through Qin Tuqiang and Aunt Zhang's family. Their bravery should also be recognized." Hearing this, Old Hu quickly turned to Zhou Fuxing and said, "It's not just about reporting Xueqing's discovery of enemies. Her help in rescuing the wounded should also be highlighted, at least with a first-class internal award." "Old Hu, you're showing favoritism too obviously." Zhou Fuxing couldn't help but twitch his eye and said helplessly, "But Comrade Lin isn't part of our medical system." Old Hu glared at him and said slowly, "Exactly, because Xueqing isn't part of the medical system, just an ordinary villager. She deserves even more praise. If they don't give her a big commendation, how can they apply to transfer Lin Xueqing to the military hospital in the future? With such achievements, it would be different. Their team is actively recruiting talented people and cultivating urgently needed medical professionals for the country." Zhou Fuxing finally understood and quickly smiled, saying, "I understand. I'll handle this." Lin Xueqing felt a bit uneasy and carefully asked, "I didn't really do much, just helped Old Hu a little." "Director Zhou, there's no need to make such a big deal." Father Lu quickly interrupted her. "Silly girl, not taking advantage of good opportunities is foolish. Make it a big deal. Let everyone know how my daughter-in-law made contributions in such a difficult rural environment." Lin Xueqing's eyes shifted, and she understood that this recognition was not just because of her personal achievements. It was also because such praise made it harder for others to criticize the Lu family. Thinking of this, Lin Xueqing nodded politely, saying, "Then I will listen to you." Deng Qiubai didn't know the full details inside and simply thought Lin Xueqing deserved the praise. He quickly comforted her, saying, "Xueqing, this is what you should get. Compared to Li Wan, who is a harmful doctor, you just helped out a little, learned some skills, and actively stepped forward to help injured villagers with first aid. Also, in a village lacking medical resources, you helped injured villagers recover. Although these are small things, when added up, they are a big contribution." Deng Qiubai's words immediately gained approval from Zhou Fuxing and Old Hu. Zhou Fuxing clapped his thigh and said with a smile, "Qiubai is right. We shouldn't just talk about this incident. The first aid you gave to Chen Tuoqiang saved his life. Without your quick help, he might have died. And with enemies attacking fishermen at sea, Your assistance in rescuing injured fishermen is also a great achievement. Old Hu quickly added, compared to Li Wan, who graduated in medicine but often shirks responsibility or secretly causes trouble when faced with difficulties, your calmness in danger and your kind heart stand out. He continued, Li Wan, who is skilled but lacks medical ethics, is not worth praising. Xueqing, who only learned some basic medical skills, saved lives and helped others. This is even more commendable. Deng Qiubai quickly agreed, yes, that's exactly what I meant. Sometimes, medical ethics are more important than medical skills. We should promote this properly within the system. Lu's father's eyes flickered. He instinctively felt that Old Hu and the others' praise was a bit off from his expectations, and he wondered what they were up to. But he couldn't see any obvious tricks either. However, since his daughter-in-law had made a great contribution, she deserved the praise. He thought, better to take the credit first. If Grandpa Lu were here, he would definitely remind him that experience counts. Old hands are wiser. Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing didn't think much about it. They just believed Old Hu and the others were genuinely trying to promote medical ethics. The group quickly finalized the follow-up arrangements. After lunch, Lu Mingyuan prepared to drive the jeep to the county to get the Barefoot doctor certificate for Lin Xueqing and to buy some meat and vegetables. Since there are many people at home, all young men, the small amount of meat and vegetables is not enough. Lu's father reminded Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingyuan to keep track of their expenses and to ask Qin Shi for reimbursement later. Lu Mingyuan felt a bit amused and helpless, thinking that all the people eating were his brothers and they were still helping build the house at his home. He wondered how he could honestly ask for reimbursement. Lu's father, however, was disappointed and said, "Didn't you go on a mission during your leave? Even on leave, you should still think about food. You're on leave, but you still have extra work to do. Qin Jingming should compensate us." He then thought that his son had been raised too properly by his father and probably wouldn't be able to argue with Qin Jingming. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Just keep track of your expenses. I will talk to Qin Jingming later." Lu Mingyuan nodded and agreed, then took Lin Xueqing and headed to the county in the car. As soon as they got in the car, Lu's father caught up and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. I need to go too. Too many things to do, I almost forgot. The furniture factory and the supply and marketing cooperative are waiting for us to deliver goods. Wait for me. I'll go tell Zhao to bring everyone back to the village." After saying that, Lu's father hurried back to the health clinic to give instructions to Lu Zhao and Hao Xiaomin. Once everything was arranged, Lu's father got into the jeep with Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing, and they took a detour back to the village. Back in the village, Lin Xueqing asked Lu's mother to help inform the bamboo weaving and furniture groups to start work on their own in the afternoon. She wasn't sure when she would be back from the county, so she asked for leave. Lu's mother looked at her daughter-in-law with some confusion, thinking how honest she was. Thinking of her eldest son's way of handling things, she suddenly felt that each had their own place, and they truly were a perfect match. Not long after Lin Xueqing and the others left, Lu Xiufeng and the others arrived. Lu's mother didn't mention the leave. She only said that Lin Xueqing had gone to the supply and marketing cooperative and the furniture factory with Lu's father. Everyone remembered the new folding chair they made yesterday and instinctively thought that the trip to the supply and marketing cooperative and the furniture factory was to discuss new product cooperation. This was meant to bring benefits to the village, so the scorekeepers straightforwardly gave Lin Xueqing full work points. At the same time, after Mr. Lu, Mingyuan Lu, and Lin Xueqing arrived in the county town, they split up. Mr. Lu went to the supply and marketing cooperative with a folding chair. Mingyuan Lu and Lin Xueqing went to the county health bureau. Lin Xueqing quickly got her Barefoot doctor certificate. The staff saw her documents were complete and that 2 directors from the military hospital had personally written recommendation letters for her. Without hesitation, they processed her certificate immediately. When they returned to the supply and marketing cooperative, Mr. Lu and Lu Jipeng were still talking. Lu Jipeng had been playing with the folding chair for a long time and was showing it off to customers in the hall. He had already made a big success with a previous folding table. Even before the product was finished, he had received over 100 orders, paid in advance, to be picked up in a week. Now, with this folding chair, Lu Jiping felt that as long as he took advantage of Xiaoxi village, his career would go smoothly, and he might even be transferred to the city. When Lin Xueqing and Mingyuan Lu arrived, Lu Jiping was asking Mr. Lu, who designed this set of tables and chairs, wondering how they had such good ideas. Mr. Lu quickly smiled and said, "As soon as I arrived, Chow Chow arrived. The person who designed these folding tables and chairs is my daughter-in-law. You've met her before." Lu Jiping remembered Lin Xueqing as a simple and pretty young woman. When she first came, she discussed cooperation with Xiaoxi village. He had thought she was naive, so he agreed to her request casually, just wanting to add a note to his personal achievements for helping disaster victims. Now he thought Lin Xueqing was truly a great benefactor. With this set of tables and chairs, their supply and marketing cooperative would definitely surpass their goals this year. His eyes flickered as he secretly came up with a good idea. He quickly smiled at Lin Xueqing and said, "I didn't expect Comrade Lin to have such creative ideas. You are a great benefactor to our cooperative." Lin Xueqing quickly shook her head and smiled, saying, "It's Comrade Lu, who helped our Xiaoxi village a lot." Lu Jipeng's eyes lit up immediately. He had been waiting for her to say that. She was indeed a simple and kind girl. He then continued along the conversation, thinking, "I believe that Comrade Lin's use of her professional skills, actively helping villagers to escape poverty and become wealthy, is especially commendable. I have decided to write a letter to the newspaper to promote Comrade Lin's achievements." Lin Xueqing was suddenly stunned. Another commendation? Why does this feel so familiar? Isn't this just like what happened earlier with Zhou Fuxing at the health clinic? Father Lu also paused briefly, feeling that Zhou Fuxing and his group must be planning something behind the scenes. However, he couldn't guess what Zhou Fuxing was up to, but he could easily guess what Lu Jiping wanted to do. Father Lu quickly took the opportunity to say, "There's no rush. We just finished designing this set of tables and chairs." Lu Jiping thought Father Lu was refusing and hurriedly said, "This isn't about urgency. It's about promoting and learning from such noble virtues." Father Lu almost rolled his eyes. This isn't really about promoting virtue. It's probably about promoting their supply and marketing cooperative's achievements and advertising for it. After all, this set of tables and chairs is only sold domestically and is unique. But this is also good for them. He quickly added, "Once our villagers are familiar with the production process, Comrade Lu can publish the news later. Of course, I suggest that these tables and chairs could also be sold in the city's department stores to expand sales. By then, our villagers will be skilled at making tables and chairs, and publishing the news will be natural." Lu Jiping couldn't help but touch his nose, surprised that his intentions were so clearly seen by the team leader. No wonder he was sent from the central government to help with disaster relief and reconstruction in Xiaoxi village. His skills are truly exceptional. He quickly offered a polite but awkward smile. "Of course. This is good for Xiaoxi village and for all of us." After Father Lu discussed some follow-up details with Lu Jiping and was about to leave, Lu Jiping turned to Lin Xueqing and said, "Comrade Lin, if you come up with any new ideas in the future, remember to share them with our supply and marketing cooperative first." Lin Xueqing couldn't help but smile wryly. "I won't be designing new styles for now. This set of tables and chairs is enough to keep the villagers busy." Father Lu couldn't help but shake his head and immediately painted a rosy picture for Lu Jiping. "That's because the villagers are still inexperienced. Plus, there's a furniture factory behind us. We should start by making and exploring. Once production increases, we can consider creating new products later." Lu Jiping quickly advised. "Indeed, Captain has long-term plans. We must keep up Lin Comrade's enthusiasm for creating new things." Lin Xueqing suddenly shivered, understanding Lu Father's intention, and quickly smiled. "Of course, it's just that we haven't been able to keep up with the many tasks. Director Lu, rest assured. Once production is streamlined, we will definitely make more new products." Lu Jiping breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Xueqing kept producing new items, his achievements wouldn't stop. Thinking this way, Lu Jiping's smile towards Lin Xueqing became even brighter. He said, "Don't worry, our supply and marketing cooperative will do its best to help Xiaoxi village rebuild and increase income. As soon as you come up with a design, I will find ways to sell it. Lu Father's eyes rolled silently as he looked at Lu Jipeng. Were they worried about sales? No, they were worried about not being able to handle the orders. They still hadn't finished the 500 tables ordered from the furniture factory. In just one day, the supply and marketing cooperative received 100 orders, and it was clear this set of tables and chairs would be a hot seller. Their prices weren't cheap. This was just in the county town. If they expanded to the city's department stores, these tables and chairs would sell effortlessly. Now, he was really worried about production capacity. Although he was worried inside, Lu Father's face showed no signs of it. After exchanging polite compliments with Lu Jipeng, he, along with Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing, left the supply and marketing cooperative's meeting room. Lin Xueqing took the opportunity to buy a lot of fresh pork and some eggs. Although her food ration tickets had run out last time, she still had meat tickets and other industrial tickets, many of which were still valid. Lu Father was worried that Lin Xueqing might not have enough tickets, so he gave her a stack, including some grain tickets, just enough to cover her previous consumption. Lin Xueqing was not polite. She accepted them, planning to use them next time. After a shopping spree, everyone left the supply and marketing cooperative. Back in the car, Lu Father couldn't help but worry. Xueqing, later we will go to the furniture factory together. Talk to the factory director and see if we can use the factory's tools to speed up the production of our tables and chairs. Lin Xueqing was surprised. Dad, are you worried that our output can't keep up? Lu Father nodded. Yes. Based on the sales channels of the supply and marketing cooperative, these tables and chairs are expected to sell very well. Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and nodded. I haven't visited the furniture factory yet. I'll go see their machines first. If their equipment is suitable, it could really help. If not, we'll have to find other workers. Mr. Lu thought for a moment and said, let's do it that way for now. The furniture factory is in the suburbs, but they have a car, so it's not far, about 20 minutes away. The factory manager's name is Lu Qingfeng, a local from Dazhong County. Lu Qingfeng personally welcomed the Lu family members. Mr. Lu introduced the new folding chair product, and Lu Qingfeng was immediately impressed and kept praising it. When he learned that Lin Xueqing was the designer of this innovative table and chair set, he warmly took the group on a tour of the factory. Lu Qingfeng pointed to the equipment and explained, we have a broken bamboo machine and a polishing machine here. The broken bamboo machine can automatically split bamboo into uniform strips or fibers, greatly improving the efficiency and consistency of this step. The polishing machine smooths out splinters and cuts on the bamboo, making the surface more even. After polishing, applying tung oil not only prevents insects and rot but also makes the furniture look more high-end. He then honestly added, I'm very optimistic about your village's design of this folding table and chair set. If your sales increase, we can work together. We can supply bamboo strips for making the bamboo boards, saving you time on bamboo collection and manual splitting. We can also arrange nearby villagers to help produce specific parts according to your size requirements and deliver them to your village. Once your village finishes making the products, we can also help with polishing and oiling. Your village's furniture can then be sold at a higher price, unlike Lu Jipeng, who only wanted to earn credit and complete the supply and marketing cooperative's tasks. Lu Qingfeng spoke like a true expert. Almost without needing Mr. Lu to say anything, he immediately understood that if Xiaoxi Village wanted to increase income through bamboo furniture as a side business, their biggest problem right now was limited production. Their set of tables and chairs isn't difficult to make, it's just seen as new and traditional. If the furniture factory gets involved in the production, they will quickly understand how these tables and chairs are made. Then, the villagers in Xiaoxi Village won't need to assemble the furniture themselves. They had completely wasted their effort. But without the machinery from the furniture factory, relying only on the people of Xiaoxi Village, they couldn't handle so many orders. Fewer orders would ruin their plan to improve villagers' lives through side work. And their subsequent plans would also fall apart. For a moment, Mr. Lu felt stuck. At this time, Lin Xueqing suddenly asked, if we work together, can you help find a large number of scrapers and saws? Lu Qingfeng didn't understand why Lin Xueqing suddenly asked this. He frowned and honestly replied, We have some of these tools in our factory, but for large quantities, we would need to order from a machinery factory. If you need, I can help connect you with a machinery factory. Mr. Liu was immediately interrupted by Mr. Liu, who said, "No need to trouble Factory Director Liu. We can contact the machinery factory ourselves. I know their manager." Lu Qingfeng was surprised, thinking Mr. Liu was trying to save face, and said, "These tools require steel or high-quality iron, which is not easy to get. Don't worry about bothering me. As long as the production of your tables and chairs increases, it will also be good for our furniture factory." Thinking about the machinery factory's weak worker, Mr. Liu proudly said, "No problem, Factory Manager Liu, I know him. I just didn't realize they also produce these tools." Lin Xueqing didn't understand the details, but understood that Mr. Liu could get the tools she needed. She thought for a moment and realized that making a large number of tables and chairs definitely required factory machinery. After some rough calculations, she slowly said, "Factory Director Liu is right. Only through cooperation can we both get the most benefits." Lin Xueqing's words made Lu Qingfeng smile happily. This woman seemed obedient and easy to persuade. He quickly said with a smile, "Comrade Lin is right. Only by working together can we grow stronger. When the production increases, your village's income will also go up, which is good for all of us." Mr. Liu's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't stop their conversation. He thought that since Lin Xueqing asked about tools, she probably didn't intend to give full control to the furniture factory for the work. This means that Lin Xueqing already has a plan that can protect their interests and also help the furniture factory increase production. Sure enough, Lin Xueqing smiled and said, "I think, as long as our initial sales are manageable, the furniture factory can provide specific sizes of bamboo strips and bamboo tubes according to our needs. In the future, when our village is too busy, the factory can also help by organizing workers from other villages to assist with making bamboo boards for tables and weaving bamboo mats for chairs." Lu Qingfeng's eyes shifted as he tried to persuade her. "Besides these, we can also help with other parts." Lin Xueqing narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Our villagers can handle small parts, so there's no need to trouble the factory director." Lu Qingfeng's smile froze for a moment, and he continued, "Surely, the polishing and oiling are necessary, right?" Lin Xueqing was also surprised. "I thought you all already polished and oiled the bamboo strips when making them. Isn't that the case?" Lu Qingfeng's stiff smile completely faded now. How could this woman be so easy to fool? His face showed a difficult expression as he asked, "We do the polishing and oiling after the products are finished. Polishing and oiling the bamboo strips alone would cost a lot, wouldn't it?" Lin Xueqing became even more confused and asked, "But if everything is already finished, how do you polish it?" Lu Qingfeng thought Lin Xueqing simply didn't understand and hurriedly explained, "We disassemble the tabletop and legs, polish and oil each part separately, then reassemble them." If all the bamboo strips need polishing, when would that be done? At this point, everyone in the Lu family immediately understood Lu Qingfeng's plan. The previous orders given to Mr. Liu were probably just a small benefit, but today's cooperation was his real goal. As long as their furniture factory kept disassembling and reassembling during the polishing and oiling stage, they could quickly figure out how the folding table worked. Later, they could make these tables and chairs themselves, or even develop new products on their own. The furniture factory only needed to give Xiaoxi village a profit from an order of 500 tables, and everything earned afterward would be their factory's income. Lin Xueqing seemed not to understand and smiled, saying, "That's true. Director Liu's point makes sense. Then we just need to polish and oil the bamboo surfaces and legs. The rest of the assembly, we can handle ourselves." Lu Qingfeng didn't quite understand the meaning behind Lin Xueqing's words and thought he had successfully tricked him. He quickly laughed and said, "No problem. We'll take care of it. Comrade Lin, after you give us the drawings, I guarantee we will complete the task with quality and on time." Lin Xueqing didn't hesitate. She directly drew the required measurements in Lu Qingfeng's office. Lu Qingfeng looked at the drawings handed to him and immediately frowned, puzzled, and asked, "Comrade Lin, these drawings don't seem right. They don't match the size of our foldable table. The style on the drawing also looks quite different." Lin Xueqing nodded confidently and said, "We only need you to provide the parts with the dimensions shown on the drawing. The rest we can handle ourselves." We guarantee to complete the furniture factory's order with quality and on time. Lu's father couldn't help but twitch his muscles, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Lin Xueqing was using Lin Xueqing's own words to shut him up, who said their snow Qing was simple and easy to deceive. His daughter-in-law is clever. Although he didn't understand why the drawings changed like that, he felt pleased. Lu Qingfeng wanted to trick them with the drawings but was instead used by Lin Xueqing, who actually provided the parts. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng was truly conflicted. He naturally wanted to take on this set of foldable tables and chairs. The previous foldable tables were already eye-catching. If he added foldable chairs for sale, he dared to bet they would become very popular. He had also said before that they could resell in Nanjing and earn foreign exchange in Hong Kong, which was true. Especially in Hong Kong, where space is limited, such tables and chairs would definitely be very popular. Plus, these tables and chairs are made using traditional mortise and tenon joints, without a single nail, which would surely sell well. Although he suspected that, given the economic conditions of Xiaoxi village, the reason they made this set of furniture was probably because they couldn't buy nails, and so they used their ancestors' traditional methods. Their furniture factory only acts as an intermediary reseller, so they can't earn the huge profits from selling directly. They also can't report this set of tables and chairs as a new project they developed, which makes him very unwilling. Now, Lu Qingfeng is caught in a difficult choice. If he agrees to Lin Xueqing's request, their furniture factory sales will have to rely on Xiaoxi village's production. If he refuses, their factory will lose the order for this set of foldable tables and chairs. What's more, he knows that the supply and marketing cooperative is also selling this set, and Xiaoxi village won't have trouble selling them. Lu Qingfeng didn't think for long and immediately agreed to Lin Xueqing's plan. For now, they should focus on completing this year's factory tasks. At worst, they can waste a few sets of tables and chairs and dismantle them. He doesn't believe they can't figure out a solution. Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, "To keep our style consistent, the tables and chairs we make for your factory will use the parts you provide. Today, we need to take this set of tables and chairs back. Tomorrow, you send the parts over and we'll deliver the sample to you right away." Father Lu's eyes shifted and he quickly agreed, "Yes, yes, yes. We also need to visit the supply and marketing cooperative later. They need to see the sample too." Lu Mingyuan glanced at his father. His bluffing was really just casual talk. Lu Qingfeng was a bit surprised and asked, "You said this was a sample for our factory, so how did it become for the supply and marketing cooperative?" Father Lu quickly smiled and explained, "That's because we were busy making new products yesterday, and we thought it would sell better if the tables and chairs were made as a set. We initially cooperated with the supply and marketing cooperative. But I was thinking your furniture factory has a big market, and Director Lu has given us a lot of help. So I took a sample from the supply and marketing cooperative to let you try it first. We are all partners, so it's not like the supply and marketing cooperative is selling chairs and you don't know about it. Director Lu, see, I'm really a good brother to you." Lu Qingfeng remembered that yesterday, Xiaoxi village also brought tables from the supply and marketing cooperative to their furniture factory. He couldn't help but mutter, "Even the supply and marketing cooperative is willing to let you sell their goods twice?" Father Lu chuckled and said, "Of course. Yesterday, when the tables were placed at the supply and marketing cooperative, they received 100 orders, and they plan to sell them in department stores later." Lu Qingfeng was surprised. He expected these tables and chairs to sell well, but he didn't think they would be so popular. He clapped his thigh and said with a smile, all right, I'll arrange for workers to make the parts right away. We'll try to deliver a batch this afternoon. Old Lu, you must remember to send us a sample tomorrow. Our factory needs to boost sales too. Our factory is the window for foreign trade. If we can get the sales going, it's much better than just a small amount from the supply cooperative. Of course. From now on, our village's side business will have to rely on Director Lu." After some friendly business talk, Lu's father, Lin Xueqing, and Lu Mingyuan left the furniture factory. Once in the car, Lu's father couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Xueqing, tell me, what's wrong with that blueprint you gave the factory director? The sizes are off, but how come they still managed to make the table?" Lin Xueqing smiled and said, "Dad, you're good at fixing tools in the mechanical factory. From now on, Our village only needs to handle the small parts inside. I temporarily changed the blueprint. Originally, we made the bamboo boards by hand, but it was hard to keep the thickness consistent. Now that we have the factory's help, we don't have to worry about that. We don't need to cut or carve bamboo ourselves. We can focus on making detailed small parts, which need lots of tiny tools. Lu's father had already thought of this and nodded, asking, "So, how come the sizes are off, but they still made the same table?" It's a bit hard to explain. Lin Xueqing kept him guessing and said with a smile, "I'll make one for you tonight and you'll see." Lu's father gave up and suppressed his curiosity, then asked, "Should we go to the mechanical factory again?" Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the factory first, then visit the market." Lu Mingyuan looked confused and asked, "To the market?" "Yes, we had planned to go upstream with Aunt Jiang to buy ducks today, but now we probably can't. We'll just try our luck at the market. Also, I want to buy some fresh vegetables." Lu's father's eyes flickered. "There are ducks for sale upstream. Aunt Jiang said that someone was raising ducks by the creek on the upstream branch of our stream. I think we should go to the market first to buy fresh vegetables. As for the ducks, let's ask Aunt Jiang to take us to buy them. We can also ride a fishing boat and explore the nearby waters," Lu Mingyuan suggested. Lin Xueqing was momentarily stunned but quickly stopped overthinking and nodded. "All right, when we go back, I'll talk to Aunt Jiang and ask her to take us to buy ducks." After planning the trip, Lu Mingyuan drove to the machinery factory. Meanwhile, inside the communication room of the Southern Island Military District, Zhao Ziho hesitated as he held the microphone, then asked uncertainly, "Are you sure it's that child? Could you be mistaken?" The person on the other end replied, "I'm not entirely sure either, but your dad said so. However, given your family's current situation, it's best not to get close to that child. I heard that the family she married into is actually a local village official in Xiaoxi village. I think your parents probably don't want to meet her in such a difficult time. I know you have connections in the South Island. I suggest you find a way to stay away for now. When the time is right, it won't be too late." Chao Daqiang's words made Zhao Ziho furrow his brows. He wasn't sure how that unknown sister would see them. The situation Uncle De mentioned was very possible. After all, no child would resent their parents for abandoning them, even if it wasn't intentional on their part. But the hurt had already been done. He also wondered how she had been these years. Probably not very well, otherwise she wouldn't have ended up in such a remote mountain area. Zhao Ziho's brow remained furrowed as he asked, "Do you know her name?" Chao Daqiang sighed and said, "Her name is Lin Xueqing, but there isn't much time left before your parents are transferred. Don't forget, Swayan is also being transferred with your parents. She might not care about your parents, but she will definitely hate Swayan. Swayan is innocent too. Surely you wouldn't just abandon her because of this, would you?" Zhao Ziho pondered for a moment before replying slowly, "I understand. It's not convenient to talk too much on the phone. I already know the situation. I'll find a way." Zhao Ziho did not know that Xiaoxi village had been marked as sensitive information after 2 consecutive spy incidents. His phone conversation was recorded word for word and sent to Qin Jingming's desk. Qin Jingming frowned, already aware of the relationship between Zhao's family and Lin Xueqing. However, the message exchanged between Zhao Ziho and Chao Daqiang was quite interesting. He kept tapping his desk, his eyes shifting between Zhang Yongshuan's confession and the phone call content. Finally, he used a secure internal line to call Zhong Xiangdong. "Do you know Chao Daqiang? Funny you mentioned that. I just looked into his background. Which side is he on? Currently, I suspect he's been recruited by the Eagle Nation group. He was originally an enforcer handling underground affairs for Zhao's family, then became close to Old Master Zhao. After Old Master passed away, he became independent but still worked for Zhao's family and maintained contacts with the Zhao family in Hong Kong." Qin Jingming tapped the desk and sneered. No wonder he wants to interfere with Zhao's family and Old Lu's family. Coincidentally, their phone call today was recorded by our operator and delivered to my desk. Zhong Xiangdong couldn't help but be curious. "What did they talk about that it ended up on your desk, Uncle Qin?" Qin Jingming smiled. "They didn't say much. Just mentioned Xiaoxi village and that drew attention," he then teased. "Your Uncle Lu hasn't changed at all. He came to my territory less than a month ago and already caused 2 big issues. Now, Xiaoxi village has become a sensitive word here. Zhou Xiangdong chuckled, probably giving Lu Mingyuan a headache now. Exactly, 2 big cases handled by Mingyuan. He's really moving up fast. Don't let him surpass you again. Zhou Xiangdong instinctively touched his nose. He was used to being overshadowed since childhood. It was normal for Mingyuan to rise quickly. The military achievements accumulated on the battlefield in Monkey Country years ago were enough. If old Master Lu and Lu's father hadn't retired, he could have risen even further. The Lu family was not ordinary. They were especially formidable. All 3 generations of their family have made great contributions on the battlefield. Nearby, the Chicken, the Korean, and the Monkey Kingdom have all been beaten by their family. No one dares to compare with them. If we talk about which family the enemy country hates most in the Rabbit Nation, the Lu family is definitely at the top of the list. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiangdong recalls Lu Mingyuan's plans for his younger brother and quickly takes the opportunity to say, "Uncle Qin, please pass a message to Mingyuan. Just say that Xiangnan needs stability." Qin Jingming immediately feels speechless. Your dad is too weak. But Zhou Xiangdong doesn't agree. Enduring it is our Zhong family's philosophy. TSK, this has even become philosophy now. Mingyuan has discussed your brother's situation with me. The plan is to keep things steady. It's about your brother's future. Just don't say I'm biased, Uncle Qin. No, my dad and I both know that my brother just needs to drink some soup with Mingyuan. They sent Zhong Xiangnan to the South Island mainly because they were worried about him getting into trouble, hoping to leave a backup for the Zhong family. Since that's the case, his brother's path must be carefully planned. Since the Zhong family made their choice, Qin Jingming can only respect it and say, "All right, I understand. We will arrange everything well, don't worry." Qin Jingming then shifts the topic back to the Zhao family and asks, "How does the Zhao family feel about Lin Xueqing?" Zhou Xiangdong openly shared the conversation between Zhao Bowen and Chao Daqiang from that day. Qin Jingming laughs. It seems the Zhao family will be sent away, and there's a reason for that. Zhou Xiangdong responds with an and adds, "Since the old master is gone, the couple can't control the restless people. Plus, with Zhao family's overseas influence, no matter how big their achievements, they can be stirred up by others with bad intentions." Qin Jingming then asks, "What's the attitude of the Zhao family in Hong Kong?" From their conversation, they still have contact. They probably still have resources. I found a smuggling route for drug trafficking, but the drugs aren't coming here. They're going to Hong Kong. But I suspect this route is also used for smuggling weapons into our country. Zhou Xiangdong suddenly looks surprised and quickly laughs. "Uncle Qin, such a big secret. Don't share it with me, I don't want to hear." Qin Jingming tisks and says, "Like your dad, weak." After hanging up the phone, Qin Jingming already had a plan in mind. He issued 2 orders to Zhou Xiangnan and Zhao Ziho. Zhou Xiangnan was promoted from the leader of the 3rd Company in the Special Forces to the commander of the patrol camp in Xiaoxi village. His official task was to assist the Special Forces in investigating and destroying enemy agents hiding in Xiaoxi village. His secret task was to stay undercover in Xiaoxi village to protect the Qixing base hidden inside the patrol camp. Zhao Ziho had to be reassigned or demoted due to political review issues. He was transferred from the commander of the Navy's 2nd Regiment to the commander of the logistics supply camp. His official task was to support the Special Forces by managing supply resources. His secret task was to transport supplies to the Qixing base. Both men belonged to the Navy's 4th Regiment in Nandao, with the regiment's leader to be decided. But both knew that the decision was just waiting for Lu Mingyuan to be promoted. Their main role was to work together with Lu Mingyuan. Lu Mingyuan was not only the commander of the Special Forces, but also in charge of the Qixing operation. So, whether for official or secret tasks, their core mission was simply 5 words: cooperate with Lu Mingyuan. After assigning the tasks, Qin Jingming immediately sent the 2 teams, one visible, one undercover, to Xiaoxi village to support the ongoing crackdown on enemies there. Zhao Ziho didn't yet know that Lu Mingyuan was his brother-in-law. He was just puzzled. How could someone like him, with his background, be assigned such a top-secret mission? Normally, such missions would only be given to people they trusted completely. And it was in Xiaoxi village. His sister, whom he hadn't met yet, was in Xiaoxi village. His parents had been relocated there. Enemies were lurking in Xiaoxi village, and a secret base was built there. It all seemed too coincidental. Why all in Xiaoxi village? Zhao Ziho was very confused. In the end, he could only assume it was because he spoke plainly, making it easier to communicate with local villagers. Or perhaps Qin Shi was considerate, allowing him to take the chance to care for his parents during the mission. But Zhao Ziho didn't know that all his guesses were wrong. Meanwhile, Lin Xueqing, Lu Mingyuan, and Lu's father smoothly obtained a batch of tools from the machinery factory. Factory director Li Hao was almost in tears. He had a feeling that from now on, he would be dominated by this rat-like leader of Xiaoxi village. He didn't know that Zhang Yongshun, who could bring big orders to their factory every year, was actually a spy. What's worse, he had taken quite a few bribes. If this were discovered, he would be treated as part of an enemy spy group. However, the details of accepting bribes surprised the interrogators. They didn't expect Lu Xingguo, the mouse, to sense something and then manipulate him so easily. Fortunately, Lu Xingguo was somewhat reasonable. He claimed the tools were borrowed, and once Xiaoxi village had money, he would buy them back. He was also from Xiaoxi village and wanted to support its development. But Lu Xingguo didn't just take tools. He also asked him to find a way to get the broken reed machine and grinder from the furniture factory. He encouraged him to secretly study the machines during repairs and copy them. Li Hao couldn't understand how someone could be so mean, encouraging him to steal machinery techniques from others. But he had to admit, he was tempted. In the car, Lin Xueqing was curious and asked Lu's father, "Why did the factory director agree so easily to give us these tools?" Lu's father chuckled and paused before saying, "I threatened that fool, saying if anyone found out he took benefits from Zhang Yongshun, he would be considered part of an enemy spy group." That scared him. Lu Mingyuan couldn't help but glance at his father through the rearview mirror and said, "Luckily, you're no longer in the army. You're breaking discipline." Lin Xueqing was still confused and asked, "Did he really take benefits from Zhang Yongshun?" Lu Mingyuan explained, "Yes, he did. It was the bribe when Zhang Yongshun was transferred. The other factory director, Li, still follows proper procedures. Now, accepting small bribes like this is quite common. It's considered normal. If there was a real problem, we would have investigated long ago. The reason we didn't ask about it during the interrogation is that the money was insignificant. Your dad is just taking advantage of the situation to scare people." However, Lu's father disagreed, pouting and teaching, "TSK, you can't handle things strictly like that. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Especially during a war, if you're too strict, the enemy will be the first to attack you." Lamingjuan sighed, "But now isn't the time for fighting. Right now, Xiaoxi village is your father's battlefield. Not only his, but also our Lu family's. You've been taught to be so stubborn by your grandfather. How come I have such a thick-skinned son? Dad, why are you bringing me into this? I just think the factory manager isn't easy to deal with. Don't bully him so much. Isn't it because of this that we got those tools? To solve the problem of increasing production, but you can't have the factory manager steal others' technology. That's just helping him out. Their factory can make such machines, which opens a new market. As long as people have money, they'll buy. Is that the machine you want?" Lin Xueqing, seeing her father and son arguing for the first time, quickly said, "Stop fighting. Baby says she doesn't want to hear dad and grandpa arguing." At this, both the father and son of the Lu family were momentarily stunned. Father Lu was the first to recover, laughing loudly. Such a little granddaughter, how could she hear everything? Lamingjuan worriedly asked, "Are you upset because we're arguing?" Lin Xueqing shook her head and smiled. She just moved inside a moment ago. Lamingjuan's eyes widened, and his hand on the steering wheel trembled slightly. Nervously, he asked, "So, the daughter really understands? Next time she moves, can I touch her?" Father Lu thought his son was still foolish. He snorted and teased, "Don't you have any common sense? How can you tell if it's a boy or girl at this time?" Thinking of the parenting knowledge she found in the library, Lin Xueqing smiled. Actually, from the moment the fetus is born, its gender is already decided by genes. According to the fetal development cycle, if you have Western equipment, you can actually know the gender during pregnancy. Lamingjuan pursed his lips and said, "Honestly, I don't care if it's a boy or girl. I just think if it's a girl, like Xueqing, that would be better. Father Lu quickly chuckled. That's true. No matter boy or girl, it's better to be like Xueqing. You're just so foolish. Babies listening, don't put her down. Lin Xueqing hurriedly stopped his father from making more random comments. Lin Xueqing shook her head and said, Mingyuan is also very good. He is strong, responsible, and cares about his family. Lu Mingyuan's ears suddenly felt hot and red like a fiery cloud. He gently nodded in agreement. Lu's father was speechless and felt upset. He missed old Su. Without warning, his son and daughter-in-law fed him some dog food, and he wanted to hug his wife. The three of them chatted and laughed until they reached the sugar factory. Lu Mingyuan couldn't bear to watch his father's sneaky, sly look. So, they split up. He took Lin Xueqing to the market for shopping. Most things at the market could be paid with cash. Lin Xueqing kept buying and buying. Seeing how much Lin Xueqing was buying, Lu Mingyuan finally understood why his father wanted him to reimburse him. From the supply and marketing cooperative to the market, the shopping spree was like money flowing away. He pressed his lips together and secretly decided to find a way to earn more money. But he wanted to do it properly, not like his father, who was often criticized for being careless. After shopping, Lu Mingyuan drove back to the sugar factory to pick up Lu's father. Lu's father was holding a stack of plastic sheets, but his face looked very unhappy, not at all as proud as when he left the mechanical factory. Lu Mingyuan asked, What's wrong? Lu's father immediately complained, I won't do business with Yiming anymore. I begged and they only gave us a little. If it weren't for Lao Su saying this stuff is useful, I wouldn't bother to bring it back for Yiming to research. Lin Xueqing was surprised and asked, How much did you take? I saw they had a big roll there, so I asked for a roll, he replied. Lin Xueqing's lips twitched slightly, and she explained, One batch of candy packaging doesn't need a whole roll. You took too much, so they naturally wouldn't want to give more. Lu's father pouted and said, How do I know they only have that one roll? They treasure it so much. Lu Mingyuan saw that his father finally had someone to deal with, and he smiled and sighed, but kept a calm face and said, All right, as long as you got it. This should be enough. We can even set up 2 or 3 more shelters like ours. Let's go back quickly.
There's still a lot to do, he added.
Lu's father finally snapped out of it, remembered something about the village, and his head started pounding again. He quickly said, Yes, let's go back. Lin Xueqing looked at the large stack of plastic films in Father Lu's hand and said, This film is hard to handle. I guess the sugar factory won't give us more next time. Share some of these with Yiming and keep some as backup. Father Lu thought for a moment and agreed. That's true. The film is thin, so if it gets damaged, we have spares. Not only for Yiming's research, but also some for Lao Su. Lu Mingyuan frowned and asked, You want Lao Su to do research? These films are too obvious. It's okay, Xueqing is just a cover. If not, we can build near the Sentry point. Maybe other experts in the base also need them. Lu Mingyuan suddenly coughed twice to interrupt, but Father Lu ignored him and said directly, Stop coughing. Your wife might need to get involved in this later. Your brother is eager to teach her everything he knows. Lu Mingyuan was surprised. He was just going on a mission, so why did his brother change his mind? Wasn't it just to teach high school and middle school knowledge? Could it be that his brother also wants to teach his wife all his mechanical research? He couldn't help but look at Lin Xueqing with suspicion and asked, Wife, my brother is crazy. If you don't want to learn, just ignore him. Lin Xueqing was also confused.
She didn't know about this plan.
She quickly explained, Dad was exaggerating. I just teach high school knowledge. Father Lu snorted, but it was more than just high school knowledge, it also involved practical application. He not only taught himself, but also recruited strong helpers to teach with him. However, he was worried that Lu Mingqi's ideas might scare Lin Xueqing, so he teased, Geniuses' worlds are beyond your understanding. Lu Mingyuan choked a little, feeling that his dad was completely letting go now. The strict image he had in Jing City was gone. He couldn't help but complain, Dad, weren't you like this before? Have you been a bit too what? Anyway, you're all grown up now, I don't need to teach you anymore. Why bother? It's tiring. But there's Xueqing and the baby. What if your grandson learns your way? Xueqing is smart and obedient. She doesn't need me to act tough. As for the grandson, isn't that what you're for? You kids, when you were little, I suffered so much holding back. Now it's not your turn, you little brat, haha. Lu Mingyuan thinks he should work hard to earn achievements and bring his wife to the family residence as soon as possible. His father is being too unreasonable. What if the children are spoiled by him in the future? On the way, the three of them chat and laugh, quickly returning to Xiaoxi village. When they arrive, Zhou Xiangnan and Zhao Ziho have already brought people into the village. Zhou Xiangnan leads the patrol team, stationed near the mountain construction site, as the front line. He himself takes a small group of soldiers to Lu's house. Zhao Ziho is responsible for logistics and supplies but was temporarily assigned to assist secretly. So, the troops are scattered inside boats at the ferry. He is dressed casually, with a few close soldiers pretending to be relatives of Lu Mingyuan, and they arrive at Xiaoxi village. The villagers were initially very cautious of him, but when they heard he was looking for Lu Mingyuan and knew it was for the Lu family, they relaxed and let him outside the bamboo shed of the Lu family. Zhao Ziho frowned slightly. Are the villagers too trusting of strangers? If he were an enemy spy here to seek revenge on Lu Mingyuan, wouldn't the villagers become accomplices? But the villagers didn't think that way. After Lu Mingyuan led efforts to fight the disaster and catch enemies twice, they subconsciously believed Lu Mingyuan was very capable. They thought it was impossible to defeat him, especially with the army nearby. If Lu Mingyuan knew what the villagers thought of him, he would probably be both amused and speechless. When they arrived, only Lu Mingche and Lu Mingleng were at the Lu house. Lu Mingche recognized Zhou Xiangnan and thought Zhao Ziho was Zhou Xiangnan's teammate. Without hesitation, he invited both into the reception room. Zhou Xiangnan hadn't yet introduced Zhao Ziho when they heard the engine sound of a car outside, indicating Lu Mingyuan and his group had returned. Hearing the noise, Lu Mingleng, who was feeding fish in the pond, reacted quickly. He hurried to the car door and shouted, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, you're finally back. I missed you. Lu Mingyuan's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. This kid is already quite grown up, isn't he? Why is he so clingy to his wife? His expression darkened further. Without saying a word, he directed Lu Mingleng to help take things out of the trunk. Lin Xueqing wanted to help, but Lu Mingyuan quickly stopped her. Other villagers working outside the bamboo shed to weave bamboo saw this and wanted to come help, but Lin Xueqing refused. However, the villagers' reactions made Lin Xueqing feel a little worried. Lu Mingleng took some vegetables and meat, then Lin Xueqing closed the truck's cover. She said to Lu Mingyuan, the others are part of the logistics team. Can you ask them to come pick it up? Lu's father secretly praised Lin Xueqing for being clever, as it's wise to be cautious. With so much food, some jealous villagers might gossip, thinking their family is getting special treatment or embezzling public funds. Although their family might be getting special treatment, this shouldn't be known to others. When Hao Xiaoman walked over from the medical tent nearby and heard Lin Xueqing's words, he quickly smiled and said, Sorry to trouble you, sister-in-law. We'll leave the stuff at your place first. After we're done here, we'll come pick it up. Hao Xiaoman then directed a few team members to help move the items inside. At that moment, Zhao Ziho, who had just come out of the reception room, froze in place. He didn't yet know that the Lu family was the village leader in Xiaoxi village. He only thought Lu Mingyuan was here on a mission. When he entered, he first passed by the temporary bamboo shed of the logistics team. Nearby was the medical station, and the Lu family's tent was between the two, all in the same bamboo style. He instinctively thought this was a military base. He had seen Lu Mingyuan before, at the military awards ceremony, so he recognized him immediately. But what shocked him was the woman next to Lu Mingyuan. She looked so much like him, almost a perfect copy. He didn't need to check. He knew instantly that she was his sister, Lin Xueqing. But remembering what Uncle just said today, he hesitated and stepped back, afraid to admit it. In the next moment, he saw Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingyuan leaning close and talking affectionately. He couldn't help but furrow his brows, a surprising guess forming in his mind. He blurted out to Zhou Xiangnan beside him, Is Lin Xueqing Lu Mingyuan's wife? Zhou Xiangnan was stunned. Just as he was about to answer, Lu Mingche, below, smiled and said, "Yes, Lin Xueqing is my sister-in-law. Comrade, do you know my sister-in-law?" Zhao Ziho's face showed a hint of hesitation. He stammered, "No, I don't know her." As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he understood why Commander Qin entrusted him with such a secret task. It wasn't that he trusted him. It was clear he trusted his sister, whom he had never met. He finally understood the many coincidences. His parents had long known Lin Xueqing's identity, which is why Uncle De was told the news. And Commander Qin must have known about Lin Xueqing's relationship with them long ago. Since Commander Qin knew, it was very likely that the Lu family also knew. So, his sister also knew that their parents were being sent to the village? What was her attitude toward their parents? Zhao Ziho clenched his fists tightly. The next moment, he couldn't hold back and rushed to Lu Mingyuan's side, grabbing his arm and saying, "Captain Lu, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you." Lu Mingyuan was momentarily surprised but quickly recognized him and smiled. "You're Zhao Ziho, Commander Zhao?" "Wait a moment, I need to finish what I'm doing first, then I'll talk to you." According to the story, Zhao Ziho is her biological older brother's name. Lin Xueqing immediately looked up at Zhao Ziho, her whole body stunned. She felt that his appearance was familiar and kind. For a moment, she felt nervous and didn't know how to react. Lu Mingyuan ignored the still unrecognized brother-in-law and gently held Lin Xueqing's shoulder, comforting her. "Let's go back first. You've been busy all night. Rest for a while." Lin Xueqing's nose tingled, and her big, wet eyes looked straight at Zhao Ziho. Zhao Ziho inexplicably felt a pain in his chest and didn't know how to respond. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but rationality made him suppress the thought. Lu Mingyuan immediately stretched out his arm, holding Lin Xueqing's shoulder, and said, "Be good, let's go back. I'll handle everything." Lu Mingyuan's words made Lin Xueqing feel more at ease. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Then, she stopped looking at Zhao Ziho and walked quickly toward the house. Seeing the situation was not right, Father Lu asked Hao Xiaoman and others to bring some things. He himself quickly followed Lin Xueqing. Li Mingyuan and Zhao Ziho headed toward the Lu family construction site. Because of Du Jiqiang's matter, their team was either on a mission or helping at the nearby medical tent. The site was temporarily empty. Zhao Ziho walked with Li Mingyuan, calming down a bit, and asked directly, "You knew about your wife's connection to our family, right?" Li Mingyuan paused for a moment, then cautiously replied, "We didn't know for long. Only after Zhao Xuan was targeted, and we started investigating." Zhao Ziho stiffened, stunned, almost doubting his ears. He muttered in disbelief, "You're joking, right? How is that possible?" Li Mingyuan sneered softly, his eyes looking at Zhao Ziho with a mysterious expression. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhong Xiangdong, the officer in charge of the case. He's Zhong Xiangnan's brother. You can ask him for his contact info." Zhao Ziho knew that Li Mingyuan was telling the truth. There was no reason for him to lie. Given their current situation, Li Mingyuan had no need to deceive him. Suddenly, he realized why his parents only managed to save their younger brother and didn't let Xuan cut ties with his brother. "It's Xuan's fault. My parents must have known, right?" Li Mingyuan didn't expect Zhao Ziho to react so quickly. He nodded. "I've heard they knew. I don't know exactly how much they knew. At that time, we had already boarded the train heading south. The attackers came in 3 groups, 2 of which were remnants of your Zhao family's forces." He paused, sneered, and continued, "Your old master Zhao really trained his people well. No matter what, they refused to admit that Xuan was the mastermind." Zhao Ziho was stunned and asked suspiciously, "So, how did you know it was Xuan?" Li Mingyuan snorted coldly, thinking that his future brother-in-law wasn't very smart. He considered that he might become one of his subordinates in the future, so his brow furrowed slightly. After sighing, Li Mingyuan explained slowly, "Xiangdong was able to catch them because he has connections and informants inside. When asked, he naturally found out." He paused again, then added, "That's just one part. The second is that Xueqing is usually obedient and kind. She's never offended anyone or had enemies. Who would buy a hit on her? The only person with whom she has a conflict of interest is Zhou Xuan. Even more coincidentally, the people carrying out the assassination are all connected to your Zhou family. Zhao Ziho immediately covered his face in embarrassment. Lu Mingyuan was right. If they weren't from the Zhao family, who could mobilize Zhao family's resources to commit such illegal acts? After a long pause, Zhao Ziho nervously asked, "What does she think of us?" Lu Mingyuan gave him a look of frustration and asked back, "What do you think of her? Do you still recognize her as family? Are you brave enough to acknowledge her? If not, that's fine. She is not only our Lu family's daughter-in-law but also the beloved daughter of my parents." Zhao Ziho quickly interrupted. "I want to acknowledge her. I want to. She has been like a sister to us for over 10 years. Of course I want to acknowledge her." But then he hesitated and said, "I'm worried. Our family is in a difficult situation now, as you know. I'm just afraid of dragging her down, of involving you all." Lu Mingyuan clicked his tongue and sneered. "Why do you think you can be here? If you were afraid of being involved, would Master Qin let you come? This depends on whether you want to or not." At this moment, Zhao Ziho finally understood. He was stunned for a moment, then his eyes turned red, and he said uncertainly, "So, my parents being sent to Xiaoxi village was arranged by you? Otherwise, why would everything be so coincidental?" Lu Mingyuan paused and honestly said, "Of course, we do want to use your Zhao family's resources." Only then did Zhao Ziho fully understand the whole story. He couldn't help but mock himself, finally realizing why he was allowed to participate in such a secret mission. It wasn't just because his younger sister was married into the Lu family, but also because of the relationship between the Zhao family and Hong Kong. For a moment, he felt confused. Their military achievements with the Lu family were earned on the battlefield, unlike their family's history of business, which was driven by profit and caution. His branch of the family was divided by their grandfather. His father, who liked scientific research, stayed inland, while his uncle's family, who enjoyed commerce, went to Hong Kong. To maintain political balance in the family, he had also enlisted early on, responding to the support from Monkey Country. He clearly knows his own abilities. Most of the time, his team is on the logistics supply line, while Lu Mingyuan is fighting the battlefield. If Lu Mingyuan's earlier position as a squad leader was earned through blood and effort, his current position was donated by his grandfather. But after his grandfather passed away, support faded away, and they could no longer be protected. Now that the family has faced such a big change, it's time for him to step up. He is the eldest son, and the only one with the proper status who can turn the family's situation around. At this moment, Zhao Ziho no longer feels confused. He fully understands what opportunity is in front of him. This secret mission is his chance to help their family turn the tide. Only if he earns enough military merit can he have a chance to clear his family's name. Since Qin Shi's star plan is to protect the experts, and among these experts are probably his parents. He raises his hand to wipe away the tears that unconsciously slide down his face, then bows to Lu Mingyuan. "Thank you for helping our family." Lu Mingyuan pats Zhao Ziho's shoulder and smiles. "It's good that you understand now." Then he suggests, "Maybe you should talk with Xueqing. Xueqing might be smarter and braver than you think. But before she married me, she had a very hard life. If you can't truly accept her, please don't hurt her anymore." Zhao Ziho quickly nods. The reason he wanted to talk to Lu Mingyuan first was to understand the full story. He was afraid that if he acted impulsively and confessed to Lin Xueqing without knowing the situation, it might cause her unnecessary trouble. But hearing Lu Mingyuan say that Lin Xueqing had a hard past made his heart tighten uncontrollably, and he asked, "What was her life like before?" Lu Mingyuan then patiently recounts Lin Xueqing's past life at the Lin family. He doesn't hide anything. The suffering Lin Xueqing endured before needs more people to pity her and help heal her emotional scars. Moreover, it's important for the Zhao family to know how Chen Xiufang treated Lin Xueqing in the past, and how Zhao Xuan, knowing her true identity, still allowed his own biological mother to hurt Lin Xueqing and happily enjoy what was not rightfully hers. After Zhao Ziho learned about Lin Xueqing's past experiences, he felt even more upset. They had thought that their child might have a hard life after being switched, but they never expected it to be this difficult. What hurt him even more was that the younger sister they had cared for so many years was actually so malicious. But in the face of evidence, he couldn't argue. If there was still a chance to fix this, his parents wouldn't be so disappointed in Sui and wouldn't have ignored her future. Meanwhile, inside the detention center in Beijing, Qiao Daqiang looked at the exhausted Zhao Sui and felt pity. Zhao Sui was the child he had watched grow up, and he couldn't bear to see her suffer with Zhao Bowen and his wife. The barn was a terrible place, not to mention the criticism they had to endure. And he heard that Xiaoxi village had just gone through a flood and was a heavily affected area. The village probably didn't have enough food, let alone care about the lives of the people in the barn. He couldn't help but advise, Suiyan, maybe I can help you find another way. Zhao Suiyan shook her head and asked, what does my older brother say? He said he would try to find a way, but I heard your brother was demoted, so he probably can't help much right now. Suiyan thought for a moment and replied, thank you, Uncle Daqiang.
I am Fine.
I'll leave it to fate. It's also good to stay with my parents. After all, our family has limited resources. My younger brother is a boy, and if he goes out, he can help us more. Qiao Daqiang spat and said, you're a girl. You need to go out more than your brother. I think your parents are biased. Suiyan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, since I'm not their biological daughter, it's natural for them to favor my brother a little. Then Qiao Daqiang couldn't help but worry. I heard that your parents' biological children are also in Xiaoxi village, and they are village officials. Suiyan was surprised and asked anxiously, Uncle Daqiang, how do you know that? Qiao Daqiang hesitated, quickly covering his mouth, and his eyes flickered as if debating whether to tell her. Suiyan hurriedly asked, Uncle Daqiang, just tell me. Anyway, I will find out about Xiaoxi village sooner or later. Qiao Daqiang sighed and then slowly said, the matter with that child was told to me by your father. I didn't expect you not to know. It was Uncle Da who let it slip. Zhao Sui instantly slumped back in her chair. She finally understood why things were different from the story in the book. According to the story, her parents would reveal that she was not their biological daughter and then cut ties with her. Since Zhao's family was sentenced, she had tried many times to send messages to her parents, hinting that they should disown her so she could leave prison. But after so long, there was no response. She thought it was just because their relationship hadn't been resolved yet. Now, since it wasn't yet time for her to be released, she kept telling herself to be patient. But she never expected that her parents never planned to remove her from the release list. They had known all along that Lin Xueqing would be in Xiaoxi village and weren't worried about her life after release. This made her situation very complicated. Her parents suddenly deviated from the story in the book. The only explanation was that they found out she had arranged to harm Lin Xueqing. No wonder they ignored her pleas for help. They probably thought she deserved this punishment. Even worse, after her release, Lin Xueqing might try to protect her parents, but she would definitely hate her. She didn't know if Lin Xueqing knew what she had done, but she would be jealous of her taking away what she had. Jealousy can twist a person's mind. She remembered this from her time in the orphanage. Everyone wanted the director's favor, more food during meals, being the first to be chosen for adoption. Those who envied her for the director's affection wanted to suppress her fiercely. Lin Xueqing probably felt the same way. Who could accept that their good life was taken away by someone else? Because of this, her situation after moving to the countryside became very dangerous. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Qiao Daqiang with a resentful gaze. Why hadn't his people succeeded? But then she worried and said with a sad tone, how did my parents find out about this? Qiao Daqiang didn't doubt, but felt that the Zhao family's influence was still strong. He helplessly said, your father is still part of the Zhao family. It's normal for his friends in the organization to pass messages. Zhao Suiyan lowered her eyes, showing that her father hadn't abandoned the Zhao family's business, as the story suggested. Instead, he was focused on research. She frowned tightly, knowing she had to find a way to break the deadlock quickly. Before she could think of a solution, Qiao Daqiang suddenly whispered, do you know where the fresh water is? You don't need much, just a little. With water, Uncle can help you find a way. Outside the door, Zhou Xiangdong, disguised as a young officer, frowned, confused about what fresh water meant. Zhao Xueyan shook her head helplessly and said, "You know my identity, so how would my parents tell me?" But when she mentioned fresh water, her eyes flickered and she said, "I can ask my eldest uncle for help. Since the Zhao family had already given up on her, she might as well find a way to have Chao Daqiang contact the Zhao family in Hong Kong and smuggle her from Xiaoxi village to Hong Kong. If I remember correctly, Xiaoxi village is near the coast and water routes can lead to Hong Kong. Although Hong Kong is chaotic now, it's also the best time to develop and gather capital. She could also use the Zhao family's resources to grow her influence. Even if her uncle and parents eventually made contact, it would be after the country opened up. With her talent, she would surely establish herself in Hong Kong by then." Thinking this through, Zhao Xueyan immediately added, "Uncle Da, ask my eldest uncle to help us open a line for smuggling goods." Although Chao Daqiang didn't get the information he wanted, he was worried about reconnecting with his Zhao family in Hong Kong. Now, with Zhao Xueyan as a reason, he could make contact. He quickly smiled and said, "Leave this to Uncle Da." He wasn't sure if Chao Daqiang could succeed, but Zhao Xueyan believed she had to try every plan. Maybe one would work. She also felt regretful, thinking it was all because of her involvement in the original story, which made her think only of going to the countryside to become a youth sent to the countryside and marry Lu Mingyuan. Now there was a new hope going directly to Hong Kong. As long as the Zhao family protected her, even if the underworld in Hong Kong was chaotic, it wouldn't affect her. It's just a pity her talents wouldn't have a chance to shine there, but it was better than suffering here in vain. After Chao Daqiang left, Zhou Xiangdong immediately went to find Zhao Bowen. He told Zhao Bowen about their conversation. Zhao Bowen looked surprised, then smiled bitterly, not expecting loyal Uncle Da to have already betrayed their family. He helplessly explained, "Businessmen believe that money is like water." Now Zhou Xiangdong understood and wisely didn't ask further. Instead, he asked, "What does it mean to smuggle goods through water routes?" Water goods originally means smuggling items. It means treating people like goods, opening a water route, and having my older brother find a way to help us sneak into Hong Kong. But if we really go to Hong Kong, it would ruin the efforts of our ancestors. As he spoke, Zhao Bowen showed a hint of pleading and said, "Please do the right thing. I know you can contact my eldest son. Tell him everything honestly, then ask him to find my older brother and stop this plan. Also, tell him about my younger brother going to the countryside. As the eldest, he should take care of his brothers and sisters." Zhou Xiangdong nodded without refusing. He was used to passing messages and said casually, "All right, I can help pass on this message." Meanwhile, Father Lu entered the house with Lin Xueqing. Seeing her eyes red and worried, he asked, "Xueqing, what's wrong?" Lin Xueqing shook her head. After calming her emotions for a moment, she said, "The person who just found Mingyuan is named Zhao Ziho. He should be my real brother." Father Lu was surprised and quickly understood. He comforted her, "Don't worry. As I always say, no matter what the Zhao family's attitude is, you will always be our Lu family's daughter." Lin Xueqing's eyes filled with tears again. Her initial worry was replaced by deep emotion. She nodded and said, "Dad, I'm fine. It's just a lot of feelings. I'll be okay after a while." Father Lu knew she needed some time and nodded. "You've been busy all night. Rest for a while. With us here, don't worry. If anyone from the Zhao family dares to bully you, I will stand up for you." Lin Xueqing chuckled softly, and her mood, which was about to cry, suddenly turned into a mix of tears and smiles. Father Lu patted Lin Xueqing's shoulder and smiled. "That's right. Who cares what the Zhao family thinks? The most important thing is that you're happy. More importantly, you have us." Lu Minglang, who was walking behind the two, listened for a while and understood why his sister-in-law was unhappy. He immediately clenched his fists and agreed. "Sister-in-law, if he bullies you, I will help you fight him." This made Lin Xueqing smile even more happily. She rubbed Lu Minglang's little head and said, "Minglang is so brave." "Sister-in-law thanks you first." Lu Minglang couldn't help but worry and asked, "Sister-in-law, your family came to see you. After you like your family, will you stop liking me?" Lin Xueqing pretended to think for a moment and asked back, "Then, Minglang, when you go back to your relatives, Will you stop liking us just because they are family? Lu Minglang immediately pouted and replied, It's different. I don't like my uncle's family. I like sister-in-law. I like being with mom and dad. Lu Mingche, who had been sitting quietly in his wheelchair listening to their conversation, couldn't help but interrupt. Then Minglang, do you not like me? Second brother? Lu Minglang pouted and seriously answered, If second brother doesn't let me study, I will like you more. Father Lu burst out laughing loudly and then patted Lu Minglang's head. You little kid, trying to skip studying? Huh. Lu Minglang immediately covered his head, feeling wronged. It's second brother's fault. He gave me questions that are too hard. I asked my sister, and she said the outpost is a high school Chinese lesson. I'm still in elementary school. Second brother is bullying me. Lu Mingche, who was full of disappointment, retorted, How the school arranges things is up to the school. When I was in elementary school, your grandfather already taught me this. Besides, you've seen a lot of the Three Kingdoms illustrations at home, right? You know where the outpost comes from. Of course, you should study it deeply. Hearing this, Father Lu surprisingly thought it made sense. It seemed their children indeed learned about the Three Kingdoms earlier than others, mainly because their family has a military background. The Three Kingdoms is the most orthodox and fundamental textbook. Mingyuan and Mingche also seem to have started learning from the stories of the Three Kingdoms. Father Lu nodded in agreement and comforted him, saying, It's okay, just start learning. Even if you don't understand deeply, memorizing a few lines can scare people. Lu Minglang immediately looked more distressed than crying, feeling very wronged. He thought his dad was no longer adorable and decided to change his ranking of loved ones, from sister-in-law, parents, to sister-in-law, mother, and sister. Lin Xueqing quickly comforted him, promising to cook something delicious for him tonight. Because of Lu Minglang's matter, Lin Xueqing's initial worry and hesitation about Zhao Ziho's arrival were suddenly replaced. She didn't go to rest, but instead directed Lu Minglang in the kitchen to help organize the ingredients from today's big shopping trip, preparing for tonight's dinner. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan was walking along the backyard path with Zhao Ziho, taking him on a tour of their home. The construction site earlier was for building our house, so we are temporarily living in a bamboo shed. This big shed was built by Xueqing, and the vegetables inside are also her and my younger brother's work. The fish pond outside is also her idea. Basically, Xueqing manages most of the family affairs. She is the backbone of our family. Honestly, without her, we would be in a tough spot. Maybe a little better than your family, but not as relaxed as now. Zhao Ziho listened carefully, knowing little about his sister. Lu Mingyuan couldn't help but praise her endlessly. You don't know how smart Xueqing is. Her adoptive mother didn't let her go to school, but she self-studied and learned all the middle school knowledge. She's very quick-witted, not only making bamboo crafts with villagers to earn income but also designing unique bamboo furniture by combining traditional architectural techniques with local materials. The supply and marketing cooperative and furniture factory are eager to buy her designs. Also, Xueqing's cooking skills are excellent. Tion Shing and House Xiaomin all praise her and come to eat every day. Hearing Lu Mingyuan's constant praise, Lin Xueqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She felt very shy. Next to her, Lu Minglang felt a sense of connection and said emotionally, Sister-in-law, I think you're amazing too. I really like the dishes you cook. While speaking, he pretended to be a mature adult and said, Hey, sister-in-law, you don't know. Before you came to our house, we ate all kinds of delicious food every day. Lin Xueqing was amused by his exaggerated words and couldn't help pinching his chubby cheek, smiling. Let me see if I've made Minglang a little chubbier. Lu Minglang quickly stepped back a bit to save his face. He rolled his eyes and tested. Just a little bit chubbier, only a little. Sister-in-law, you can make me chubbier still. Just then Lu Mingyuan, who had just entered the backyard with Zhao Ziho, overheard Lu Minglang's words. He couldn't help but feel like teasing Lu Minglang and said, Well, once your sister-in-law fattens you up, you can be sold for a good price, huh? Lu Minglang immediately turned to glare at his older brother, looking upset. Big brother, you're mean. Even you are teasing me. Lin Xueqing quickly advised. Don't listen to your big brother. Minglang is the best.
He's a helpful assistant to me.
He can feed the fish, plant vegetables, chop firewood, and go hunting. I wouldn't want to sell Mingling. Lu Mingling felt his hurt feelings were comforted and proudly said, I knew sister-in-law liked me the most. I like her the most too. This made Lu Mingyuan's stomach tighten, and he clenched his fists. That brat was showing off again? He wanted to hit him. He hurried over, pulled Lu Mingling away from Lin Xueqing, and argued, You're wrong. The person your sister-in-law likes the most is me. Then he put his arm around Lin Xueqing's shoulder and whispered, Do you want to talk with Zhao Ziho? Do you want me to stay with you? Lin Xueqing shook her head. I can handle it myself. Lu Mingyuan patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry. If you recognize him, he's my older brother. If you don't want to, he's just an ordinary colleague of mine. Remember, I will always stand by your side. Lin Xueqing nodded obediently and then turned to Zhao Ziho standing outside the door, smiling. Comrade Zhao, come with me. Let's have a chat. Then, Lin Xueqing led Zhao Ziho to the reception room in the front yard. Zhao Ziho was led around the Lu family by Lin Xueqing and her husband, gaining a general understanding of their current situation. Honestly, as Lu Mingyuan said, their conditions were not much better. However, thanks to the careful decoration at home, they had transformed a simple bamboo shed into a cozy, home-like environment. Clearly, the person who arranged this bamboo shed was someone skilled and attentive to life. After a brief moment of calm, the nervousness and uncertainty they felt when they first met had eased quite a bit. Lin Xueqing took out a bamboo cup for guests and poured tea for Zhao Ziho. Since the last time Brother Chen Feifan came home and made a small joke about the north and south differences, Lin Xueqing had prepared some tea leaves at home, kept in the reception room, to serve visiting guests. After Zhao Ziho took the cup, he sincerely said, Thank you for your hard work all these years. About this, Mom and Dad. Lin Xueqing quickly interrupted, Regarding the child being swapped, I don't blame Mom and Dad. We are all victims. Zhao Ziho sighed and said, When Mom and Dad realized the child was swapped, Zhao Xuan was already 5 years old. It was just that a fire broke out in the hospital's archive room, and when they went to find the records, your files were gone. But over these years, we never gave up trying to find you. We never thought of abandoning you. You have always been an important family member we knew about but couldn't find. Lin Xueqing's previously suppressed feelings of hesitation and unease finally burst out uncontrollably when she heard Zhao Ziho say they never gave up on finding her and that she was an important family member. She broke into tears. It turned out she was not a child no one wanted. Her family had been looking for her all along. Her family also wanted her. She was not a child unloved after all. Zhao Ziho looked at Lin Xueqing, who was overwhelmed with emotion, and felt helpless. But recalling what Lu Mingyuan had just told him about the suffering and grievances Lin Xueqing had endured over the years, his heart couldn't help but ache. They were too late to find their sister. He nervously trembled his lips, then asked hesitantly after a moment, Can I call you sister? Lin Xueqing wiped her tears from her face and smiled. Of course you can. Seeing that Lin Xueqing's mood had calmed a bit, Zhao Ziho slowly began to tell her about his family. According to our family tree, our ancestors date back to the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. They started in the 13 rows of Nancheng, working in shipping, fabric, grain, and oil businesses. Our relatives traveled with ships for trade, and with the gold rush in Eagle Country and Nanyang, our branches gradually settled around the world. During the Republic of China period, Shanghai's foreign businesses flourished, so our great-grandfather's family moved there and became wealthy merchants. Later, when the chicken invasion affected our homeland, our ancestors survived by supporting the resistance and connecting with overseas relatives to raise funds for the country. So, our family is definitely a red capitalist family. Although the difficulties are temporary, I believe with Qin Shi and others' protection, things will get better. If he had known about the Star Awakening plan, Zhao Ziho might not have been so sure they would see the light. But now he was very confident that the darkness was only temporary and the light would come. Based on what Lin Xueqing knew from the book, the future was gradually changing because of the efforts of leaders like Qin Shi. They only needed to hold on for 3 more years, and this movement would end. everything would return to normal, and their rabbit country would enter a period of rapid growth. Lin Xueqing nodded and smiled. Yes, big brother, don't worry. I'm not afraid. Actually, before coming here, my parents also thought about me. They wanted me to pretend to divorce Mingyuan so I could stay safely in Jing City and avoid hardship. I suggested I come to Xiaoxi village with Mingyuan and the others. They saw I was determined, so they agreed. Finally, for various reasons, our whole family came together here. Zhao Ziho was surprised. No wonder the Lu family loved Lin Xueqing so much. True friendship is shown in times of trouble, which is rare. No wonder Lu Mingyuan said Lin Xueqing was braver and stronger than he thought. Not everyone has the courage to face such big difficulties and still stay strong with their family through tough times. Lin Xueqing continued the topic. Our parents are being sent to Xiaoxi village, I know about that. The living conditions in the cattle shed are not very good, but I will find a way. She paused briefly and then added, but I absolutely cannot forgive Zhao Xuan. Except for your second brother, who is still on the road and doesn't know yet, your parents and I already know what she did. Our parents believe that being sent to the countryside for reform is what Xuan deserves. You don't need to feel conflicted about this. Whatever punishment or reform is decided, just accept it. You don't need to feel guilty because of us. Xuan made a mistake, and she should face the consequences. Lin Xueqing was surprised to learn that the Zhao family already knew about Zhao Xuan's actions. Suddenly, she understood that Mingyuan must have secretly told the Zhao family through his contacts. Her heart warmed unexpectedly. She hadn't expected Lu Mingyuan to do all this quietly for her. This helped avoid unnecessary conflicts and disputes with her family. When facing her family and her hatred for Zhao Xuan, she wouldn't have to feel torn. Talking about her impulsive younger brother, Zhao Ziho continued, Besides me, you have another brother named Zhao Zekin. He should arrive at Xiaoxi village in the next few days. Our parents used connections to cut ties with him. They originally wanted to help him avoid trouble, but he didn't listen and applied to come to Xiaoxi village to work. Lin Xueqing nodded. Based on what she read, her two older brothers are both outstanding. Her eldest brother, though not as powerful as Lu Mingyuan, became a leader in the military and holds an important position. Especially after the opening up, he was a key figure in developing the military industry chain. Zhao Zekin may not be as steady as Zhao Ziho, but he is the most clever in the Zhao family, inheriting their business talent. After arriving in Xiaoxi village, he used the coastal and southern cities' unique geographical advantages, along with policies, to quickly expand Zhao family's industries across the region. In a very short time, Zhao family's business empire grew again, leading to Zhao Xuan seeing their family ranked as the top wealthy family worldwide. Zhao Ziho spoke and then continued to talk about his parents. Don't worry about my parents. One works in space research, and the other is a surgeon. They are both skilled professionals. Master Qin and your father-in-law will find ways to take care of them. Lin Xueqing also learned about her biological parents' strengths from the book. Because Zhao Bowen works in space research, when Zhao Xuan traveled from the future, he gradually showed his engineering talent to his father and quickly gained their attention. This is one reason why Zhao Xuan was so loved by her family in the story. After breaking away from the Zhao family, Zhao Xuan took the initiative to come to Xiaoxi village to rescue her parents and the Lu family, which helped her gain their favor. However, because of her awakening, the Lu family was not sent to the cattle shed and even became village officials. Zhao Xuan also disappointed her parents by revealing her mistake early, so they didn't help her leave prison. In the original story, Zhao Xuan becoming the favorite of both families was impossible to happen again. Talking about doctors, Zhao Ziho couldn't help but praise. I heard you're studying traditional Chinese medicine with Old Hu from the military district hospital. When your mother comes here, you can also ask her for advice on medicine. She was a military doctor before, and she knows Dr. Zhou Fuxing from the hospital. Before Zhao Ziho finished speaking, there was a shout outside. Xueqing girl? Xueqing girl. Lin Xueqing quickly stepped out of the guest room and saw Old Hu looking anxious. She asked, Old Hu, what's wrong? Xueqing girl, did someone bully you? Seeing Lin Xueqing's red eyes, Old Hu asked worriedly. Lin Xueqing shook her head and smiled. My older brother just arrived. He's a bit emotional. Old Hu finally relaxed and said, then wait a bit longer to talk. Come quickly. Tion Shing has a fever. Lin Xueqing frowned, briefly told Zhao Ziho, and then hurriedly followed Old Hu to the medical tent next door. Lu Zhaoning had been helping in the medical tent to care for Tion Shing. Tion Shing was still unconscious, but his face was hot, and he was sweating all over. It was clear that the wound had been exposed to the air for too long and had become infected. Lin Xueqing quickly instructed Lu Zhaoning to go home and find some cold water to apply as a cold compress for Tion Shing. She then quickly recalled the medication matching plan that Zhou Fuxing had taught her in the morning and found anti-inflammatory medicine and saline bags in the cabinet inside the medical tent. Following the morning's instructions, she administered the anti-inflammatory drip to Tion Shing. Meanwhile, Old Hu inserted silver needles into acupuncture points on Tion Shing's chest, head, and other areas. After completing these steps, Old Hu patiently explained again how the acupuncture worked to Lin Xueqing. Thanks to their efforts, Tion Shing's high fever soon dropped, and he temporarily avoided danger. Seeing that it was almost evening, Old Hu took Lin Xueqing to do a follow-up check on the patient. After the checkup, Lin Xueqing remembered the conversation between Old Hu and Lu's father earlier that day and thought Old Hu's words made sense. She had learned a lot from him, and Old Hu had always been diligent in teaching her. She was happy to consider him her master. But to truly become his apprentice, she thought she needed to show sincerity. After a moment of reflection, she invited Old Hu. Old Hu, why don't you come to our house for dinner tonight? Consider it my apprentice's welcome feast. It's my first time becoming someone's apprentice, and I don't know what to prepare. I can cook well, so if there's a dish you like, I'll make it for you. Old Hu's eyes lit up suddenly. Was there really such a benefit? If he had known earlier, he would have brought Lin Xueqing into his own home sooner. He didn't hold back and smiled warmly. Can you make dongbo pork? Lin Xueqing didn't expect that at her age. Old Hu still liked dongbo pork. She wanted to persuade him, but then thought, since they had agreed on a welcome feast, she shouldn't embarrass him. After a moment of thought, she quickly came up with a solution and smiled. Of course, I can do that. Old Hu's smile grew even brighter. His apprentice was truly worth it. He had a feeling that he would enjoy good fortune in the future. Just then, Aunt Zhang's husband, Li Guiping, arrived outside the bamboo shed, carrying a water bucket and a young couple.
Ding.
Within 6 meters of the host, at 9 o'clock, a dangerous skill, fighting level 5, is detected. Lin Xueqing froze for a moment, then turned her head to look. She saw that the system was indicating the young man standing next to Li Guiping. She instinctively glanced at the words above his head. Fishing level 6, steering ship level 6, mechanical manufacturing, guns, level 2, fighting skills level 5. Lin Xueqing frowned. She didn't recognize these two people and hadn't seen them much in the village. She quickly moved next to Lu Zhaoning and whispered in her ear, "Tell your brother to come find me quickly." Aunt Zhang saw Li Guiping and immediately stood up from the seat beside Li Dachao's bed. She hurried over to Lin Xueqing, looked inside the tent, and then carefully said, "Comrade Lin, can we talk privately?" Lin Xueqing nodded happily. "Sure." At this moment, the bamboo weaving group and the furniture group had also dispersed. Aunt Zhang led Lin Xueqing toward the direction of Lu's fish pond, then signaled Li Guiping to come quickly. Lin Xueqing took the opportunity to ask, "Who are these two?" Aunt Zhang didn't hide it and smiled. "That woman is my family's Guiping's niece, named Li Huilan. The man is her husband, named He Tao." Lin Xueqing didn't want to cause trouble, so she quickly asked with a smile, "His surname is He?" "I haven't seen them around before. The He family are newcomers. Their grandfather's generation just moved to our village. It's normal you haven't seen them. They often sail boats, and every day they unload goods at the seafood company before returning home. They, like us, are from the Tonka community. They don't like to interact much with inland people, thinking inland folks look down on them." Lin Xueqing was surprised and asked doubtfully, "Why is there such a saying?" Aunt Zhang just smiled casually. "You don't know. Before our great leader came to power, we Tonka people weren't allowed to wear shoes on land. We could only live on boats. Later, the village committee was established, and our lives improved a bit. We were allowed to have our own houses in the village and live normally on land. Lin Xueqing was shocked to hear this. How could there be such customs? It seemed like discrimination. Seeing Lin Xueqing's surprise, Aunt Jiang quickly waved her hand and smiled. So now, life is better. We're grateful to the great leader for giving us this new life. This comment made Lin Xueqing feel a bit upset again. Just a few hours ago, she had talked with her brother about how their Lu family had been sent here, suffering. But their suffering, as seen by the villagers here, seems to have improved compared to the past. This made Lin Xueqing feel a bit sad and uncomfortable. While chatting, Li Guiping came over with He Tao and Li Huilan. He handed a water bucket to Lin Xueqing and smiled, saying, "Comrade Lin, this is for you." Lin Xueqing was a little confused and quickly waved her hands, saying, "Uncle Li, I can't accept this." And Zhang quickly pressed her hand and said, "We're not giving it for nothing. I heard you were pregnant and wanted to eat fish. Our family doesn't have meat or eggs now, and it's too late to buy any, so I thought we could exchange some fish for some meat and eggs. I know fish isn't worth much, but this was caught this afternoon by Uncle Li at the river. It's fresh, I promise." Now Lin Xueqing understood and quickly smiled, saying, "All right, exchanging is fine, but giving it as a gift is not." Li Huilan's eyes flickered and she interrupted, saying, "Comrade Lin, if you want fresh fish, we can help by catching some for you every day." Lin Xueqing quickly shook her head, pointing at the fish pond in front of her and saying, "I still have quite a few fish in my pond. If I finish eating them, I'll ask for your help again." At this moment, Lu Mingyuan, who had received news, hurried over and greeted Aunt Jiang and Li Guiping politely. "Did Chao has returned to the village? Does he feel better now?" Hearing this, Aunt Jiang quickly smiled and said, "Of course, much better. The strange smell at the health clinic is still better than in our own village." He Tao, who had been silent all along, took the opportunity to speak. "How did my cousin get injured all of a sudden?" Lu Mingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he cooperated by saying, "He acted bravely and helped us catch a fugitive." Li Huilan pretended to be curious and asked, "What kind of fugitive? Why was he so fierce and hurt someone?" Aunt Jiang quickly interrupted, sensing the awkwardness. "Is this something you can find out about? Children shouldn't be so curious." Lin Xueqing smiled and said casually, "Be careful not to get your wound wet or infected these days. Since you're young, your wound heals quickly. Rest for about 10 days and you can remove the stitches." She then changed the subject and quickly asked Aunt Jiang about several precautions to take. Lu Mingyuan took the opportunity to say, "Xueqing has never been on a boat here. Heard there are cute ducks and she wants to buy some to raise in the pond. If Aunt Jiang is convenient, could you help us buy some?" This was a plan they had discussed earlier. Aunt Jiang quickly clapped her thigh and said, "Blame that bad person yesterday. Otherwise, we would have gone to buy ducks today. How about this? Let's go tomorrow morning. After I deliver breakfast to Dachao, we can leave together." Lin Xueqing had no problem with that and nodded in agreement. Then she directed Lu Mingyuan to sort the fish in the water bucket into herbivores and carnivores, placing them into different ponds. After releasing the fish, she went inside to cut some pork and 10 eggs, placing them in a bamboo basket. She gave the meat and eggs to Aunt Jiang, then prepared to go back inside to cook dinner. She said goodbye to everyone and left. While Lin Xueqing was inside collecting eggs and meat, Lu Mingyuan pretended to have something to do and arranged for a soldier from the Special Forces camp, disguised as a villager, to follow He Tao and his wife. Although he didn't know how Lin Xueqing discovered this, after her reminder, he immediately noticed He Tao's unusual behavior. The differences were especially clear when he stood with Li Guiping. The calluses on his hands and the muscle differences indicated that He Tao's calluses and muscles didn't come from daily fishing work. They were more likely from handling guns and fighting like him. But this time, he didn't want to cause a scene. He planned to follow the clues carefully and see if he could uncover all the undercover agents in the village. After forming a rough plan, Lu Mingyuan immediately called Zhou Xiangnan and Zhao Ziho into the meeting room. Compared to Zhao Ziho's nervousness, Zhou Xiangnan was much more relaxed. He played with the bamboo table and couldn't help but marvel. Is this table really designed by my sister-in-law? Lu Mingyuan didn't hesitate to praise his wife in front of others and smiled. Not just this table. You're sitting on a chair made by Xueqing too. He personally demonstrated how to fold and store the table and chairs, which made Zhou Xiangnan exclaim in surprise. Just as he finished, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Lu Mingyuan had to go out first and saw that the furniture factory workers had arrived to deliver parts. He had to arrange for someone to bring all these parts inside. Zhao Ziho and Zhou Xiangnan naturally went to help without hesitation. Lu Mingyuan looked at the parts and frowned, feeling that their home still lacked a storage room. He sighed slowly, thinking that in a few days he would have to return to Nandao to join the organization, so the storage room could only be planned gradually. The most important thing was to finish building their house first. After tidying up, everyone returned to the reception room. Lu Mingyuan first explained what he had just discovered, then arranged for Zhao Ziho to send a small team to secretly explore the water routes with them tomorrow. Since their future material deliveries would mainly rely on water routes, they needed to understand the nearby waterways well. Tomorrow, Zhou Xiangnan would join Lu's father at the village mobilization meeting to fight against spies and uncover enemy agents. As the village sentinel captain, he was also responsible for teaching villagers how to defend themselves if they encountered enemies. That evening, Lin Xueqing would write down her insights about identifying enemy agents to share with the villagers. Meanwhile, Lin Xueqing was also feeling a bit overwhelmed preparing dinner that night. It seemed more and more people were coming to eat. Besides Hao Xiaomin and others helping to build the house, Zhao Ziho, Zhou Xiangnan, and Old who would also join, along with their 7 family members, making a total of 14. They also needed to prepare some porridge for Tion Shing and leave it in the bamboo shed next door. If he woke up, he could have a sip. Since it was also the day of the family reunion and master-apprentice ceremony, the meal had to be more abundant. Lin Xueqing thought about it and decided to prepare dishes like braised pork, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, garlic ribs, and a steamed fish. With 5 meat dishes, she would also make an egg custard, stir-fry 2 green vegetables, and prepare a seaweed soup. This would make 8 dishes and 1 soup, totaling 9 dishes, fitting the theme of the family reunion banquet perfectly. When Lu's mother finished work and saw another big table of prepared dishes in the kitchen, she knew that Lin Xueqing was definitely planning a big feast again. As expected, after asking Lin Xueqing, I learned that her biological brother came from the South Island. The siblings have already recognized each other, and since Xueqing officially accepted Master Hu as her teacher today, they naturally need to be well hosted. When Mother Lu heard the news, she immediately asked Lu Mingliang, who was helping wash vegetables, to go to the medical shed nearby and bring back Lu Zhaoning. Lu Zhaoning is now much more sensible than before. He didn't complain and rolled up his sleeves to help without hesitation. Mother Lu was about to complain about her husband's whereabouts when the sound of his voice talking to someone outside suddenly reached her. Listening to the number of people, Mother Lu quickly went outside to check. To her surprise, she saw a figure who was both unfamiliar and familiar, and she was stunned. She never expected Qin Jingming to suddenly come to their house. She had heard that enemies or troublemakers were causing trouble, so why was he risking coming here? Mother Lu's mind was racing, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Uncle Qin, long time no see." Qin Jingming nodded to Mother Lu and smiled, saying, "Gigi, long time no see." Father Lu hurriedly said, "Tell Xueqing to add a few more pairs of chopsticks for tonight. All right, you all go to the guest room and sit for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Xueqing has cooked many dishes tonight. Please eat more later." Qin Jingming burst into laughter. It seems that coming late is not as good as coming early. Lao Hu and Lao Yang are lucky today. Father Lu was not at all intimidated or trying to flatter Qin Jingming because of his official position. He clicked his tongue and said, "You really came at a good time. Today is the day my daughter-in-law and her family recognize each other, and Lao Hu even stubbornly accepted her as his disciple. Our family will definitely make a lot of delicious food today. It's not an exaggeration to call it a feast." Talking about this, Father Lu turned to Qin Jingming and teacher Yang Qingping and said, Isn't it customary to bring a gift when visiting someone's home for the first time? He then looked at Lao Hu and said, "You've taken on a disciple now. Shouldn't you give your new disciple a gift?" Lao Hu immediately got angry, blowing his beard and glaring, saying, "Is this how a host should behave?" Father Lu was indifferent and helplessly said, "Why?" "Because our family is poor. Look at our thatched house. We can only live in a bamboo shed. Still have to spend money to entertain you all. Is it easy for us?" Lu's mother returned, wanting to ask how many people there were, but heard Lu's father shamelessly say something. She quickly went over and pinched his tender flesh at his waist. Lu's father immediately felt a sharp pain and broke into a cold sweat, quickly stopping his words. He endured the pain and looked at his wife with a sad expression, signaling her to give him some face. Only then did Lu's mother let go, smiling apologetically at Qin Jingming and the others. "Don't mind old Lu. He's just shameless." Qin Jingming remembered hearing on the phone today that Lu Zhenguo wanted them to cover Lu Mingyuan's expenses for his mission. There was nothing unclear about it now. Suddenly, he felt a mix of laughter and helplessness. The clever little guy is grown up and almost a grandfather, but he's still just as tricky. Qin Jingming decided to tease Lu's father and said with a smile, "All right, today we're just here to visit Ziji. No matter what old Lu Zhenguo says, haha." Yang Qingping also took the opportunity to ask, "Ziji, if you have any trouble after coming here, remember to find Uncle Yang. I promised your parents to take good care of you, and if Jianfeng." Hearing this, Lu's father suddenly got very angry. Yang Qingping's son, Yang Jianfeng, was originally childhood sweethearts with Lu's mother and almost got engaged. But during the chaos of war, Lu's mother was saved by Lu's father, who was still a young man at the time. He saw such a beautiful girl for the first time and fell in love instantly. Lu's father was a reckless person who liked to chase after what he wanted. He even made a fuss and managed to win over Lu's mother, who came from a scholarly family. He took love by force and took away the marriage that Yang Qingping had already arranged for his son. Old, who knew both families well. Seeing Lu's father's angry expression, this reckless young man was really unconcerned when he got angry. It's not easy to recognize a disciple, and this wedding banquet couldn't be cancelled. He hurriedly advised, "Everyone's grown up now. Thinking about the past, they're almost grandpas and grandmas." Yang Qingping could only sigh helplessly. "I just feel a bit guilty towards old Sue. Ziji is almost a grandma herself, and she doesn't even have a proper place to stay." Lu's father couldn't accept such teasing and immediately retorted, "It's not finished building yet. The construction site next door is for a house." Mrs. Lu immediately sighed, feeling that her husband was very foolish. Uncle Yang easily tricked him with a small ploy, showing no progress at all. It was hard to watch. Mrs. Lu kicked Mr. Lu lightly and then said to Qin Jingming and the others, "Please chat for now. I'll go help in the kitchen." Old, who remembered his dongbua meat and quickly smiled, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Mr. Lu stretched his kicked leg. After being kicked by Mrs. Lu, he realized he had fallen into Yang Qingping's trap again. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his old man was better. He might be strict, but at least he wasn't as sneaky as Yang Qingping. Qin Jingming felt inside that old Yang was truly his good partner. Without old Yang, he would definitely be skinned alive by Lu Zhenguo, that little guy. Mr. Lu pouted and had no choice but to lead everyone to the reception room. The kitchen was busy, and the only place to sit was the reception room. But before they could get there, they heard the voices of Lu Mingyuan and his group behind them. "Hello, Commander." Lu Mingyuan and his group had been waiting outside the reception room, watching the scene unfold. When Qin Jingming and the others arrived, they had just finished discussing tomorrow's task. As they stepped out, they overheard Mr. Lu saying something embarrassing. Lu Mingyuan didn't have time to step in and help, but his mother arrived first. The others could only stand behind Qin Jingming and the others, watching the scene. Finally, when there was a break, they hurried forward to greet everyone. Lu Mingyuan asked Zhong Xiangnan to bring chairs inside and also brought Lu Mingche over. Recently, Lu Mingche had been either copying his research notes at home or helping Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingling with their studies. He heard the noise but didn't want to interrupt his train of thought. He found that rewriting his previous research notes was a good way to organize his ideas again. When Zhou Xiangnan came to call him, he had to put down his pen and push his wheelchair to the reception room. Passing by the kitchen, he saw Lin Xueqing busy working. For some reason, he felt that Lin Xueqing shouldn't be stuck in the kitchen working hard. She should have a broader space to show her talents. Qin Jingming and Yang Qingping didn't rush to explain their purpose for coming. They just chatted casually about funny stories since the Liu family moved to Xiaoxi village. Of course, most of the time, Father Liu is the one showing off about his daughter-in-law. Liu Mingyuan also wants to show off, but he can't compete with Father Liu. When Liu Mingche arrived, the conversation naturally turned to him. Qin Jingming asked about his health. Learning that he only needed 3 more months of rest to recover made Qin Jingming very happy. He proudly told Father Liu, "It seems that people in the south are better at raising others. If you hadn't come here, Mingche might have been delayed." Father Liu's eyes flickered, and he quickly said, "That's 2 different things. I don't care. Our village is very poor. If it weren't for my daughter-in-law's clever ideas, we'd be worried about food and shelter." This time, it wasn't Father Liu showing off. Liu Mingche had already shared all of Lin Xueqing's talents. For example, he came up with the idea of a plastic film greenhouse, which is still the most advanced planting technology in Western countries. With a greenhouse, they could have fresh vegetables and fruits all year round. He also built a fish pond at their doorstep, using innovative scientific methods for raising fish. If successful, villagers could enjoy fresh river fish right at home, without going out to sea. Additionally, the netting method could be used at sea to farm fish in specific areas, reducing fishing costs. Everyone was surprised to hear this, especially Zhao Ziho. When he was touring with Liu Mingyuan earlier, he thought the greenhouse was strange, but didn't understand the science behind it. When they learned that Lin Xueqing only had a primary school education, everyone was even more shocked. Yang Qingping was especially amazed. Unlike Qin Jingming and Father Liu, who are involved in military and technical work, Yang Qingping, as a political officer, saw things more broadly. The qualities Father Liu boasted about, obedience, bravery, good cooking, and strong hands, were superficial in his view. Liu Mingche's ideas were the real key. If the greenhouse planting and fish farming techniques in Xiaoxi village really succeed, then the food problems in Xiaoxi village and the nearby coastal villages will be completely solved. Food is vital to the country's survival and foundation. Yang Qingping trembled with excitement and couldn't help but ask, "Mingche, honestly, what are the chances of success for these 2 projects?" Liu Mingche didn't hide anything. He said that Qin Jingming and others would need to help with Lin Xueqing's matter later. The greenhouse planting technology has been tested abroad. It can not only increase grain yield and quality, but also allow for off-season planting. In winter, it prevents frost damage to the crops, and in summer, it avoids sunburn. Old Sue from the cattle shed has agreed to help teach my sister-in-law. With her talent, learning his skills won't be a problem. So, once these vegetables grow, we can recommend them to the villagers immediately, increasing the village's food production. Besides, Yi Ming, a researcher living nearby who actively comes to the countryside for research, is also working on this. So, the chances of success for this greenhouse planting are quite high. Hearing this, Yang Qingping became even happier. He clapped his thigh cheerfully and said, "If you need help, just ask. Uncle Yang will do his best to support this." Liu Mingyuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. His father had been humiliated at the sugar factory today, trying to get resources reimbursed, but Qin Shi and Yang Zhengwei easily blocked him. After all that fuss, his brother's few words were more convincing. As expected, Liu Mingche didn't hold back and said directly, "The plastic film for the greenhouse was obtained by my sister-in-law from the sugar factory staff. Plastic film is a scarce industrial product. If you help apply for more, that would be great. The Agricultural Science Institute's requirements are too strict. Ordinary plastic film will do." Yang Qingping nodded without hesitation. If it's the kind from the Agricultural Science Institute, it's indeed hard to find, but for the sugar factories type, it's much easier. Liu Mingche also honestly said, "The sugar factory's plastic film is thinner, so it might wear out faster. But according to my sister-in-law, It's transparent and allows photosynthesis, tightly sealed to prevent pests. It can be used for wrapping candies or for covering vegetables in the greenhouse. I think she's right. The core of greenhouse planting is these key points. There's no need to use such strict materials as the chicken country demands. Yang Qingping, understanding the importance of food resources on the island, also has some knowledge of greenhouse technology. Currently, only the Agricultural Science Institute in Beijing is researching this type of greenhouse farming technology. This method was introduced a few years ago from the countries of Damao and Zhouping chickens. For several years, it hasn't been widely promoted because the plastic film they use depends on imports. I have seen the plastic film used by the institute in Beijing. It is indeed thicker than ordinary candy wrapping film. But as Lu Mingche said, it doesn't have to be very thick. As long as it functions well, that's enough. He then remembered another function of greenhouse farming and quickly asked, how about temperature control? How do you plan to handle that? We are not doing detailed cultivation. We just want to produce more and better grains. One rapeseed plant or rice stalk can grow at around 20 degrees Celsius, and they can still grow at 30 degrees. Plants have strong vitality. As long as we keep the temperature inside the greenhouse at a suitable level for growth, isn't that enough? By controlling the temperature this way, using mats to shade and cool in summer, and sealing to keep warm in winter, we can meet the plant's needs, right? Now, not only Yang Qingping but also Qin Jingming and others understood the important role of this so-called greenhouse farming. Old who couldn't help but ask curiously, if that's the case, can I also grow my medicinal herbs this way? For example, some herbs prefer shade and moisture. If I increase humidity with mist inside the greenhouse and provide shade, could I successfully grow them? Lu Mingche nodded and smiled. Exactly. It's about creating a suitable environment for the plants, making it easier for them to survive. Qin Jingming thought further and asked, is the fish pond outside based on the same idea? Yes. My sister-in-law classified the fish into carnivorous and herbivorous types and designed the pond with deeper and shallower areas to create suitable spaces for different fish. So, I believe this kind of fish farming method, although not yet tried by others, has a high chance of success. Actually, I think we could also divide an area into two parts, one for small fish fry and one for larger fish. It's a pity that the discarded medical fabric we obtained earlier isn't big enough, and the fishing nets are also insufficient. Yang Qingping patted his thigh again and smiled. That's easy. We still have a lot of leftover fabric from abandoned medical tents. I'll have someone send it over later. As for the fishing nets, that's even simpler. I'll ask someone at the seafood company to get some for you. Father Lu's eyes flickered with pride. These were the resources he wanted. Then he felt a bit regretful. If he had let his second son handle it earlier, he wouldn't have to face another scolding from his wife tonight. Old Hu frowned and asked suspiciously, if I remember correctly, Xueqing is still helping the villagers with bamboo weaving and furniture. Now she also needs to study planting and raising animals, and every afternoon she has to learn traditional Chinese medicine with me. Can she handle all that? He then advised gently. Since you all understand the principles of planting and fish farming, why not let others do the experiments? Xueqing is my disciple. She should focus on learning Chinese medicine for me. Lu Mingyuan also didn't want his wife to work so hard, so he quickly said, Xueqing also has to take care of our family's 3 meals a day, plus the meals for our team of over 10 people. She simply can't manage everything. He showed a hint of dissatisfaction as he spoke to Father Lu and Lu Mingche. She's obedient and hardworking, as you know. Whatever you ask her to do, she'll do it. She's pregnant now, and she shouldn't be overworked, he added. There are too many things. You should find ways to share some of the workload. Father Lu also looked distressed and said, it's not that I don't want to share. Our family only has so many hands. How can we expect little Mingling to cook? Even if she doesn't cook, I can't figure out how to assemble those bamboo furniture pieces after changing the design. Before Father Lu finished, Old Hu couldn't help but complain, you old man, you're always bragging but useless. You rely on your daughter-in-law for everything. Father Lu couldn't stand Old Hu's sarcasm and quickly retorted, bah. You know my wife is busy, yet you still want her to help your disciple. You're the one with bad intentions. Hearing the noise from the two people, Qin Jingming couldn't help but rub his forehead and said, All right, everyone stop arguing. Ming Yuan, ask your wife for her opinion later. You can't put all the burden on a pregnant woman. If there's a problem, I will think of a way to help. Mr. Lu's eyes shifted as he waited for Qin Jingming to finish speaking, then quickly smiled and said, "After dinner, let's have a chat." Meanwhile, after Mrs. Lu returned to the kitchen, she told Lin Xueqing about Qin Jingming and the others arriving and asked, "Do we have enough rice?" Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and said, "It's too late to cook more rice now. Let's make some cold noodles instead, which can serve as both a dish and a main food. Then, we can prepare an extra meat dish and some stir-fried greens." That should be enough. The table in their kitchen was still the same one they had assembled earlier. If we include Qin Jingming, Yang Qingping, and their 2 security guards, today's meal will be for 18 people, enough to set 2 tables. Lin Xueqing considered and said, "There are too many people, we should set 2 tables." Mrs. Lu also thought it was necessary to split into 2 tables, not just because of the number of people but also because Qin Jingming, being such an important official, might feel uncomfortable eating with the children like Hao Xiaoman. However, are our bowls and plates enough? She had bought some bowls and plates when she was in Beijing, and they fit in the space. Lin Xueqing smiled and said, "They're enough. I exchanged many with the villagers before." She quickly pretended to rummage through a cabinet near the stove, pulling out some bowls and plates. Mrs. Lu looked surprised and said, "I didn't expect your cabinet to hold so many." Lin Xueqing hesitated for a moment, then quickly added, "These bowls and plates are usually not used. I kept them at the back, so you probably didn't notice." Mrs. Lu thought about it and nodded, smiling. "You're right. Stacking these bowls and plates together makes them less noticeable. Fortunately, you exchanged so many for the house, or we wouldn't have enough today." While speaking, Mrs. Lu efficiently divided the dishes on the table into 2 plates. After organizing everything, Mrs. Lu asked Lu Mingling to go to the nearby medical shed to call back Hao Xiaoman and the others who were taking care of Tion Shing. She went to the guest room to call Mr. Lu and others to come to the backyard for dinner, and she also moved the folding table from the reception room into the backyard. When Qin Jingming and the others arrived at the dining hall, they saw a table full of dishes, completely full, with no skimping at all. Old Hu was also surprised. No wonder Lu Zhenguo was just now shouting loudly. So many dishes, making them must have been very hard. Lin Xueqing didn't realize that the elders at home felt a bit worried for her. But she didn't feel tired at all. It just looked like there were many dishes, but making them didn't take much effort. Lu Mingyuan's face showed a little concern. He walked over and said, "Wife, you've worked hard. Next time, you don't need to make so many dishes. Don't tire yourself out." Lin Xueqing quickly shook her head and said, "I'm happy today, so I'm not tired." For a moment, Lu Mingyuan didn't know whether to feel sad or caring. He took Lin Xueqing to Qin Jingming and the others and introduced her one by one. Lin Xueqing was very polite and friendly, and Qin Jingming and the others immediately softened their hearts. They wondered why no one told them that Lu Mingyuan's wife was so gentle and obedient, clearly the kind who listens and understands. She was so lovely. As elders, they all wished their own children could be like her. In that instant, Qin Jingming and Yang Qingping couldn't help but feel jealous of Mr. Lu and Old Hu. They also wanted such a well-behaved child in their family. If Lin Xueqing were their daughter or wife, that would be wonderful. They would spoil her every day. Lin Xueqing didn't realize she had gained the affection of more elders. She just smiled politely and said, "The dinner was prepared quickly. It's just simple home cooking. Feel free to eat." Qin Jingming praised generously, "Comrade Lin, you're amazing. In such a short time, you made so many dishes. We came suddenly, so sorry for the trouble." At this moment, Hao Xiaoman and others came inside from outside. They were immediately attracted by the 20 or so dishes on the table and exclaimed in surprise, "Sister-in-law, you're incredible. How many dishes are these?" Lu Mingyuan immediately glared at him and reminded him, "Hurry up and help out. The teachers are also here." Hao Xiaoman and a few others suddenly shivered, realizing that Qin Jingming and his group were standing beside Lin Xueqing. They immediately straightened up and were about to salute, but Qin Jingming quickly interrupted, "No need. We're here just to attend Old, whose apprenticeship banquet. Feel free to do as you like. Old, who pouted and thought to himself. He didn't invite them. They came on their own accord. How Xiaomin and the others, unaware of the situation, thought it was truly a feast hosted by the Liu family today. Without hesitation, they helped set the tables and dishes. In the end, 9 people sat at one table. Liu's father and mother, Lin Xueqing, Lu Mingyuan, Old Hu, Qin Jingming, Yang Qingping, Lu Mingche, and Zhao Ziho. The remaining people, Lu Zhaoning, Lu Mingleng, Hao Xiaomin, and others, sat at another table. When they learned they didn't have to sit with Qin Jingming's group, Lu Zhaoning and Hao Xiaomin felt relieved. Sitting with the big shots was very stressful. Even a small piece of meat had to be eaten carefully. At the dining table, Lin Xueqing and Old, who performed a simple apprenticeship ceremony. Old, who presented Lin Xueqing with a set of inherited golden needles and his own medical notes. Lin Xueqing hadn't prepared anything, so she offered the dongbua meat she had brought today. Old, who looked at the delicate, small piece of dongbua meat on a tiny plate, pouted and complained. Apprentice, it looks like I only get one bite of this meat. It's gone in one mouthful. Lin Xueqing smiled helplessly. Master, at your age, you can only eat this much.
No need for me to explain the reason.
Old Hu sighed and said with a double meaning, this really teaches the apprentice. I might starve to death. Lu's father couldn't stand Old Hu's smug attitude and helped him by scooping some greens onto his plate, saying, you won't starve. There are 12 dishes here. Eat more greens. It's good for your health. Old Hu immediately retorted, you're the old one. I want to eat meat. Do you have a say in that? Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan, feeling sorry for his wife, carefully picked out the fish bones from the fish meat before placing it in her bowl. Ignoring the quarrel between Lu's father and Old Hu, he turned to Lin Xueqing and said, you should eat more. If you want anything else, I'll help you get it. Zhao Ziho watched Lu Mingyuan take such good care of Lin Xueqing, feeling a sense of comfort. It seemed his sister was truly happy married to Lu Mingyuan. The relaxed and happy dinner quickly came to an end. After dinner, Mother Lu and Lu Zhaoning, Lu Mingleng, and others took the initiative to wash the dishes. Lin Xueqing was then taken to the reception room by Lu Mingyuan. Unlike the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere during dinner, Lin Xueqing immediately felt a serious and tense mood in the reception room. Not only were 2 guards brought by Qin Jingming on alert, but several soldiers from Lu Mingyuan's team were also guarding nearby. When she entered the reception room, she saw Qin Jingming, Yang Qingping, Lu's father, and Lu Mingche already waiting inside. Qin Jingming was a bit surprised that Lu Mingyuan brought Lin Xueqing along, because they were about to discuss military secrets, which was their main purpose for this trip. Lu Mingyuan explained slowly. Both of these enemies were discovered by Xueqing. She has good insight. She often sees things from perspectives others miss. Maybe she can help us. Lin Xueqing was a little confused. Actually, she didn't know the real reason Lu Mingyuan brought her here before. Hearing this, she felt a bit nervous. I don't know if I can really help everyone. Maybe it was just a coincidence before. Lu Mingyuan shook his head and said, it's not a coincidence. The 2 people you told me to watch today, based on my judgment, the man definitely has issues. I'm not sure about the woman yet. I've already sent people to follow and investigate them. We should have results soon. Qin Jingming was also surprised and asked, Comrade Lin, you also know how to investigate. Lin Xueqing looked confused and asked, what kind of investigation? Lu Mingche interrupted and asked, Sister-in-law, how did you notice that the person my brother mentioned had a problem today? Lin Xueqing pursed her lips. She was now very skilled at making excuses to hide her system's functions, and she answered calmly. It was when he was standing with Uncle Pingue. They seemed very uncoordinated. Aunt Jiang said they are all from the same village and do similar work, but He Tao gave me a completely different feeling from Uncle Pingue. I wasn't sure, so I immediately asked Zhaoning to find Mingyuan. You feel different because of the muscle differences between the 2, both of whom have been fishing for many years. Since they do the same kind of work, their muscles should be roughly the same. More specifically, I noticed that He Tao's calluses are in the same spots as mine, but Uncle Gui Ping doesn't have that. Now Qin Jingming became curious and asked with a smile, "What about Zhang Yongshun and Du Jiqiang?" Lin Xueqing smiled and said, "Zhang Yongshun doesn't know that I learned some local dialects on the bus, so he can understand a little." He thought we couldn't understand, so he was caught off guard when he spoke carelessly. As for Du Jiqiang, because he's so tall and strong, I felt a bit scared. I subconsciously thought that even if he had left the army, someone like him shouldn't be a postal worker. After hearing this, Qin Jingming and Yang Qingping also fell silent. For a moment, they felt a bit jealous of Father Lu. Earlier, Yang Qingping was quite moved, thinking Lin Xueqing had accidentally found a way to increase grain production along the southern coast. Now, Qin Jingming was also moved because of her sharp insight. Such talent is perfect for a reconnaissance soldier. He couldn't help but ask, "Comrade Lin, have you trained with Mingyuan before? How is your physical strength?" Father Lu immediately interrupted with a sharp tone, "Uncle Qin, don't be reckless. My daughter-in-law is pregnant." She only shared her personal perspective. He then glared at his eldest son and snorted coldly, "Can't you protect your wife a little? Are you mute?" Lu Mingyuan helplessly said, "Dad, I haven't even had a chance to speak yet." "You've already finished." Qin Jingming wasn't angry, but he felt a bit disappointed inside. However, he quickly understood that having children would only take a year or so, and later Lin Xueqing would have to follow Lu Mingyuan to the military. Such talent shouldn't be wasted. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Since Comrade Lin has such talent, feel free to share any good ideas later. Right now, we're facing difficulties in our southern waters, and we need everyone to work together." Seeing Qin Jingming agree, Lu Mingyuan took out the information he had gathered recently and reported to everyone one by one. "We found some useful telegrams from the Postal and Telecommunications Bureau. Based on the content, we suspect there are at least 3 enemy factions secretly operating within Xiaoxi village. Besides the known Eagle Nation and Bald Eagle Island, there is another unknown force. Today, Qin Jingming personally came to discuss this matter with the Lu family. He said in a serious tone, "The third force is the Southern Monkey forces from Monkey Country. I think your actions have exposed their plans earlier than expected. Yesterday, their people simply stopped pretending and directly seized 6 of our islands and reefs in Shisha." Lu's father snorted coldly, annoyed, and said, "How can you be so weak? Why didn't you fight back? We can't lose even a small part of our map. Do you have the mood to chat here?" Yang Qingping quickly calmed the somewhat excited Lu father and said, "The leader means we need to stay strategic and patient and adopt a strike-back-later approach, starting with diplomatic protests." Lu father spat and crossed his arms, leaning back with a roguish attitude, sneering, "Speak in plain words. I hate it when, at critical moments, you guys keep beating around the bush." Yang Qingping felt a pounding headache. If Lu Zhengguo weren't the father of Mingyuan and Mingche brothers, he would really want him to leave immediately. Qin Jingming understood Lu Zhengguo's feelings. After all, they had fought on the battlefield, and their hearts were full of blood and courage. Who would want to be a coward when they could fight and win? Qin Jingming sighed and honestly said, "The truth is, North Monkey is watching us, the rabbits, and sees our internal chaos. Plus, our relationship with the big hairy guys in the north is getting more tense. They think we're easy to bully and see an opportunity." He paused and added, "If you hadn't intercepted their intelligence, their ambitions wouldn't just be about those 6 islands and reefs. They're aiming straight at our southern island." Lu Mingche asked the core question, "Did Eagle Nation give all their equipment to the southern monkeys? With our current military strength and resources, can we win?" Lu's father looked at his son in shock, then angrily said, "If we can't win, we still have to fight. When I fought the Stick Nation, our weapons were far behind. When your brother supported the Northern Monkeys, our weapons weren't much better. In my eyes, it's not about winning or losing. It's about whether we fight or not." Lu Mingche snorted coldly. "So what? Just fight head-on and sacrifice our soldiers? Didn't Commander Qin just say that there's a major power to the north, and although relations with the Eagle Nation have eased, it's still uncertain whether they'll join the war? Don't forget, there's also that island constantly shouting about taking back our territory. If we act rashly, can we really handle being attacked from 3 sides?" Qin Jingming let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his trip hadn't been in vain. He turned to Lu Mingche and got straight to the point. Mingche, about the engine improvement plan you worked on at school, can you build it in a short time? Then he added regretfully, your research project was stolen by a traitor and published in an international journal. Your theoretical model has already been confirmed by foreign experts as a very practical design.